Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Monday morning. It's April 7th, and as we come on the air, we are following the very latest as relates to the Trump presidency. I want to take you out to Washington, D.C. and give you a live look at the White House as we are 2 minutes shy from the top of the 6 o'clock hour on this Monday morning. We are following headlines as it relates to the U.S. and Israel this morning, learning that happening today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will visit Washington and discuss U.S. tariffs imposed by U.S. President Donald Trump, among other issues. A lot to break down this morning, so we want to bring into the conversation distinguished lecturer in national security and terrorism, Ken Gray. He's with the University of New Haven. Ken, always a pleasure having you join us. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeanne. Glad to be with you again.
Glad to have you as always. So, Ken, we know that the Israeli Prime Minister and his delegation, they did arrive late Sunday, and we know that he is expected to meet with U.S. President Donald Trump today. Set the stage for us. What can we expect with this visit? We know this is Netanyahu's second visit since President Donald Trump's second time in the White House.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot on the table for the two to discuss. Primary concern is that of the tariffs. The United States imposed a 17% tariff on Israel. The United States is Israel's primary market, and we buy diamonds, we buy pharmaceuticals, we buy electronics from Israel. So a lot of Israeli goods come to the United States. A 17% tariff on them will hurt the Israelis. But Israel, trying to get ahead of the game, had removed their tariffs on U.S. goods just recently. And so I'm sure they will be discussing negotiations about that 17% the U.S. imposed on Israel. Second topic that they'll likely discuss, of course, is the war in Gaza. President Trump said he had much to discuss with Netanyahu about Gaza. The Israelis have increased their activity throughout Gaza, once again conducting military operations against Hamas. And this is a very important topic for both leaders. Third issue would be that of Iran. Iran continues to be a threat, especially now with their nearing completion of their nuclear weapon. And so the question is, what do you do about Iran? And I'm sure that will be a primary issue for the two to discuss. Two other topics that they might get to is that of the ICC. Prime Minister Netanyahu was in Hungary here just last week, and the president of Hungary said that he was pulling out of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and that he was not going to recognize their warrant against Netanyahu. And the last would be that of Turkey. Turkey has been increasing its reach into Syria, and that is a potential concern to Israel. And so that too may be on the agenda. But that's an awful lot for the two of them to be discussing in such a short time.
Definitely a lot to discuss. And as you mentioned that, Ken, we actually have a statement via X from the Israeli Prime Minister's office, pretty much just backing up what you just said. It says, quote, "The two will discuss the tariff issue, the efforts to return our hostages, Israel-Turkey relations, the Iranian threat, and the battle against the International Criminal Court." So you hit the nail on the head, Ken. A lot of divisiveness and controversy surrounding Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit, specifically from many of the families out in Israel. We've seen them on the weekends out in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Many of them saying the focus just needs to be strictly on the hostages and a potential ceasefire.
This has been an ongoing issue there in Israel, is that Netanyahu, his primary mission is to get rid of Hamas. And of course, the family members and friends of those hostages still being held, that is their primary issue. And so, how Israel will deal with this renewed war effort inside Gaza Strip, they're trying to force Hamas back to the negotiation table. After phase one ended, all talk seemed to have ceased between the two. And so, how do you get Hamas back to the table when they know that Israel's primary mission is to get rid of Hamas? That's a real sticking point that has been a real problem ever since they started negotiations.
Yeah, and not only that, Ken, I mean, another looming issue is how can you trust a terroristic organization to actually uphold the ceasefire in the first place?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the IDF is there along the borders of Gaza Strip, and so they don't have to trust them as much as they just have to keep watch over them and react to them. And Hamas is really on its hind foot, in that that they've really been damaged greatly. A lot of their leadership has been wiped out. Hamas has lost, 40% of or more of its fighters, and so Hamas is not in a good position to really be able to wage war against Israel. They are greatly damaged, but there still are the negotiating chips that they have, the hostages, and they have yet to talk about returning the military members and the other males that they are holding hostage at this point.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure to have you join us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for that detailed breakdown and your perspective on this visit. I hope you have a great rest of your Monday.
Thank you.
As we further discuss this anticipated discussion today, again, between President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, I kind of want to give you a detailed breakdown as to the timeline of this visit. So we do know that the Israeli Prime Minister and the delegation, they did arrive Sunday, but the official welcome with President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is slated to happen at 1 p.m. Eastern time. From there, we know at 2 o'clock, there's expected to be a bilateral meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Donald Trump. As far as that bilateral meeting is concerned, no word if we'll get cameras inside. As you can imagine, top secret information will be shared. However, there will be a press conference following that meeting with President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu that will be open to the media. That is slated at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, and you can rest assured Live Now from Fox will have you covered. 6:05 here on the East Coast. Let's take a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines for your Monday when we return. 6:07 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We are following some breaking news on this Monday. I want you to take a good look at your screen. You're getting a live look at the global market out in Frankfurt, Germany. Our content partners over at the Associated Press do report some breaking news this morning. They say, quote, shares nosedived around the world this Monday as higher U.S. tariffs and a backlash from Beijing triggered massive sell-offs. Again, we're just getting this breaking news in, courtesy of our content partners of the Associated Press. They say European shares followed Asian markets lower, with Germany's DAX falling 6.5%. In Paris, the CAC 40 shed falling as well. U.S. futures signaling further weakness ahead. The future for the S&P 500 lost 4.8%, while that for the Dow Jones Industrial Average shed 4.1%. The future for the NASDAQ lost 5.3%. Now, if we look back a few days, we know on Friday, the worst market crisis since COVID slammed into a higher gear as the S&P 500 plummeted 6% and the Dow plunged 5.5%. The NASDAQ composite dropped 5.8%. So we will be keeping a close eye on these market shares on this Monday morning. But right now, we do want to head out to a live event. As we do know, the European Commission, they are having a press conference this morning discussing several topics, including U.S. President Donald Trump and U.S. tariffs.
On tariffs and all related matters more generally for this press conference with Commissioner Šefčovič, who will be then replying to those questions on behalf of the Commission. Finally, let me welcome a group of visitors that are joining us today. And I understand you are 15 journalists in a visit organized by the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. I hope you enjoy the experience in the European Commission. It's not always that we have sun in Brussels, so enjoy your time with us here and also in the city. And this is it from us, and we can then move on to your questions. In the back there, please.
Hi, thanks for the floor. Igor Juric, Slovenian television. HRVP Kallas is visiting some Western Balkans countries right now. Tomorrow she will be in Bosnia, so I would like to ask some questions regarding Bosnia, if it's possible. I don't know, is it Anita or someone else? Because I have a couple of questions. So the first question is Commission concerned because of the political tensions in Bosnia and Herzegovina? The second question, how does the Commission assess the rhetoric and deeds of Republika Srpska and its President Dodik? Is President Dodik still interlocutor for the Commission? What kind of messages will HRVP convey during this meeting in Sarajevo, especially regarding the EU path of the country? And the last question, which reforms are needed in Bosnia and Herzegovina before any start of accession negotiations?
Thank you. Yes, Anita.
Thank you for your questions. You have quite a few, so we'll need to split it also with my colleague Guillaume in particular on the accession part. But first and foremost on the HRVP and also the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have also commented several times that the recent legal acts adopted in the Republika Srpska undermine the constitutional and legal order of Bosnia and Herzegovina and also the functionality of the country's institutions, and also threatens the fundamental freedoms of citizens. And these actions also contradict Bosnia and Herzegovina's commitments that Bosnia has taken on its EU path. Then, when it comes to Dodik, we have also expressed ourselves clearly. We have emphasized the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and constitutional order, and international personality of Bosnia and Herzegovina that need to be respected, and any action against these principles will lead to consequences. And now when it comes to the HRVP's mission, now in 3 countries in the Western Balkans, including in Bosnia and Herzegovina, one key message is that the EU integrity is the best guarantee of prosperity and stability in Bosnia and Herzegovina. EU is committed to Bosnia and Herzegovina's EU perspective and its stability and security. So this is a very important message that you will pass. The EU is also fully committed to supporting the rule of law and strengthening the functionality of Bosnia and Herzegovina's institutions, which is necessary also for a future in the EU. And now, Guillaume, if you'd like to add other points.
Maybe you stay as a tandem, Anita. Yes, Guillaume, to complement.
Yes, on your specific question on the EU accession path. Yeah, sorry. What I can say, obviously, for any enlargement countries, that EU accession to the EU is a merit-based process, and each candidate is assessed on its own progress towards meeting all the criteria. So in the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the country should continue its efforts to take all the relevant steps as set out in the Commission's recommendation of October 2022, so that the Council may be in a position to adopt the negotiation framework. Between the Commission's recommendation to open the accession negotiations in November 2023 and the Commission's report in March 2024, Bosnia and Herzegovina was able to make tangible results. So this paves the way for the Council's decision to open the negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina, and now the Commission is in the process of preparing the negotiating framework. But for this to happen, we need Bosnia and Herzegovina to take all the relevant steps set out, as I said, in the Commission's 2022 recommendation. So now we encourage Bosnia and Herzegovina to return to such a positive dynamic. You asked for the outstanding issues that had to be solved. I would highlight the 2 outstanding reforms, which are the adoption of the law on courts and the law on the High Judicial and Prosecutorial Council. We also asked Bosnia and Herzegovina to appoint an operational chief negotiator and a negotiating team. So it's very important for us that Bosnia and Herzegovina can speak with one voice in the context of the EU accession negotiations. And we also expect Bosnia and Herzegovina to appoint a national IPA coordinator and finalize the national program for the adoption of the acquis. And one final point, you also know that in parallel we work on the growth plans with the Western Balkan countries, and we invite Bosnia and Herzegovina to submit this reform agenda. And what I would say to complete my answer, is that obviously the Commission remains available to provide technical, financial, and political support to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we remain available to help Bosnia and Herzegovina advance on its EU path.
Good. Yes, Igor, a follow-up?
Yeah, just a short follow-up regarding Mr. Dodik. Is Mr. Dodik still interlocutor for the Commission? Are you ready to talk to him, or how is this relation now?
I think we made our position really clear. Anita explained our position regarding the situation in the country. When it comes to the EU accession, I explained how it works and our interlocutors. I mean, there's nothing I can add at this stage.
Thank you, Guillaume. So, Stefano, will it be for Guillaume, Anita, one of the two? Okay, let's see. It's working now.
Yes, Stephanie Saltable Media. Can you confirm that Enlargement Commissioner Kos briefed members of Parliament that Albania was offered money from the Trump administration to withdraw its accession request? Thank you.
I'm not in a position to confirm anything. I will need to check.
Yes, Vitali. No, sorry. Yes, Stefan would like to come back.
Yes, it would be good if you could come back on this. Secondly, on Dodik, I didn't understand. Now we have 2 member states who have some kind of, I think, travel ban on Dodik. So why doesn't this happen on EU level? Thank you. I mean, I know that there are US sanctions against Dodik, his family and friends. Where is the EU on this? Thank you.
It's for member state to decide. There's nothing I can say.
So sanctions on this basis are at national level. Good, Vitali?
On Ukraine, is it possible to Anita? Given the recent escalation in violence, including the attack in Kryvyi Rih that killed 9 children and the strike in Kiev yesterday, do you still view the US-Ukraine ceasefire proposal as a viable option? And is it possible to speed up military supply, in particular air defense, what President Zelensky asked yesterday in his address? Thank you.
Thank you, Vitaly. Short answer, yes, because Ukraine needs peace. Ukraine needs a ceasefire, and no one wants peace more than Ukraine, Europe, and it is very important that the peace talks do continue. But the outcome of these peace talks must be a strengthened Ukraine, because Putin does not respect weakness. And this is why we need to put Ukraine in a position of strength. This is why we have committed to increase our defense support, our capabilities in this regard. We had also the informal FAC defense minister, where the High Representative has chaired it and has also said that the EU member states have made also new pledges to further support Ukraine. Now, when it comes to the actions that Russia is showing every day, including with the recent attacks that have killed at least 20 civilians and, as you say, 9 children included, Russia is showing a total disrespect for the talks, and it shows every day that it has zero interest to pursue this. So this is why it is very important to ensure that we have a ceasefire, that we have a just and long-lasting and comprehensive peace, but we cannot be naive when we deal with Putin and when we see his murderous attacks on a daily basis.
Thank you, Anita. Still any question to Anita on external affairs? Yes, please.
Not Agora, Republic of Moldova. Could you clarify how Moldova can benefit from the Rearm Euro plan? Maybe some details on safe mechanism, the types of procurements, any other details you can provide. Thank you.
Let's pause there just to see if there are other questions, because this would be for another colleague. It would be for Thomas. So let's just see if there are still questions for Anita, as I suspected there would indeed. Here in the front.
Hello, Tatiana Vysotska, European Pravda Espresso TV Ukraine, and question is of course about Ukraine, and of course to Anita. This week we are having EU-Ukraine Association Council on Wednesday, and I'm wondering what we shall expect from this sitting, from the discussions, because Prime Minister of Ukraine is coming. So what the European Commission, the Europe expects from these discussions, what is the agenda, what will be the outcome, what do you want to hear from Ukraine? And also I'm wondering to which extent Ukraine fulfilled the obligations it took when was signing this association agreement in 2014, because as on autumn 2024 it was 72%. Did the percentage change? Maybe, you know. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll communicate on the exact agenda and the messages, but in one word, the key messages will be of unity.
Good. And indeed, after the Council will have more details. Jorge, still to Anita?
Hello, Paula. Just going back to the issue that Vitali raised about the air defense for Ukraine. We saw that the Callas plan had a focus on air defense, but then it was, let's say, toned down to focus on artillery shells, the famous 5 billion for 2 million rounds. Is the High Representative now willing to put this plan or a new version of this plan on the table to make a new push for air defense systems that Ukraine needs so desperately? Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, discussions are ongoing as regards our support to Ukraine. We have supported Ukraine with close to 143 billion, and specifically with over 50 billion euro in military support, both lethal and non-lethal equipment, and also trained 73,000 troops. Discussions are still ongoing because the main point is to support Ukraine, as President Zelensky has also asked, with the 2 million rounds of ammunition. So this is our priority right now.
Good. Any more questions in the room to Anita? Then for those joining us online, please put your hands down if it's not for Anita. I still see 2 hands, so no, now I see 1. Moser, could be to Anita or to
yes.
Guillaume. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Paula. This is also a follow-up question to the previous questions about Bosnia-Herzegovina. I think you mentioned, the outstanding reforms which Bosnia-Herzegovina have to carry out in order to progress in its accession path. I don't know, what about this famous case, the so-called Sejdic and Finci case, ruling by the European Court of Human Rights, which required that Bosnia-Herzegovina should change, reform its constitution to allow, let's say, people from smaller minorities to participate in elections. Is this issue still outstanding? Thank you.
Let me look at Guillaume just to see if we have more on the spot. We do not have more immediately. So, Moses, we suggest we'll get back to you on this question after our meeting so that we can look closer into it. Good. Still to Anita? No? Then we can change subject.
All right, so you're listening in to this live event out in Brussels, Belgium. The European Commission holding a briefing this Monday discussing several topics. You just heard them discuss the conflict with Russia and Ukraine, but they're also expected to discuss U.S. tariffs. And speaking of U.S. tariffs, giving you a live look out in Frankfurt, Germany, that top right box, as European shares this Monday nosedive amid U.S. tariffs from U.S. President Donald Trump. That bottom box, a live look in Washington, D.C., outside of the White House, as President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are slated to meet and hold a press conference on this Monday. It's expected to happen at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to go ahead and step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return. 6:29 here on the East Coast, and getting back to this live event out in Brussels, Belgium, the European Commission holding a briefing this Monday discussing several topics, including U.S. tariffs. Also keeping those top stories on the right side of your screen as you plan your day with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Safe, and how can you justify this thinking? Thank you.
Okay. Well, this will be for Thomas, and we can then come back also to Irina, because your question was also for Thomas.
Thank you, Paula. I'll try to reply to both questions together. So indeed, the SAFE instrument provides for member states, EA, EFTA countries, and Ukraine the possibility to purchase defense products together. Now, when it comes to third countries, including Moldova, there is the possibility for third countries to be associated and indeed completely participate in these joint procurement possibilities if they have signed a security and a defense and security partnership with the EU, which is indeed the case for Moldova, so they can fully participate.
Good. Any other question for Thomas? Yes, you would like to follow?
Procurements, maybe some details, what kind of procurements?
Would you formulate it again also, because it was not audible for those joining us online?
Yes, maybe you can add some details about what kind of procurements can we have? Maybe some conditions.
So on the conditions, hard now because this will be negotiated. So this is a Commission proposal that will now be negotiated also within the Council. So it's a bit hard to prejudge now, but of course, I mean, the elements I can give you today is about the participation for third countries, including Moldova, which according indeed to the Commission's proposal has signed, of course, a defense and security partnership with the EU and can fully participate.
Good. Still to Thomas? Mose, you wanted to follow up on the 65%.
Yes, thanks again, Paula, for allowing me to come back, moves up on Brussels Times. Yes, I think the question was also about 60%, 65%. I wonder, does that relate to procurement of weapons and defense material from third countries? Not to third countries, but is the requirement that at least 65% should be bought inside Europe? And that brings me to my question. With that, what about, let's say, subsidiaries, let's say defense industries in Europe, which are subsidiaries to weapons producers in third countries? Are they included, or can they be included in the joint procurement within Europe? Thank you.
Thanks, Mose. So let me maybe re-explain. So you have a bi-European clause. So what does it mean? If you're today an EU member state, if you're an EA, EFTA country, or Ukraine, you can do the joint procurement, meaning that you can produce, indeed, procure at least 65% of a component of the product. Now, third countries can be included in that group and do joint procurement together with two of these two already mentioned teams, if you want, of countries. These are only third countries, 6 for now, that have signed a defense and security partnership agreement with the EU. I can list them for you. I have them here. This is Norway, Moldova, South Korea, Japan, Albania, and North Macedonia. Now, there is indeed 35% left, as you say, meaning that third countries who have companies that have their headquarters or a seat here in the EU can also contribute to the remaining elements of that product up to 35%, a maximum of 35% of the components of that product. I hope this clarifies.
Thank you, Thomas. I think that was very clear. Any other question to Thomas? No. So we change topics again. Let me see if there's anyone else. No, we have some new questions from those who already asked, but very welcome, Vitaly.
Thank you for the floor. I think it's to Marcus. Do you have discussion insight on temporary protection scheme for Ukrainians? Because in context of this possible peace negotiation, how EU sees the future of Ukrainian refugees and this scheme. Thank you.
Good. Markus, what can we say about the temporary protection scheme for Ukrainian citizens at this stage?
Thank you very much for the question. The EU remains committed to providing support to those fleeing Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. As President von der Leyen said in her letter to member states ahead of the European Council in March this year, and let me quote from the letter, "With the activation of the Temporary Protection Directive, over 4.5 million Ukrainians have found safety, shelter and opportunities across EU member states. Last year we extended the temporary protection framework to March 26. This extension gives predictability and legal certainty both for Ukrainians and for member states. We will now need to consider together and with Ukraine possible options and steps for the future. We will work with the Ukrainian and member states authorities in their choices. In addition, the Commission will continue to support, coordinate and foster joint reflection on the way forward. We are looking at different options, including whether or not to extend temporary protection, depending on developments, the transition to national statuses for work, study or family reasons, and support to those going back home to Ukraine. We need a common European solution that can offer predictability, stability and more balanced impact on member states' systems."
Good. Then I see online, again, please only keep your hand raised if it is for Markus. Mose, again, you would like to ask about temporary protection in relation to refugees.
Yes, exactly. Thanks again, Paula. Because I thought that the idea was that refugees from Ukraine would be offered better conditions, let's say, than refugees from other countries, including the right to the same social allowances and the right to work in a EU member state as long as they are staying there until they can return to Ukraine. But as far as I know, my own home country, Sweden, for example, don't grant these, let's say, benefits to refugees from Ukraine, and if so, is that, let's say, a violation of what has been decided in this temporary protection mechanism? Thank you.
Markus.
Mose, I have to admit I did not fully understand your question. Can you repeat?
So if refugees under the temporary protection, so Ukrainians have rights to social allowances and work permits?
The Temporary Protection Directive is valid until 4 March 2026, if this was your question.
No, that was not a question. Paula repeated the question. It's not about the validity of the period, the extension of the mechanism, but about what does it include? I mean, what rights and benefits can they enjoy during the stay in a member state?
It does include the right to stay, the immediate right to stay in the European Union. So.
Okay, good. Any other question to Markus? You would like to compliment, still on the last question to Mose? Go ahead, Markus.
Mose, I'm coming back to you. The Temporary Protection Directive grants immediate protection and access to rights in the EU, including residency rights, access to the labour market, accommodation, social welfare assistance, medical and other assistance. It also helps member states to manage arrivals in an orderly and effective way.
Good. Okay, so that addresses indeed more comprehensively the question from Mose. Then if no other question for Markus, any other question? I see Jorge.
Yes, it's not strictly tariffs, but it's tariff-related. I know that you said that the trade question should be for Luxembourg, but I wonder if we could have an on-the-record reaction from the Commission to the dramatic situation in the stock markets this morning. Everything is going down, including in Europe, with very drastic numbers. Are you concerned about the situation, and do you think too much damage will be done before a negotiated solution can be found, if it's ever found? Thank you.
Jorge, I think everybody will agree that we don't want to see markets and stocks plunging. It's not in the interest of the overall economy, not of the European economy either. I think that's all we can say for now. Yes, please.
Elena Apostolidou from Hellenic Broadcasting Corporation. What does it mean in practice that negotiations with the US on tariffs are continuing?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
What does it mean in practice that negotiations with US on tariffs are continuing?
That's the preferred approach from the EU, and today the modalities of these discussions are being precisely discussed, exchanged in more detail with all the member states. That's the subject of the Trade Council today, on which Commissioner Šefčovič will then brief you and reply to your questions. Good. Questions on any other subject? I have online Enrique Cerveto. Enrique, can you hear us and are you able to connect?
Yes. Hello?
Hi, Enrique. Yes, now we can hear and see you.
Okay, my question is mainly for you, because the Spanish Prime Minister is going to travel to China this week, and somehow is attributing himself the representation of the European Union. I would like to know if there is or there have been any coordination between the Commission and the Spanish government for this trip, and in any case, which conditions should apply for any government, national government, that can play this mediation or a role in these negotiations.
Thank you, Enrique. Well, what I can say about that is that President von der Leyen has been in touch with the leaders over the past days in the context of the tariffs announced by the US. And obviously, when she speaks with various leaders across the EU, they exchange on the topics of mutual concern. I wouldn't go far as saying that any Prime Minister would represent the Commission in its trips abroad, but certainly there are exchanges, and the idea is that when leaders travel and meet their counterparts also in other countries, to the extent possible, that we have exchanged views and messages and are as coordinated as possible. So certainly this is part of the mutual efforts that we see in the context between the President and the leaders across the EU. Any other question? Yes, please.
We continue to listen in to this compelling event out in Brussels, Belgium. The European Commission holding their Monday morning briefing on several topics, including U.S. tariffs. Keeping a close eye there on the global market out in Frankfurt, Germany. In that top right box is EU shares nosedived this Monday amid the U.S. tariffs. And then looking ahead to later today, President Donald Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu slated to have discussions there in Washington, D.C. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Breaking news headlines and top stories when we return. 6:45 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanette Francine, and we are following some breaking news on this Monday morning. Take a good look at your screen. This just in from our content partners over at the Associated Press as we give you a live look out in Frankfurt, Germany. AP saying you're getting a live look as a new trading week begins there at Frankfurt Stock Exchange, where the DAX dropped up to 5.9% Friday as European shares slumped overall due to what they say is U.S. tariffs and China's retaliation. We have more information. This says global stock markets extended a severe plunge this Monday, fueled by fears that U.S. tariffs would lead to a global economic slowdown. European and Asian shares saw dramatic losses. The leading U.S. index flirted with bear market territory in pre-market trading, and oil prices sagged. The massive sell-off in riskier assets at the start of the trading week follows President Donald Trump's announcement of sharply higher U.S. import taxes and retaliation from China that saw markets fall sharply Thursday and Friday. European shares following Asian markets lower, but we are learning they did recover some ground to move down 5.8% in morning trading. Now, U.S. futures signaled further weakness ahead. For the S&P 500, they lost 3.4%, while for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, they shed 3.1%. Futures for the NASDAQ lost 5.3%. Now, if pre-market futures losses materialize when the U.S. market opens, the S&P 500 will enter bear market territory. This is defined as a fall of more than 20% from the peak. The index was off 17.4% as of the end of last week. Friday, the worst market crisis since the COVID-19 pandemic shifted into higher gear as the S&P 500 plummeted 6% and the Dow plunged 5.5%. The NASDAQ composite dropped 3.8%. Late Sunday, President Donald Trump reiterating his resolve on his decision to introduce tariffs of 10% to 50%, this on goods imported into the U.S., a move seen as massively disrupting world trade and supply chains across borders. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, President Donald Trump said he did not want global markets to fall, but also that he was not concerned about the massive sell-offs, adding, quote, "Sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something." Heavy selling kicked in after China Friday matched President Donald Trump's tariffs, upping the stakes in a trade war that many fear could end in global recession. Even a better than expected report on the U.S. job market, usually the economic highlight of each month, was not enough to stop the slide. So we continue to follow this breaking news alert as we give you a live look out in Frankfurt, Germany on this Monday morning. This is a new trading week begins. You're getting a live look at the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. We'll continue to keep a close eye on the market here on Live Now from Fox, of course. As the New York Stock Exchange opens, we'll make sure to share that with you in real time. We're going to go ahead and step away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. More top stories and headlines when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, I was sharing with you some breaking news as European and Asian stocks nosedived this Monday as China accuses the U.S. of bullying as it relates to the U.S. tariffs. Early this morning, before we came on the air, you're getting a look out in China. The Chinese Foreign Ministry officials, they gave a briefing addressing the U.S. tariffs. I want to play that for you now.
总裁央视记者提问：美国日前宣布对所有贸易伙伴加征关税，对象遍及全球180
The U.S. recently announced tariff hikes on all trading partners covering over 180 countries and regions in the world, including some vulnerable economies designated as the least developed countries by the UN. Comments say that the high tariffs will deal an unprecedented heavy blow to poor countries that have simple economic structure and are highly reliant on export. Spokesman for the UN Secretary General warned that the trade war will adversely affect implementation of SDGs, and the concern right now is with the most vulnerable countries, which are the least equipped to deal with the current situation. WTO Director General also noted that the U.S. tariffs could lead to an overall contraction of around 1% in global merchandise trade volumes this year, and will have substantial implications for global trade and economic growth prospects. What is your comment? The U.S. hegemonic move in the name of reciprocity serves its selfish interests at the expense of other countries' legitimate interests and puts America first over international rules. This is a typical move of unilateralism, protectionism, and economic bullying. China has issued the Chinese government's position on opposing U.S. abuse of tariffs to express our serious and just attitude. The U.S. abuse of tariffs deprives countries, especially global South countries, of their right to development. Analysis of WTO data shows that, in light of the uneven economic development and strength, the U.S. tariff hikes will further widen the wealth gap among countries, and the less developed countries will feel a heavier blow. This gravely hurts the effort for realizing the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The U.S. tariffs with differentiated rates violate the WTO principle of non-discrimination, severely disrupt the international trade order and the security and stability of the global industrial and supply chains, severely undermine the multilateral trading system, severely hinder global economic recovery, and will certainly be rejected by the international community. Open cooperation represents the trend of history, and a mutual benefit is what the people want. Development is an universal right of all countries, not an exclusive privilege of individual countries. Countries need to uphold the principles of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefit, remain committed to true multilateralism, and jointly oppose unilateralism and protectionism of all forms, safeguard the international order with the UN at its core, and uphold the multilateral trading system with the WTO at its center. Next one, please.
Yonhap News Agency, according to a ruling today, the former South Korean president was removed from office, and what's the impact on China-ROK relations?
We noted the ruling and the relevant decisions. This is a domestic affair of the ROK. We hope the ROK will advance its domestic political agenda in an orderly manner and keep the political situation and society stable. China and the ROK are close neighbors and cooperation partners. China's policy on the ROK maintains consistency, stability, and certainty. We stand ready to work with the ROK to cherish the commitment made when establishing diplomatic ties, uphold good neighborliness and friendly ties, work for mutual benefit, and promote the sound and steady development of the strategic cooperative partnership. Next one, please.
白人好，环球时报记者提问：据报道，今年2月，我国专家。
Global Times. According to reports, Chinese experts conducted another independent sample collection for the nuclear contaminated water from Fukushima nuclear power station in February, and the test result has been obtained. Could you share more information on that? According to what we learned from relevant authorities, Chinese research institutions have completed tests and analysis of China's independent sampling in February, including that of seawater and marine life in the nearby waters of the Fukushima nuclear power station. No abnormality was seen in the activity concentration of radionuclides, including tritium, cesium-134, cesium-137, and strontium-19. And later on, the statistics will be submitted to the IAEA and be released. Like we stressed repeatedly, no abnormality in one single test doesn't mean any test result will be normal in the future. During a recent China-Japan high-level economic dialogue, the Japanese side reiterated it accepts long-term international monitoring and independent sampling and monitoring by China, and confirmed that the above-mentioned monitoring activities will be carried out on a continuous basis. China's opposition to Japan's discharge of the nuclear contaminated water has never changed. We will continue to work with the international community, including the IAEA and other professional agencies, to urge Japan to honor its commitments and ensure that the discharge of the contaminated water always remains under strict international oversight.我们注意到最近中国发布的对美关税制裁声明并没有提到要和美方进行谈判，那么在什么条件下双方才会举行谈判呢？习近平主席和特朗普总统是否会在近期就此进行会谈？
你提到关于对
You mentioned dialogue. I would refer you to competent Chinese authorities for more specifics. We have stressed more than once, sanction and pressure is not the right way to deal with China. China will continue to firmly safeguard its legitimate rights and interests. Next one, please.
Question for another agency. I want to follow up with question. Experts and other people noticed that the formula that was used by Trump administration.
有一些专家和其他人士注意到，特朗普总统计算关税的公式居然是把美对其贸易
related with the real tariff rates at all. China isn't actually deploying 67% tariffs to US. They call it effective tariff rates, and claiming currency manipulation and other trade barriers are also added up in the calculation, while in fact not, it seems not. What do you think about this method of calculation? Thank you.
我想你的看法也代表了国际社会
And I believe your opinion represents the right opinion of the international community and those with a vision. I want to say that the Chinese government has made clear a stern position on U.S. abuse of tariffs. The U.S. has used all sorts of excuses to announce tariffs on China and all of its trading partners is in serious violation of the legitimate rights and interests of all countries, serious violation of WTO rules, a serious violation of the rules-based multilateral trading system, and has dealt a severe blow to global economic order and stability. The Chinese government strongly condemns it and opposes it. This is typical acts of unilateralism, protectionism, and economic bullying. It not only hurts others but also itself. Next one, please.
Thank you, spokesperson. A question from Reuters. This is about Kenya's.
路透社，肯尼亚财政部上周发表声明，但是后来声明被撤回了。在这个声明当中，中方表示愿意在肯财政部长访华后协助其进行债务重组，你能否证实？
For a long time, our investment in the financing cooperation with Kenya has boosted its economic and social development and the people's well-being. China is willing, on the basis of mutual benefit, to continue to enhance development cooperation with African countries, including Kenya. Next one, please.
Question for another agency. Another one on tariff issue.
美国新的关税政策似乎
trade for the past 40 years and a trend of economic globalization. So do you think this is a declaration of a new global economic order by US? Thank you.
你对此有何回应？
I have already made clear China's position just now. In the name of reciprocity, it serves its own interests at the expense of other countries. It puts America first over the interests of other countries is a typical act of unilateralism, protectionism, and economic bullying. Development is a right, universal right of all countries, not a privilege of a handful of countries. I'd like to say that countries around the world should abide by the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution for shared benefit, and oppose all sorts of unilateralism and protectionism, and uphold the UN-centered international system and the WTO-centered trading system. Next one, please.
A question from AFP. The National Security Council of the Philippines said over the weekend.
菲律宾的国家安全委员会
appear to have been scripted, and they urged Beijing to respect their rights. Does the Foreign Ministry have any comment? Thank you.
这个菲律宾公民是计划好的，是一种报复行为，你对此有何回应？
The Filipinos charged with espionage activities, our relevant departments already released the information. Our judicial organs and the relevant departments, based on facts, handle cases in accordance with law and will protect the lawful rights and interests of relevant individuals. Recently, the Philippines have fabricated many so-called cases of Chinese spy. In the absence of clear facts, they have taken a presumption of guilt approach, stigmatization and politicization. China is firmly opposed to it and has made several serious demands. China urges the Philippines to stop shadow chasing and unwarranted labeling and handle relevant cases in a just manner and protect their lawful rights and interests. Next one, please.
So you're listening in as the Chinese Foreign Ministry, they did respond bright and early this Monday morning as European and Asian stocks nosedive. You heard the Chinese Foreign Ministry say that the U.S. is accused of economic bullying amid the U.S. tariffs. As we play out those remarks on the left side of your screen in that smaller box, giving you a live look at the global market there in Frankfurt, Germany, as the stock exchange there opens up this Monday. 7:05 here on the East Coast. We're going to step aside for our first 2-minute commercial break of the 7 o'clock hour. More top stories and headlines of your Monday when we return. welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. On this Monday, we're keeping a close eye out in Washington, D.C., giving you a live look at the White House as we are anticipating today that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will visit Washington and discuss U.S. tariffs imposed by U.S. President Donald Trump, among several other issues. A lot to dissect and discuss, so we want to bring into the conversation CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief of Jewish News Syndicate, Alex Trayman. Good morning to you, Alex. Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Good morning, Jeanne. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. So as we begin this discussion, I actually want to show the viewers the latest from the Prime Minister of Israel. We both see it there on the screen. It's the latest tweet via X. It says, quote, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met this evening at Blair House in Washington with U.S. Commerce Secretary and U.S. Trade Representative. It goes on to say the meeting was warm, friendly, and productive. So, Alex, you are actually traveling with the Israeli Prime Minister during this visit. You all arrived late Sunday. Talk about what that visit has been like so far, please.
Well, first we were in Budapest, Hungary for meetings with Viktor Orban, where Orban announced that he was going to withdraw from the International Criminal Court. It was probably the only location that Netanyahu could safely touch down in Europe without threats of arrest due to the faulty arrest warrants that had been issued by the ICC. And while we were in Budapest, we got the announcement that the Prime Minister was going to come to Washington today. It had not been pre-scheduled in order to meet the president to deal with many issues, including the war in Gaza, potential war with Iran, but also most urgently probably this issue of tariffs, which are affecting nations all around the world, including Israel.
Alex, we can first start off with the tariffs. Let's discuss how U.S. tariffs and the decision from President Donald Trump are impacting Israelis this morning. Many might not understand the trade component of Israel and the U.S. because a lot of eyes have been on the conflict in Gaza.
Well, Israel is known as the startup nation, and much of what it exports to the world is technology. American companies are Israel's #1 buyers. So the United States is Israel's #1 export market. And there was an announcement that there would be a 17% tariff on Israeli products. And that came just days after Israel had announced that it would eliminate all tariffs on U.S. goods in Israel. It's not clear if that memo was passed and calculated in advance of the major press conference announcing those tariffs. But Netanyahu, who himself was Israel's economic attaché to the United States, also Minister of Strategic Affairs and former ambassador to the United States, Ron Dermer, was also previously an economic attaché to the United States. So they are definitely steeped in the economic costs of the tariffs. And I think that Netanyahu wanted to take a bold world leadership position to be the first world leader to come and address and negotiate the tariffs issue with the president.
And we know that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been in the U.S. previously. This is actually his second visit since President Donald Trump has returned to the White House for another term. How does he feel about this visit? Any discussions that you've had in close corners, Alex, that you don't mind sharing with the viewers?
Well, certainly, as you mentioned, this is not Netanyahu's first visit. Israel is not an immediate neighbor of the United States like Canada or Mexico. So to come over here is a significant amount of time invested. And Netanyahu was the first of all world leaders to be in the United States after Trump's inauguration. And now he's the first leader to meet the president a second time. I think many leaders have yet to meet the president. And it's very important for Netanyahu to establish just how close the two countries are working together because, of course, while trade tariff issue is the #1 concern now for most countries around the world, Israel's still engaging in a war on multiple fronts. The United States is involved in hitting an Iranian terror group, the Houthis in Yemen, that have been firing ballistic missiles at Israel. Just yesterday, Hamas from Gaza fired 10 rockets on Israel, injuring one person. The ceasefire in Lebanon is threatening to break down, and there's a big question as to whether Israel and possibly the United States together may coordinate to hit Iran's nuclear facilities at some point in the coming days or weeks.
Yeah, and that's the perfect segue. Obviously, we just discussed what that conversation could potentially look like with the U.S. and also with Israel today as it relates to the tariffs. But a lot of eyes are on what the conversation will look like as it relates to the conflict in Gaza. But as you put, the conflict with the Yemen Houthi rebels, we've also seen conflict out with Hezbollah out in Lebanon. What do you think the Israeli Prime Minister is hoping to accomplish with those conversations? Obviously, families out in Israel still holding on to hope that those remaining hostages in Hamas captivity will be released.
Well, I think that you're seeing the biggest shift in policy from the Biden administration to the Trump administration with regard to how the war is conducted inside Gaza. Just in the last several days, Israel has announced that it's taking a much more aggressive tenor toward a renewed military operation in Gaza. Israel's now working to divide the Gaza Strip into several different regional components, creating new military corridors that actually divide certain cities from each other inside Gaza. And it looks clear that Israel's preparing to have a military rule in Gaza for a significant period of time. The last time Netanyahu came to meet the president maybe shocked everybody, including Netanyahu, by stating that all Gazans really should be forced to resettle outside of the Strip, and that even the United States would take an ownership stake in the future of Gaza. And I'm not sure that America is going to take any ownership stake, but still the two leaders are going to be looking for ways to resettle at least hundreds of thousands of Gazans who have expressed interest in leaving the dire situation that they're currently sitting in Gaza.
Alex Trayman, always a pleasure to have you join us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for the candid conversation and your perspective and expertise on this topic. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I guess welcome back to the U.S. I know you've been here several times.
You too. Good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. As we further discuss U.S. President Donald Trump and that visit today, we know before the Israeli Prime Minister and U.S. President Donald Trump have that discussion, the president will actually welcome the 2024 world champion Los Angeles Dodgers to the White House. So that happening before the meeting, as the president is expected to greet Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That is slated for 1 o'clock Eastern time. And then at 2:30, the president will participate in a press conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That happening on the heels of that discussion in closed quarters. Of course, cameras will not be allowed inside, but at 2:30 Eastern time, that's when that press conference with the media will happen with U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox for all of those updates. 7:15 here on the East Coast. We're going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines for your Monday morning when we return. 7:18 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to keep a close eye on the White House this Monday morning as we're following the very latest of President Donald Trump, but also those U.S. tariffs. I want to share with you the very latest quote from President Trump on tariffs and the market plunge. He says, quote, oil prices are down, interest rates are down. The slow-moving Fed should cut rates. Food prices are down. There is no inflation, and the long-time abused USA is bringing in billions of dollars a week from the abusing countries on tariffs that are already in place. President Trump goes on to say this is despite the fact that the biggest abuser of them all, China, whose markets are crashing, just raised its tariffs by 34% on top of its long-term ridiculous high tariffs, not acknowledging my warning for abusing countries not to retaliate. They've made enough for decades, taking advantage of the good old USA. Our past leaders are to blame for allowing this and so much else to happen to our country. President Donald Trump concludes this quote this morning by saying, "Make America great again." We continue to follow the very latest of this breaking news alert as I transition to show you the global market out in Frankfurt, Germany. As we've seen, the Chinese Foreign Ministry, they actually did respond to President Donald Trump this morning, calling him a, quote, a bully of tariffs. So as this is happening, again, giving you a live look out in Frankfurt, Germany, this is a new trading week begins there at the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. Now, here in the U.S., we know Wall Street could be facing another day of steep losses as President Trump's new tariffs are about to take hold. As Fox News correspondent Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the president is definitely standing by his plan.
President Trump says he does not want the markets to tank, but he says this may be the price we have to pay for the fundamental realignment that he envisions. No matter what the language, the numbers are clear. Overseas markets took a beating overnight. That follows last week's big sell-offs on Wall Street with signs that this could be another difficult day.
I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something.
The president, flying back from Florida last night, talked about the reaction so far to his tariffs.
I spoke to a lot of leaders, European, Asian, from all over the world. They're dying to make a deal, but I said, we're not going to have deficits with your country.
But pressure may be building. There were big protests against the president and his policies around the country over the weekend. Democrats think they may have found new footing now on economic issues.
I've never seen an administration in my lifetime do something so monumentally wrong and that so staggeringly hurts American people.
And even within the president's inner circle, there may be some dissenting views. Elon Musk saying it may be time to cut a deal with Europe.
I hope it is agreed that both Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America.
White House senior counselor Peter Navarro says Musk doesn't get it.
He doesn't understand that. And the thing that's, I think, important about Elon to understand, he sells cars. That's what he does.
President Trump meets today at the White House with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and trade is certain to be a top issue. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. And again, as we are awaiting the New York Stock Exchange to open there along Wall Street in the Big Apple of New York City, taking you back out across international waters to Frankfurt, Germany, and giving you that live look at the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. Again, world leaders responding this morning. You heard moments ago from the European Commission. You also heard from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. Well, this morning also, European trade ministers, they arrived for a meeting to discuss Trump tariffs. Speaking ahead of that meeting, they did have some comments for the media. I want to play out some of those comments for you now.
Dzień dobry, good morning. Well, we are meeting today really at a momentous moment for global economy. There was no tariffs like we have seen the past week, really for the last 100 years. Tariffs 100 years ago led to worsening of Great Depression, which in the end caused loss of millions of jobs. led to political extremism, and in fact many historians point to the sources in the Great Depression of international conflict. So this is what's at stake. I hope that we all will learn from history. This is why the Polish presidency of the EU Council has decided to call this extraordinary trade ministerial in order to really hear member states talk with each other and give the European Commission a guidance on how to respond to the tariffs, so-called reciprocal tariffs imposed last week by the United States. They are so-called reciprocal tariffs because we are still trying to understand the exact math and ideas behind it. But it's very clear that there will be no winners in this confrontation. In fact, as you all know and have seen, only over the course of Thursday and Friday, the U.S. stock exchange lost over $5 trillion. Today's market in Asia are showing more losses. So as we will be talking with the ministers, we probably will see a lot more losses, especially in the U.S. Trade and U.S. markets. So it's very much hurting Americans, but it's hurting also Europeans and other countries around the globe. This will be the main point of our discussion, will be the goal. My goal for the Council is to get a good sense from the member states, preserve unity, and give clear direction to the European Commission on their negotiations with the United States. So far, the approach that we have seen is perhaps a little bit too much shoot first, talk later. I hope that we can switch to negotiations as soon as possible, serious negotiations with the United States, because again, the transatlantic economic relationship is the biggest one in the world. It's far bigger than U.S. relationship with China, it's bigger than our relationship with China. What matters the most for millions of jobs in Europe, in the United States, is how we trade, how we invest together, both trading in goods as well as services. The other point on the agenda, also connected, is point on China. Commissioner Šefčovič recently visited China. We want to hear from him. We also will discuss how we will avoid any secondary effects of the potential dumping from China to the EU. So these are the main points. It's, again, historic moment, moment where we need to stick together, when we need to negotiate. We regret that United States had decided to go with such high tariffs, again, the highest tariffs we have seen in about 100 years, and we hope to move to negotiation of positive transatlantic trade deal from right now what we see a move that is hurting U.S. economy, but also other economies across the globe. We'll have time for questions after the Council, so I don't want to preempt our discussion. I would rather not answer any questions right now. So I really invite you over for the conversation after the Council meeting.
To teraz po polsku. Poprosimy po polsku przesłanie.
Dobrze. I'm going to now switch to Polish for our Polish journalists. Spotykamy się dziś w Luksemburgu w momencie zupełnie historycznym, jeżeli chodzi o globalną gospodarkę. Nie widzieliśmy takich ceł od 100 lat. 100 lat temu ta wojna celna doprowadziła do gorszej sytuacji, pogorszyła już wielki spadek, wielką depresję w Stanach Zjednoczonych, która się potem rozszerzyła na całą planetę. Wtedy ta wojna celna doprowadziła również do radykalizacji i koniec końców do konfliktu międzynarodowego. Więc mamy nadzieję, że wszyscy będziemy w tym momencie mogli się nauczyć z historii tego, czego nie należy robić. Dlatego właśnie polska prezydencja zdecydowała się zwołać tę nadzwyczajną Radę Ministrów Handlu, aby przedyskutować to, co Europa powinna zrobić w odpowiedzi na tak zwane cła równoległe ze Stanów Zjednoczonych. Spodziewamy się, że państwa członkowskie wypowiedzą się, jak według nich powinna wyglądać polityka Komisji Europejskiej, bo to Komisja Europejska jest przede wszystkim tym miejscem, gdzie Unia wykuwa swoją politykę handlową. Widzimy do tej pory bardzo jasną jedność państw członkowskich i tego się spodziewam również po dzisiejszej dyskusji. Będziemy również rozmawiać o relacji Unii Europejskiej z Chinami. Komisarz Šefčovič był niedawno w Chinach i to też bardzo mocno wiąże się z naszą rozmową o relacjach transatlantyckich relacjach handlowych, ponieważ można obawiać się, że te produkty, które w tym momencie zostały odcięte od Stanów Zjednoczonych, zostaną przesunięte na inne rynki. A tutaj Europa nie może sobie na to pozwolić, nie pozwolimy na to i musimy dobrze zrozumieć, jak nasi chińscy partnerzy również to widzą. Więc to są te dwa najważniejsze punkty naszej dzisiejszej rozmowy, które dadzą Komisji Europejskiej jasny przekaz, jasny kierunek polityczny, co dalej robić w tej, przyznam, bardzo trudnej sytuacji, która, mam nadzieję, skończy się jak najszybciej prawdziwymi negocjacjami między Unią Europejską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi, tak żebyśmy nie skończyli tak, jak skończyło się to ostatnim razem, czyli rzeczywiście dużą, otwartą wojną celną, która była bardzo negatywna i dla globalnej gospodarki, i koniec końców dla systemów politycznych i po naszej, i po drugiej stronie Atlantyku.
Jaka powinna być odpowiedź teraz? Już zdecydowana, stanowcza, taryfy odwetowe, czy cła odwetowe, czy miejsce jednak na negocjacje?
O tym porozmawiamy dzisiaj z państwami członkowskimi, więc nie chcę odpowiadać zbyt wcześnie. Ta odpowiedź z pewnością będzie odpowiedzią przemyślaną, pełną odpowiedzialności, ponieważ z pewnością nie chcemy pogarszać sytuacji, która i tak jest teraz trudna, a chcemy oczywiście doprowadzić do jak najszybszych, konkretnych negocjacji ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi.
A mówi pan, że jest jedność między krajami, a jednak słyszymy różne głosy. Na przykład Włochy niekoniecznie mówią, żeby już teraz nakładać cła, a Francja mówi, żeby uderzyć w usługi. No to różne te głosy są jednak.
Będę państwu mógł więcej o tym powiedzieć po Radzie. To jest najlepszy moment, żeby odpowiadać na te.
Europe in what I would describe as a paradigm shift of the global trading system. So I'm very glad that I would have the opportunity to inform and debrief my colleagues, the ministers, on the ongoing contacts with my American partners. I will also inform them about my recent visit to China, and of course we will also focus our discussion on the next steps, how to prepare our next move in relation vis-à-vis United States, but also how to prepare our trading system back in European Union to prevent eventual trade diversion, how to make sure that it will provide adequate support and services for the European companies in this very difficult situation, and how to make sure that with the rest of the world we would accelerate the free trade negotiations and make sure that this 87% of trade is still functioning on the rules-based system, respecting WTO, MFN mechanisms and all the rules which have been serving us so well for many, many decades. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will talk to you when we finish. I will be back.
Good morning. Good morning. The U.S. decision to raise tariffs against Europe and the rest of the world is extremely unfortunate. It is when goods and services, entrepreneurs and ideas can move freely over the Atlantic Sea that humankind has made the biggest leap forward. We don't want escalation. We don't want a trade war with the US. We want more trade and more cooperation with the US. But the EU stands united right now. We're in favor of a negotiated solution, but of course stands ready for countermeasures that are well targeted and proportionate. Sweden will continue to be a strong voice for free trade and open trade routes. And it's important to say that we need to sign more free trade agreements going forward right now. Thank you.
What do you think of the discussion about the zero tariffs? Musk has been bringing this up over the weekend. How realistic do you think it is? Is this the solution?
Well, of course, free trade is always good. We know we need more free trade, and if all this ends up with zero tariffs in both directions, that would be the most positive outcome there is right now.
What will the EU do against Chinese dumping?
On the note of free trade, we already know what Canada did. We already know what China has done. Do you see the European Union cozying up more to China in a world where perhaps the main player, which is the United States, would be left out?
Well, Europe is a free trade continent, and we need more trade both with China, with Canada and the US. Now we're going to discuss the countermeasures, and Sweden will be in favor of countermeasures, but always be open for negotiations. The countermeasures, they have to be well targeted and proportionate. But Europe wants more trade with all countries and continents.
And do you think the US is going to back down, or do you think this is just not going to happen unless Trump is directly involved and has top-level conversations with the European Union instead of being an ministerial leader?
Well, we are prepared for the worst, but of course, when China, when Canada, when the European Union for the coming days and weeks will put into place countermeasures, it will be a strong pressure on the U.S. administration to negotiate with us.
And what can the European Union do to protect its internal market against Chinese dumping?
We have to reform ourselves, of course, and when we talk about trade, we need more trade within the European Union, and we need more trade with China, with the US, with Canada, and the rest of the world.
Should the US American tech companies be targeted?
All options are on the table right now, and we will, of course, be in favor of EU unity, but the countermeasures, they have to be well targeted and countermeasures so it don't hurt European companies more than it hurts American companies.
Do you think the European Union can invest?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Martin Šuskis, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from Latvia. Of course, trade with the U.S. today is the main question. We regret the measures from the United States right now, but we think that, first of all, Europe should stand united right now, and we should be strong, and also we should work on finding some positive agenda in communication with the United States partners. That could be energy security, that could be military trade, that could be new technologies, but we should really focus on that to find a common ground, because the trade wars are never favorable for everyone, and we would assume that if we continue that way, it would really harm our competitiveness both here in Europe and in the US.
Do you think zero tariffs are an answer to this? Do you think this is realistic?
We should, well, first of all, speaking about tariffs, we should provide some answers, of course, but we shouldn't be the ones who would bring this trade war on the new scale.
Which U.S. military services should be targeted? Should be American?
Well, I don't think that we should target the exact services. These countermeasures should be probably leveled up on one level for all goods. But once again, it's much more needed to find some positive agenda and to show our partners that we can find a common ground and not start the new wars and new battlefields.
Why do you think the EU is strong enough to have the shoulders to protect its internal market?
Well, first of all, our market is one of the largest in the world. We have a lot of consumers here, and our Commission is also very actively working in strengthening the relationship with the new markets in South America, around Europe, etc. So we can be even stronger, and we already now are quite strong economically, and we just should work better with each other. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Good morning.
So good morning. I start in German and then you see. Die Ankündigungen von Donald Trump sind ein Angriff auf die regelbasierte Handelspolitik. Ich möchte zwei Vorbemerkungen machen, weil es wichtig ist, dass wir nicht in die Falle reinlaufen, die die Amerikaner in ihrer Argumentation aufgestellt haben. Globalisierung nützt allen, sodass alleine die Ableitung, wir haben ein Handelsbilanzdefizit, die USA gegenüber Deutschland zum Beispiel oder gegen Europa, und deswegen sind wir Verlierer der Globalisierung, falsch ist. Die amerikanische Wirtschaft ist stark gewachsen, das BIP ist stark gewachsen in den letzten 20 Jahren, stärker auch als das deutsche beispielsweise. Insofern trifft die Argumentation, die Trump zur Grundlage seiner Entscheidung liegt, einfach nicht zu. Wir sollten also gar nicht darauf einsteigen, auf diese Argumentation. Und damit verbindet sich, dass die Rede von reziproken Zöllen, also Gegenmaßnahmen gegenüber Vorteilen, die Europa oder die Welt gegenüber den USA hat, einfach falsch ist. Es sind Verhinderungsmaßnahmen, es sind Abschottungsmaßnahmen, die er ergriffen hat mit schwerem Schaden auf die Weltwirtschaft. Schon jetzt brechen die Börsen ein und der Schaden kann noch größer werden. Deswegen gilt es jetzt hier bei diesem Rat, ruhig, umsichtig, aber auch klar und entschieden zu agieren. Klar und entschieden und umsichtig zu agieren heißt, sich klar zu machen, dass wir in einer starken Position sind. Amerika ist in einer Position der Schwäche. Die Äußerungen von Elon Musk, die man über das Wochenende so gesehen hat, sprechen genau diese Sprache, dass sie sehen, dass sie sich in eine schwache Position begeben haben, wenn, und das ist die Voraussetzung der politischen Arbeit, wenn Europa zusammensteht. Das ist das allererste, dass Europa sich jetzt nicht spalten lässt. Das bedeutet, dass nicht Länder versuchen, eigene Vorteile rauszuverhandeln, denn das geht schief. Wir haben es ja gesehen, dass die Länder, die in der Vergangenheit versucht haben, durch Anbieterei vielleicht von Zöllen verschont zu werden, nicht verschont wurden. Die Stärke.
So right now, not in English, so we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, we'll continue with the compelling comments there from EU trade ministers on this Monday as they arrive for a meeting to discuss U.S. tariffs. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to get back to the very latest of your political headlines in just a moment, but right now we want to actually head out to Georgia, learning of a confirmed tornado. Our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta are in wall-to-wall coverage to keep the viewers informed. We know we have people all over the world, of course, also in Atlanta area. Let's head inside now.
Grove exit, and then there's going to be the city of Locust Grove. So if I am in Henry County between Luella and Locust Grove, right there along Bill Gardner Parkway, I know there's a big golf course right there. Need to be headed to your tornado safe place right now. I'm almost wondering, Paul, I believe this is starting to move into Henry County. This is a new reflectivity scan.
Yeah, you want to put back on the debris signature quickly and see where we're going here.
So, yeah, so there's your debris signature that has just crossed out of Highland Mills, moving up into Henry County.
So it's just south of Hampton right now.
Yeah.
It's like due south of Hampton right now. Not far south of Hampton, but yeah, just south, and still moving north and east. Remember, folks, this warning is in effect until 8 o'clock this morning. We've still got another 15 minutes at least of this warning. So it goes all the way out. I mean, you look at where the flashing red polygon is. It does include McDonough. It does include Locust Grove, like Alex said. So folks who are all the way just to the other side of I-75 still need to be watching closely, heading to their safe place now, knowing this storm is on the way.
Exactly. And there's a new scan right there, I believe. And that doesn't look much better. That looks like a stronger reading now.
Yeah.
So what I suspect has happened is that this just crossed the Pomona area and it picked up some stuff in the process, and now we're scanning that stuff that is just south of Baptist Camp Road. So if you're on Tiemann Road, right here, west, just as I'm reading
new scan right there, and there's a new, yep.
All right, so Thompson Creek Road, not 5 minutes, not 2 minutes from now, right now, need to be in your tornado safe place. Hunter Road, Weems Road, this is a neighborhood right here, all right? This is going to be Blue Sky Drive. If that is in your neighborhood, need to be in your tornado safe place right now. We have this debris signature that is like a quarter mile away from you, and it's moving in your direction. So if you're going to be in Huron Bay Boulevard, McIntosh Drive, Nutt Drive, I believe that's Gulf View Crossing, Southgate Drive, Fincher Road, Lantana Drive, Granby Lane. This is right in the Luella area, so Luella Road and Frog Road. This is a confirmed tornado still on the ground and is moving into your area. And Paul, I am not seeing, I mean, we saw that brief drop in the signature, but
not anymore. Yeah, I mean, this is really concerning to see a debris signature like this over a populated area. As Alex said, what the debris detector is doing is it's looking for something on the radar that isn't rain. So what it could be is debris being picked up from the ground and taken up off the ground by the tornado. And so to see a bright debris signature right there over residential areas is extremely concerning. And again, like Alex just said, this has been on the ground for a while now, and it's moving in towards the area of Luella right now. Remember, where you see it the brightest now over Jordan Hills Road, that's a little bit old. This data's a little bit old. So it's actually moved to the north and to the east since then. So it's closer to Luella than it might look. Heading in towards Bill Gardner Parkway there, right in the middle of your screen. Greenwood is just north of that. Just got another update here. And I mean, it's still there. So this is something, folks, really, if you are in the path of this, or if you're in the polygon, if you're in that warning area, you really need to be taking shelter.
And Paul, it's Monday morning, it's 7:46, and it's spring break for a lot of people, but it's not spring break for everybody. If you are listening to us on the radio and you are traveling on Interstate 75, if you are headed north and you have not made it to Locust Grove yet, pull off the interstate. If you are headed south and you have not made it to McDonough yet, pull off of the interstate. All right, this is going to be crossing 75, this area of rotation here in the next 10 minutes probably. I believe it's going to cross 75 just north of the Tanger outlets. I know there's a lot of warehouses up in this area, so it's going to be that general spot. They've been working on clearing trees in that area. I happen to know that that exit, that's where the QT and the Chick-fil-A is, right there on 75, and that is going to likely be in the vicinity of Locust Grove here. Paul, you mentioned this warning does go until 8 o'clock. It's 7:46, but looking at this, I suspect that we might be outrunning this warning before we get to 8 o'clock.
Seeing an extension of this or some more added. And as Alex was saying too, I think a lot of folks know, I mean, McDonough down to Locust Grove on I-75, boy, it can be a slow go there anywhere. Traffic is always really kind of snarled going up into McDonough. So if by some chance folks are listening to us right now as we simulcast on the radio, if you've got us streaming in your car, try to get off the highway and get somewhere safe, because this is moving in that direction right now. And it's very, very heavy rain right now, kind of down just now east of where Luella High School are. But we'll go back to the storm relative velocity here, see what we see. That looks a little weaker than it did before, which is good. But back to the correlation coefficient, I mean, we still have stuff showing up here, Alex.
Exactly. And I tell you what, Paul, I was just thinking when you were talking about 75, maybe Linda can help us out. Can we perhaps get maybe our 75 cameras in Locust Grove? That would be Bill Garner Parkway and 155, because if this is still on the ground, it is going to cross the interstate here in the next little bit. And Paul, to your point about it being a weaker signature, yes, absolutely. I also am noting that if we flip back over to the velocity real quick, a piece of good news here is that if there's a rotation, it's going to be right over Luella right now, and there was some more distance between that rotation and where that debris signature was, I think, in a way that we had not seen so far this morning. So that's, and it's an encouraging side. We're not letting our guard down, but it is at least something that we're like, okay, we're making progress here potentially in terms of trying to get this tornado off of the ground.
Yeah, and I just want to go back quickly to that correlation coefficient, because, as we said before, I mean, this is if it hasn't already, it's about to cross over McDonough Road right here. I mean, the folks in that area, you have got to take cover right now, because this was a confirmed tornado. Now, it looks like we've had an update here. Our red flashing polygon is gone, so that's good news. Let me check and see what we've got if we have an update here. We still have this flashing here, but it's at least changed.
So yeah, it looks like they updated it to a confirmed again.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, you're right. That's what it is. Yeah.
Because they did that, Paul, can we zoom out real quick and let's give some all clears, all right? We were talking about, in fact, whoa, all right, it just jumped up. Can we go back to the CC just dropped again, right there.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
So this is on the ground, all right? And that's right over
just like going right over McDonough Road, like we just said, just south of Luella here, moving toward Bill Gardner Parkway right now, and then I-75 is going to be next. So boy, I really hope people are getting their warnings right now and getting off the roads.
So Paul, right here, this is where that new Chick-fil-A is on Bill Gardner Parkway. That's the QT. Tanger Outlets is right here. Downtown Locust Grove is right here. If you are in Locust Grove, need you in your tornado safe place right now. And I want to outrun this warning box now, Paul. Let's do Unity Grove. If you live near Locust Grove High School, Peaksville Road, Singley Drive, that's going to be Old Jackson Road, Megan Mill Road, New Hope Road. There's Peaksville. If you are in these areas, need you in your tornado safe place. That's going to be the lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. For a lot of people, that's a basement. For others, that might be the first floor of a sturdy structure, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And Paul, I tell you what, I worked in Macon for several years, and I drove this between Macon and Atlanta a lot, and I know that traffic in Locust Grove is probably snarled right now.
Locust Grove to McDonough, I mean, it's notorious. It always gets backed up there. We're in spring break. People are on the roads anyway right now. Maybe people were up early trying to outrun some of this. So unfortunately, I have a bad feeling there are folks out there, and I really hope, again, they are getting their warnings. So I put on the reflectivity just to show you. I mean, even if we still have a tornado on the ground, you can't see it. There's a lot of rain coming down. I mean, just north of Locust Grove is where really the core of the rain is now, all the way up to McDonough. So you look, I mean, I-75 is soaked right now. I mean, there's a lot of rain coming down, and then just east of I-75 over Highway 42 there. So McDonough down to Locust Grove. This is still, I'm just looking over here, we are still until 8 a.m. for this particular tornado warning. But as Alex has been saying, there is every reason to believe right now, I mean, we'll go back to that correlation coefficient, still have debris signatures showing up. So as we've been mentioning, what these debris signatures tell us is that there is the potential that something else is showing up on radar, and it's not rain. And so that would be debris that's being whipped up by a tornado, lofted up into the air, and picked up by the radar. So there is every reason to believe that this is a tornado that is still causing debris, and that's why everybody really has got to go to that safe place now.
And this is moving right over Bill Gardner Parkway here in the next couple of seconds, not minutes, seconds. And then this is Highway 42 right here in Locust Grove. Grove.
Like you said, there's Tanger Boulevard right there.
Yeah.
I mean, very busy, populated areas that we're talking about here.
So I tell you what, if we could get...
And by the way, we have an update now. So a tornado warning for Henry until 8:15 now. So this has been extended through Henry County now until 8:15.
And I'm going to, so I am sending the newsroom an image, and if we can get this on TV as quickly as possible. We just saw the tornado cross the interstate from a GDOT camera. So this is on the ground. This is and
there's the new the new flashing polygon. So again, this has now been extended, this tornado warning. I mean, look at you certainly see the debris signatures here, as Alex just said. So this is I-75 here in the middle of your screen, and it appears that the tornado would have just crossed over I-75, which is why now the tornado warning has been extended here to the north and east. So now Unity Grove, Ola, you are included in this now. We go all the way over to Union, Peaksville, you are just in this as well. So this is all of you need to be taking your shelter now. You've got to be going to your safe place. This is now in effect until 8:15 this morning.
Yeah, so New Hope Road, that's going to be South Ola Road, Unity Grove, as we were mentioning, Cone Drive, Seabot Road, Colvin Drive. This is right over this area right now. It's crossing Davis Lake Road as we speak. There's Laney Road getting up in towards Irwin Drive. That's off of New Hope right there. And then Keys Ferry Road, and this is Georgia Highway 81. So this is coming from McDonough into Ola. If you are in that area, it's going to be up towards, it looks like Austin Drive, and then into the Leadmore area. Now, Paul, an encouraging sign on this, at least, if we zoom out real quick and look at this new warning, it doesn't go quite as far out, which maybe the hope is that it is on a weakening trend.
Right.
But
yeah, let me flip back on the velocity for you just to see if we're seeing anything here. We're really not.
Yeah. I tell you what, so that's the relative, just out of curiosity, let's hit the base velocity. Yeah, still nothing strong. I always just like to double check myself. In the process, but
yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean there is every reason to believe there is still a tornado on the ground. This was a confirmed tornado, and again, the warning is until 8:15. And where we have that, the debris signatures and things, I mean, that certainly indicates that there is still an issue here. There's still a tornado on the ground, and that folks in Henry County have got to be in their safe place right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to give a couple of all clears. If you were watching from Atlanta Motor Speedway and that part of Henry County and Spalding County, we can give you an all clear. So Sunnyside, we were tracking there. Hampton, we were tracking. It's okay to come out of your tornado safe place now. But if you live south of McDonough, between that city and Locust Grove, and now getting into the eastern parts of Henry County, this is where you need to be in the lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Keys Road, now moving over towards the Leadmore area, and then over towards Fincherville. That's going to be just across the county line there. It does look like, Paul, just for a reference, this is tracking north of Locust Grove High School.
Right, just north of Locust Grove High School there. It does include the area of Ola High School. Again, I think Henry County's on spring break this week, so that's really good news. Hopefully those buildings are empty right now, but we know that there's going to be a lot of traffic on the roads on 75 because it's spring break week, and this just crossed over I-75. It looks like the heaviest rain now is well to the east of I-75. The heaviest of the rain really is kind of just north of Ola here and just to the east of McDonough. We've got some very heavy rain in that area, and then the debris signatures are sort of just on the back end of that.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like we just got this updated scan here. So look, this is a shorter warning, which means if this is still on the ground and it's continuing, we might not have as much of a lead time further upstream. So I just, out of curiosity, want to talk about, this is going to be Butts County, and then as you cross out of Henry County into parts of Newton County, I want you to be on standby. If you are in Newton County and you live south of Interstate 20 primarily, and if you are in far northern Butts County, right there at the tip of the county, we're going to be tracking this, and it's moving at a pretty good clip. So I am a little concerned that maybe this is still on the ground, or maybe it has weakened, but it can still tighten back up, and we're not going to have quite as much advance notice in places like Newton County. So if you're watching from Newton County and you're south of Covington, you're south of Interstate 20, all right, need to be thinking about this. If you're on the far northern reaches of Jackson Lake, where we had a tornado only a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago now, need to be thinking about this because this has been on the ground potentially for tens of miles.
Yeah, I mean, those arrows there, those skits, I mean, you don't have to worry about those exactly, but they do point to the direction that this is moving. And so you see that the direction that where that flashing red polygon is, that's your tornado warning right now. And just look at the arrows at the bottom of the screen. That's the direction all of this is moving. So it would be heading toward Newborn, just like you said, south of Covington there. And even outside of the tornado area, I mean, look, I-20 right now through Conyers is getting soaked with rain. There's lightning in that area too. So still, I mean, even if you're not in a tornado warning, you're under really crummy weather conditions to be on the roads at all. I mean, it's going to be tough to see there. And certainly the closer you get to where we have that tornado warning, we've got that really, really heavy rain. You're going to have some very strong winds there. Just really got to stay off the roads right now. Yeah, Paul, we got a new scan here within the past minute or so. I'm curious to see if the velocity... we're still measuring debris for what it's worth, and that would be co-located with the dropout in the velocity right there, which when you get a system like this, the rotation might be so thin that it is hard to pick up on the extreme detail there, which the fact that we still have that debris signature, and that's going to be probably 2-ish miles from the interstate now, tells me that something is still happening, right? We don't have as strong of the reds and the greens meeting, but something is still happening right now. And it's the area that we have been talking about now, just south of Ola High School. I'll go back over to the correlation coefficient so you can get a check on how that's looking now too. And so it's not as strong as it was, which is a good sign, but it's still there. So New Hope Road needs you in your tornado safe place. If you are right near the center of Ola, so where Ola Road runs into Highway 81, needs you in your tornado safe place. Keys Ferry Road, again, these all look like neighborhoods to me. These are a lot of houses in this area right along Highway 81. That's McLean Drive. That's getting over towards Arborview Drive. And then that's South Ola Road right there. Antioch Road, need to be in your tornado safe place. This is going to be moving up towards Wynn Road, Stroud Road in the Leadmore area. And then that's when we start to cross into Newton County. All right, so if I'm in Newton County, okay, there's a new scan, and that's a good sign, Paul. We lost the yellow. Oh, yeah, we sure did. Yep. All right, so maybe this has lifted. Maybe, but we're not letting our guard down. And we do, I think we have a traffic camera ready. Now, this is going to be I-75. Now, it's past I-75, so let's look at it just to sort of see what the current situation is. I think they've got one ready to take here. If we can pull it up. If not, we'll show it to you later. Again, I mean, I-75 is now sort of, we're beyond I-75, and they're out of the worst of it now. Right. But I'm sure it's still not pleasant driving conditions. In fact, I can see it on the wall. You can't see it on TV, but I can see it back there. So, Paul, that's the picture I sent them. This is okay. Yeah. So if we could pop that up potentially. So if you look at the timestamp there in the, or it doesn't have the timestamp on it, but that was at North Bethlehem Road. Yeah. Right where it crossed the interstate. So I see it. There it is, right there. So this is what we meant by it being rain wrapped. You know, you can see the left side of the interstate. You can't see so much the right side of the interstate. And this was only about not even 15 minutes ago, probably 10 minutes ago now, crossing Interstate 75. 213 is the mile marker on this. So it's going to be about 2 or 3 miles north of Locust Grove. And this was only about 10 minutes ago. So there is your visual proof, right, that it's happened. And then you're looking at a live camera here. Again, this is past Interstate 75 now. So that's going to be at exit 209 or mile marker 209. So that's about 3 miles south of Locust Grove. Yeah, what we might see on these cameras is maybe some debris on the side of the roads eventually. Yeah. Could that be there? Yeah. We'll see. So the heaviest rain now is almost exited the polygon region. So this is the current reflectivity, and the heaviest rain is now falling kind of Leadmore up to Riverside Park, Hollow Oaks. But again, the tornado warning is still active through Henry County until 8:15. And Paul, I'm getting a message right now that they are going to let the warning expire. Okay. But they're going to watch it very closely because the threat of a spin-up is still very much going to be in the picture. So I tell you what, given the storm's history, I want to stick with it for a little bit into Newton County because I would be concerned about a spin up.
there is no debris signature now. We saw that yellow dot that we were tracking since Coweta County fade away now. But you know, I'm looking at that reflectivity signature there, and I'm not loving it. And I'm looking at this moving into Newton County, and it's something that I definitely want to watch closely.
Yeah, Covington's about to get very heavy rain here. Probably looks like a little lightning up there too. Conyers still getting a little lightning, even north up into Walnut Grove. But yeah, along I-20 there, like Conyers back to Covington, not good driving conditions. Don't go on the highway. It's just going to be extremely hard to see. And again, that's north of this tornado warning, but the tornado, that system that produced the tornado is moving to the north and east, and now we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah.
So what they're doing is they're saying that there are still very much strong winds in here. I was just looking at the warning on my phone. They're going to keep the tornado possible tag on this. So if you are in Covington, you're in Social Circle, you're in Newborn, you're in Rutledge, and honestly, I would say south of Interstate 20 primarily, that's where the heaviest of the weather is going to be. I'm still watching the storm like a hawk because of its history, because of what we've seen happen. We had a tornado cross Interstate 75. We had some really strong debris signatures, and this is now moving into Newton County. It does not look like it's actively producing a tornado at this exact moment. It's lifted within the past 5 to 7 minutes, but threat still remains here over the next little while.
And beyond Newton, within that polygon, you've still got parts of Morgan coming up and Walton coming up. So there are a lot of you watching that just need to be paying attention to this. This storm is moving in your area. Yeah. You know, you've got Social Circle, Rutledge here, which are all part of this polygon. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, but there could be damaging winds, a lot of rain. And as Alex keeps saying, I mean, the concern is that we could see another spin up in this.
Exactly. And just to pass along some reports here, we're getting out of, I believe this is going to be Henry County, 92 and Vaughn Road, down trees in that area. So this is where we were tracking that debris signature. So now we're getting the ground truth to it. And again, we're not seeing that debris signature now.
Yeah, we're happy to see this right now, that there's no signature showing up for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. And Paul, I think when all is said and done here, this would have been 15, 20 miles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was for a long time. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It gets away from the spin up category and becomes a longer, not necessarily a long track tornado, but a notable track to it as we watch this pulse up. I tell you what, let's zoom out real quick and check out all of Metro Atlanta. I really want to highlight that it's only this one storm that we were watching that saw this tornado pulse up real quick. So if you're watching from Walton County, if you're watching from Barrow and Jackson counties, it's raining heavily, you're hearing some thunder. There's nothing jumping out at me about those storms necessarily. And then you look back into the Metro Atlanta area and you're seeing some steady rain. This is all past 285. This is all past the city of Atlanta. It's past Cobb County. It's past DeKalb. It's past Gwinnett. And it's now moving into, it's now firmly into Newton County, eventually towards Morgan County, we're watching closely, and southern Walton County, right along the interstate there in Social Circle and the Newborn area. And I believe that's going to clip northern, is that Jasper County?
Jasper too, yep. Yep.
Until 8:45 this morning as we are continuing to watch this. So 8:05, they just canceled the tornado warning, so we don't have an active tornado warning anymore, which is to be expected.
All right, so if you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you heard from the Fox 5 Atlanta storm team that tornado warning has since been canceled, but a confirmed tornado did touch down in Georgia. Right now, they have a severe thunderstorm warning underway. Here at 8:06 on the East Coast, you are getting a live look there downtown Atlanta, and you can see windy conditions as well as wet and slick conditions as it is raining. They say that the area will continue to see thunderstorm conditions throughout the day, and they are not ruling out potential straight line winds because of the wind gusts that will continue to accumulate this morning. If you're just now tuning in, I want to share this with you. This coming from another storm team with our Fox 35 Orlando team as all of our meteorologists work together across the Fox television brand at 7:38 this morning, and you saw it right here on Live Now from Fox. South of Atlanta, Georgia, a confirmed tornado near Sunnyside going to pass just south of the Atlanta Motor Speedway. The camera showing torrential rain take cover Sunnyside, Georgia. Again, this courtesy of Fox 35 Orlando meteorologist Brooks Garner, and you can see with that video on your screen the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Now, we'll tell you, Atlanta, the Georgia area, not the only area dealing with severe weather this morning. Now transitioning to give you a live look at our XRAD radar system. As you can see, that storm threat has now shifted to the southeast. Several states and cities are under storm alerts and watches this morning. So we'll continue to keep a close eye right here on Live Now from Fox. 8:07 here on the East Coast. Let's step away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the 8 o'clock hour. When we come back, more top stories and headlines of your Monday morning. .09 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. This Monday, we are following some breaking news. I want you to take a good look at your screen. This coming into our Live Now from Fox studio, courtesy of the Associated Press. They report Jay North, who starred as the mischief maker in TV's Dennis the Menace for 4 seasons, starting back in 1959, has died. He was at the age of 73. North died Sunday at his home in Lake Butler, Florida, after battling colon cancer. This being confirmed to the Associated Press by a longtime friend and also by his booking agent. North was 6 when he was cast as the smiling troublemaker in the CBS sitcom adaptation of a popular comic strip that took place in an American suburb. Often wearing a striped shirt and overalls, Dennis's mischievous antics frequently frustrated his retired next-door neighbor George Wilson, played by Joseph Kearns. Dennis's patient parents were played by Herbert Anderson and Gloria Henry. The show ran on Sunday nights until it was canceled in 1963. After that, it was a fixture for decades in syndication. Well, later, North appeared on TV in shows including The Man from UNCLE, The Lucy Show, My Three Sons, Lassie, and The Simpsons. Also in movies like Maya, The Teacher, and Dickie Robert, former child star. North is survived by his third wife, Cindy and 3 stepdaughters. So again, this just into our Live Now from Fox Studio. Dennis the Menace star Jay North has passed away at the age of 73. As we get more information in about potential viewing services and arrangements that are brought in from his family, we'll make sure to share that with you here on Live Now. Stepping away for another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. On this Monday morning, we're keeping a close eye out in Washington, D.C. I want to take you out there to give you a live look outside of the White House. You can see windy and wet conditions there this Monday. We're keeping a close eye on President Donald Trump and, of course, the U.S. tariffs, the back and forth with several partners and world leaders on this Monday morning. A few minutes ago, we were actually playing out the very latest from European leaders. And as we discussed that, I want to transition to give you a live look out in Frankfurt, Germany, as they're giving a live look at the global market, the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. As we continue to follow the latest, I want to transition and take you out to Luxembourg, as this morning EU trade ministers shared remarks as it relates to President Donald Trump and those U.S. tariffs. I want to play those remaining remarks for you now.
Prepared to start the negotiations with the U.S. What concessions the Europeans could give on non-tariff side? For example, are you willing to discuss issues like environmental standards, agri-food standards, in order to lower the tariff rate that the U.S. has imposed?
Well, for the moment, we are only discussing tariffs. That's on the table here, tariffs and counter-tariffs. But in the end, we want to negotiate with the United States to get rid of the tariffs. And we are going to see here what are the possibilities and what will be on the table. I cannot speculate on what's going to be on the table for the moment.
But does the Netherlands have any red line for these negotiations?
Well, the Netherlands has a lot of there's a lot at stake here for the Netherlands, but I think there's a lot at stake for the US also and for the EU. So we're going to have an open discussion now, and everything will be on the table, and we're going to see what's going to get out of the discussion.
And we need to prepare countermeasures at the same time. This is the line that everybody is repeating. So as part of these countermeasures, services is unavoidable because we are already reaching the limit with goods. So what services could we target from the U.S.? Financial services, tech services?
Obviously, it's not only about goods, but also about services. But I'm not going to speculate on which service we're going to tackle and which not. That's part of the discussion we're going to have today, and that will also be part of the negotiation we will have with the United States.
One idea would be to diversify trade for Europe, because the one with the US does not seem to work anymore. Does the Netherlands think more favorably of the Mercosur deal now?
Well, first of all, the trade relationship with the United States will remain important for the Netherlands and for the EU. But obviously, we have to look at other trading partners and also, South America. We will be looking at. For Mercosur, the Dutch government has not taken an official position yet, because not all the texts are available. There's still the EU is still working on all the texts. So after the text will be available and the complete treaty is available, we will take a position in that.
Do you agree with the Commissioner that more free trade agreements will be needed for Europe?
Overall, free trade agreements will be favorable for the European Union, always. For Mercosur, it's a little bit different, because there's also some negative effects for our farmers, for example. So we really want to have an integrated approach for the Mercosur, and once all the texts are available, we will take a position as the Dutch government.
And what about China? Obviously, there's a discussion about that today. I mean, clearly, maybe they're a credible partner for kind of closer cooperation in light of what's happening in Washington.
Also, China is an important trading partner for the EU and also for the Netherlands, and it will remain an important trading partner. But obviously, there are also some issues like level playing field issues with China that we have to address.
One concern that everybody shares is the possible trade diversion from China and other countries into the EU. What safeguard measures will be taken? What sectors are the most vulnerable ones? Shoemakers, electronics, I don't know what is the most concerning one for the Netherlands.
The expectation is that trade flows will diversify, and there's also the chance that there's more imports from China into the EU. We have to look at a level playing field. We do have some concerns. It should be in coherence with the world trade rules that we have agreed with each other. So if that's not the case, then we will not hesitate to take measures.
Is your impression that it could be a negotiated solution with the US so far?
That's what we are aiming at. We want to negotiate with the US and come to a solution, because trade tariffs are bad for the EU, for the Netherlands, but also for the United States.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. EU-US trade is the topic number one for today. And we all know that tariffs are an unfortunate thing. Tariffs are taxes. Tariffs hurt our economies, our businesses, our customers, and our citizens at the end of the day. Therefore, we should look for the solution in our trade with the United States. We should avoid escalatory measures right away. We should look for a negotiated solution, and Lithuania stands for concrete steps forward into that direction. We support the Commission's mandate into that direction. We are looking also forward for European Commission to provide measures to soften the effect on our economies in EU, and those has to be for the investments in other industries and sectors. Defense, one of the solutions. The second way is, of course, to diversify our trade and new markets. And the third option is surely to look for the solutions also in the future to soften the effects of other exporters that will look to enter the EU market for the reasons of the US tariffs. China, first of all. So we have also to see for the prevention measures in the future for it. And then from our position, we are really interested in seeing strong and united Europe. Contradictory measures at this moment very counterproductive. Therefore, I look forward for the united position that will come up from this meeting of the Foreign Affairs Council on trade.
As we prepare to start these negotiations, or we already started with the U.S., what are the red lines that Lithuania will have? Or are you willing to talk about everything from SPS, agri-food standards to tax regulation?
First of all, of course, we have to show that we have the countermeasures, that we have the leverages vis-à-vis United States. We are not the soft and weak side in these negotiations, but we don't have to use those right away, all those leverages. We have to look for opportunities to negotiate with United States. Of course, we have to receive more clear message what's in interest of United States to achieve at the end of the day. We understand that it's beneficiary to both sides to trade, US and EU. That's the largest trade, that's the largest investments on both sides. Both sides suffer from deficiencies in a global trade. Both sides suffer from China's policies towards us. So there are the natural grounds to find the joint and common interest and to find the solution. So we have to show the leverages that we have, to put them a bit to the side and go for negotiations.
So you start preparing the anti-coercion instrument, given how, the flexibility it offers to target also services?
We know that we have it, and United States know that EU has ACI as an instrument, but we don't have to use it right now. We should keep it as an option, because I doubt that the very reasons would be right away. How it was created, ACI how it was created, and Lithuania was one of the reasons why it was created, because of the economic coercive measures coming from China. So we have to keep it, but don't rush to use it.
Should have any countermeasures in place? Obviously there is a discussion about, or at least there's a proposal coming about steel and aluminium response, and there's going to be a vote, I think, on Wednesday. Is that something we should have in place?
Yes, we should have those in place, because we already informed about it, we discussed about it, and we have to put them in place, because that was pre-planned already. We cannot bluff in these situations, and we have the instruments, and we all know that it's now not about the steel and aluminium tariffs, now it's about the broader package. So we have to show that we are serious with this one and to proceed to the next one. Thank you all.
Okay, good morning. Great to be here in Luxembourg. Our focus is today to discuss EU and US trade relations. We, Finland, find US a very important trade partner. It's among our top 3 trading partners, and we would like to see, of course, transatlantic trade to grow. So we are ready to discuss the solutions, and we'd like to see a constructive discussion between EU and US to find solutions to current tariff problems. And it's important for European Union to stay united now and defend its interest. Thank you.
How's it going, guys?
I'd like to say a few words, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's all right.
Pleased to be here today at this important meeting of trade ministers. It's really the first opportunity to take stock after what was a very significant number of announcements last week. What's becoming abundantly clear now to anybody who was under any illusion in relation to this is that tariffs are really bad. They're bad for the US economy, they're bad for the European economy, they're bad for the Irish economy, and we need to find a negotiated way forward. I hope today provides us with an opportunity in the first instance to share insights, but also to discuss how we get this to a better place in terms of engagement. Ireland is very clear, as I believe are the overwhelming majority of European countries, that any actions we take must be taken with one agenda in mind, and that is to de-escalate, to get to a point of negotiation, because disagreement needs to ultimately end in agreement when people sit around a table and work out a way forward. I think the turmoil being seen in global stock markets and global markets is a real indication of the pain that tariffs are causing and will cause, not just to economies in some sort of macro sense, but also to individual citizens in Europe and individual people in the United States of America. So I look forward to taking stock today, and then I look forward tomorrow to travelling to Washington for engagement with the US administration also.
Thomas, just on the targeting of tech services and digital services, I suppose what is Ireland's view on that? Like, is that an absolute red line? Where do we sit in the debate, obviously, with the concentration of firms in Dublin?
So firstly, I think if you were to get into that space, it would be an extraordinary escalation at a time when we must be working for de-escalation. It is in many ways the nuclear option if you start talking about the use of the anti-coercion instruments and the likes. So what we need to do here is step by step, in a measured way, consider how best to respond. And I'm very clear from my engagement with multiple European counterparts and our ongoing engagement with the Commission that the majority view is certainly not in that space of going near the ACI at this moment in time, but much rather looking to see how we can respond in the first instance to the steel and aluminium tariffs, and then crucially how we can get to a position of negotiation.
Do you understand, is bourbon off that list of the steel and aluminium retaliatory tariffs? And second, on the much bigger list, I mean, tech services, the US just doesn't export enough goods to the EU for us to target tit for tat, which the Commission wants. So services will have to be on there eventually.
So in relation to the list responding to steel and aluminium, we've yet to see the final list. I did write to the Commission outlining Ireland's concerns and views as part of the consultation, and would have highlighted the issue of bourbon and questioned, I suppose, the strategic relevance of it now, considering the dynamic had shifted in US politics since 2018. I hope that's reflected in the finalised list this evening. But in many ways, your second question makes my point, because actually so much has moved on since then. If you think of it like this, I mean, President Trump announced steel and aluminium tariffs about 26 billion worth of a hit in Europe. He announced tariffs on cars about 75 billion. But actually the last announcement in the Rose Garden is now a further 380 million. So even Europe responding to steel and aluminium does need to be seen in relation to that. It's a very small and measured response when you look at the total quantum of what he's announced. You are right in terms of the scale of response that would be required if you were to get into the tit for tat. But again, the European Commission, and I believe the overwhelming majority of member states, which is not to get into tit for tat, it's not to accept that where we are now is the inevitable outcome, and actually seek to engage. And I really think economics is on our side here. No matter who's in the White House, no matter what anybody's ideological view are, a trading relationship of 1.6 trillion euro between the European Union and the United States of America really matters. And we're beginning to already see the US markets, and I think people in the United States themselves begin to convey that to their administration. So what's important here is that Europe reacts in a calm and measured way. Time is somewhat on our side. We've got to actually take this step by step, and that's what we're going to do, and that's certainly the message that Ireland will convey here today.
Thomas, it doesn't seem that the US administration, and Trump in particular, is in the mood to talk. What's the EU's approach then, where it seems that, we're talking to a bit of a brick wall?
I think we always have to be careful to not respond to kind of every comment made in the US administration, and I say that respectfully. But if I look at a range of things that we've heard in recent days, certainly the word negotiation and talks have been mentioned many times. In the executive order that President Trump himself signed, it provides space for people to engage and negotiate and get to a better place on tariffs. I heard the comments of the Commerce Secretary and the Treasury Secretary over the weekend in US media, both talking about engagement and negotiation. And indeed, Maros Sefcovic himself was in contact with Howard Lutnick with a view to seeing how to take this forward. So I think, again, it is important to stay calm here. It is important to take this step by step. The first thing to do today is for Europe to come together here in Luxembourg and demonstrate unity. I think that is really important. People like to often, I suppose, don't attach enough value or importance to European unity. People thought European unity wouldn't hold up in relation to Ukraine. It largely did. They thought it wouldn't hold up in relation to Brexit. It did. They thought it wouldn't hold up in relation to COVID. It did. And I've no doubt that European unity is our strength here, and European unity will be maintained. That's the first step. Second step then is for the Commission later today, probably tonight, to publish the countermeasures in relation to steel and aluminium. And then thirdly, in the background and constantly, is trying to find a way forward in terms of negotiation. So everything we do here today, everything we do in the days ahead, has to be to create the environment that brings the US administration to the table. And I think there are many, many reasons, not just here, but in the global markets, that are going to make that an inevitability at the time ahead.
Do you think an Irish minister will be able to come away with something from Washington or better understanding from Washington than the EU so far has, because those talks haven't worked so far, even though Shevchevich has been twice and called once.
Yeah, no, look, I think obviously from an Irish perspective we have a close relationship with the United States over many years. We've an understanding in many ways of the business culture that exists between our two countries, but we're very clear we're firmly and proudly members of the European Union, and anything that I say in Washington in the coming days will be in support of the European Union efforts to get to a place of engagement and negotiation. I really believe that if people get around the table, a way forward can be found. This is a trading relationship that matters, and Europe has been very clear we're up for a deal. I mean, President von der Leyen has talked about wanting to address any of the trade barriers that exist, wanting to buy more stuff from the United States and vice versa. We're up for a deal. I suppose the outstanding question is the United States up for one? And what we have to consider here today, what can we do strategically to help further, I suppose, increase our own leverage to get the United States around a negotiation table. So I look forward to having an engagement with Secretary Lutnick. I think it's always important to keep the lines of communication open, to share insights, to pick up the latest views, but also to really stress that the relationship that Ireland and the US have is two-way. Sometimes I think when it's commented on, it's commented in a way from times past. 200,000 jobs created by Irish firms in the US, every single state in the United States having jobs created by Irish companies investing more than $350 million in 1 year in the US economy. And even when you look to the US companies in Ireland, of which there are many, the US economy is benefiting from that, because 80% of what the pharma companies in Ireland send back to the US aren't finished products. They go back into American factories where value is added, workers are hired, taxes are paid. So the relationship is much more interdependent and interconnected than perhaps headlines in the United States sometimes indicate.
Okay, thanks so much, folks.
Some of your colleagues have suggested that it might be necessary to support affected industries, especially when you look at European markets today. Companies are really feeling the effect of these tariffs. Is that something that Ireland is interested in? Are there any industries that you think need to be targeted with support?
I think at a European level we're going to really have to accelerate conversations around competitiveness and productivity. There's an awful lot we can do in terms of controlling what we can control at a European level that would directly support European industry, European jobs and the European economy. If there's a need to support individual sectors as we go through this global financial challenge and the economic turmoil that President Trump's announcements have caused, Ireland certainly will always keep that under review. We've a proud track record in our country of supporting business, supporting enterprise. But I want to say this, and I say this to businesses in Ireland, and I think businesses right across Europe, there is no scheme that any government that can devise that would be better than trying to mitigate the damage of tariffs. And that's where the focus has to be in the here and now.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll see you later. Cheers.
Hi, how are you? We support European Commission in a dialogue with our U.S. partner. Both of our economies are highly interrelated. There are numerous investments on both sides of the Atlantic, and we all reap the benefits out of this partnership. Therefore, I believe that we should invest more into this relationship on both sides. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This FAC is very important today here in Luxembourg. In this context, very troubled, of course, because of a very aggressive and arbitrary trade policy from Donald Trump and the United States. In this context, French position has been very clear. We are against any trade war, neither with the United States nor with any other country, and we do always prefer cooperation to confrontation. And this must be very clear, because our end goal remains the same, is to negotiate de-escalation and negotiate back to where things were. And if it's not possible, of course, European Union must react firmly and must react proportionately. This is what we're going to talk about the transatlantic relation, but we need one condition to be credible and to showcase that Europe can be a genuine strength, is to remain united.
that the European members remain united in this period. Very tough moment, very important period for the European unity and for the strength it is, and it has to showcase the world. And about the second topic, very important, we have to discuss today. It's about relationship between EU and China. About that transposition, of course, is always very clear. We need to rebalance trade relations between EU and China in line with our industrial, economic security and low carbon agendas. And at the same time, we need to pursue our very assertive trade policy with them, and especially fighting against overcapacity, especially during this very specific trade war time. So this is what we're going to talk, but I have to say that it is very good news that Maroš Šefčovič, Jean-Noël Barrot had great diplomatic exchanges those last days with Chinese authorities, because we need to talk with them at the very specific moment.
How can you say it's not a trade war when Donald Trump launches tariffs 2 days after?
So you're listening in to an event from early this morning before we came on the air. European trade ministers arriving out in Luxembourg for a meeting to discuss U.S. tariffs. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. .39 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we want to transition to a live event which takes us out to the Middle East, giving you a live look. Southern Israel looking into Gaza. Right now, the daily Israeli government briefing underway out in Tel Aviv, Israel. This happening hours before Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to speak with U.S. President Donald Trump about U.S. tariffs and other issues. I'm going to pot up the audio so we can listen in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom, I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman for the National Public Diplomacy Directorate here in the office of the Prime Minister this Monday, the 7th of April. This is day 549 of the October 7th war, precisely 18 months since this country was attacked. I'll provide a quick update here and then we'll take your questions. Please remember to put your questions in the chat together with your name and your news outlet clearly labelled. Let me start today with an operational update from Gaza. Last night, at around 9 p.m. local time, rockets and projectiles were identified crossing into Israeli territory from central Gaza in the area of Deir al-Balah. This is an area with almost no IDF action. We haven't attacked there, but it was from there that rockets were fired and hostages have been held. Most of the projectiles were successfully intercepted by our Air Force. Israel will not tolerate the launch of rockets at our population centers. They are designed to kill. We will remove any threats to our citizens. The IDF destroyed the launcher from where the rocket was fired. Where the rockets were fired. Israel is operating against the Hamas terror organization and other terror organizations throughout Gaza with increasing intensity. Israel is destroying terror infrastructure. We're eliminating terrorists, including, over the weekend, the military commander in the Palestinian Mujahideen terrorist organization who infiltrated Kibbutz Nir Oz. And it was him that oversaw the abductions of Shiri, Kfir, and Ariel Bibas, and was most likely involved with their murder. His name was Mohammed Awad. Awad was also responsible for the abductions and the burial of Gad and Judy Lynn Weinstein and of the other Thai citizens who were taken hostage. And also in Gaza, Israel is reorganizing the area. Already, we've eliminated senior terrorists, operatives, commanders, as well as munitions and infrastructure to restate Israel's war goals. They are, of course, firstly, to return all of the hostages, both the living and the deceased. 59 in total remain in captivity, the live and those who have already been murdered by Hamas. The elimination of the military and governmental capabilities of the Hamas terrorist organization, and the removal of the terrorist threat from the Gaza Strip. 18 months to the day into this war, it could have ended a long time ago if Hamas would release all the hostages and surrender. But Hamas and the other terrorist organizations refuse, meaning that every casualty on both sides of the border should be laid firmly and squarely at the feet of the terrorists. Next to the latest psychological terror videos released by Hamas of our beloved hostages, Bar Kuperstein and Maxim Herkin, this is the first sign of life from both of them for 18 months. That is unimaginable cruelty for these men and their families and their friends and for our entire nation. Holding these hostages captive in horrific conditions under constant danger to their lives and in violation of international law, Israel is committed to bringing them all home. Next to Lebanon, Israel will not allow terrorist organizations to operate against this country from Lebanese territory. I can confirm over the weekend the commander of Hamas's western sector in Lebanon was eliminated. He promoted terrorist activity against IDF soldiers and Israeli citizens. He was responsible for launching rockets at Sfat, the same rockets that killed an IDF officer, a soldier, and injured other soldiers. And finally, as you know, the Prime Minister has arrived in Washington, D.C. The strong alliance between Israel and the U.S. is stronger now than it has ever been. And it's, of course, based on shared worldviews and values. Israel thanks President Trump and his administration for their unyielding support for Israel, as well as their steadfast commitment to the issue of the hostages and the fortification of Israel's security, all the while striving for peace and stability in the Middle East. The Prime Minister will meet this evening, Israel time, this afternoon, US time, in Washington with US President Trump. The two will discuss a number of important security issues and policy issues, among them, of course, the effort to get our hostages home. First and foremost amongst them, the war in Gaza, the Iranian threat, Israel-Turkey relations, as well as the issue of tariffs. On the issue of tariffs last night, the Prime Minister met with U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, together with U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. The meeting was described as warm and friendly and productive. There is indeed a long line of world leaders seeking President Trump's ear, and Israel is proud to be the first. Okay, that's the end of our briefing here today. I will now take your questions. Please put your questions in the chat together with your news outlet, and we will take them. First question is from Alistair Bunkle from Sky News. Let me read your question here. The IDF initially claimed that 8 of the 15 medics were killed were Hamas. This is now being revised down to 6. Given that the initial reports about the ambulances not using their emergency lights have now been exposed as false, and the lack of any evidence provided so far to prove some of the medics were Hamas, why should we conclude that they're anything but innocent medical and aid workers? And you've also asked what steps have been taken by the IDF whilst the international investigation proceeds. Have soldiers been been withdrawn from duties in Gaza? Thank you for that question, Alistair. Alistair, there's an issue which I almost never see reported in international media, and that is the fact that it is a matter of public record that Hamas have on many occasions, many documented occasions, used ambulances as a cover. What sort of cover? To transport terrorists, to escape from Israel's forces, abusing the very notion of emergency services. Just like the boy that cried wolf in Aesop's fables, Hamas have been abusing emergency services, and that is the real essence of this issue. But on the reports about the attack on aid workers in Rafah, whilst on a stakeout against terrorist activity, IDF soldiers opened fire from a distance at vehicles that were moving suspiciously in their direction. Among the dead were 6 Hamas terrorists. What were Hamas terrorists doing in ambulances? The incident was reported in real time to UN officials. The IDF is conducting an investigation, as you know, into the circumstances of the incident that took place 2 weeks ago. The Hamas terror organization systematically violates international law by taking over civilian facilities and infrastructure, including hospitals, schools and mosques, while cruelly exploiting and placing the civilian population in Gaza at risk by using it as a human shield for its actions. So with this ongoing investigation, I'll leave that answer at that. The results of the investigation should be released shortly. Next question is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. What is Israel's response to Iran's implication that it will not negotiate with US President Donald Trump? Your second question is it Israel's impression that Iran is retreating from Yemen and the Houthis, as media have reported? Thank you very much for that question, Joel. Look, when it comes to Iran, we have often stated our position on Iran. We've said that Iran is, as our Prime Minister has made clear, over the many, many years, Iran cannot be allowed to achieve a nuclear weapon. Israel is focused on that issue, and I know that the US is as well. President Trump agrees with this. Israel supports President Trump's maximum pressure campaign. It was working before it was interrupted. That means crippling sanctions and also a credible military threat to counter Iran's nuclear ambitions. The strategy deterred Iran until the pressure was removed. So Israel welcomes the restoration of the maximum pressure campaign. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu see eye to eye on the Iranian nuclear threat. These maximum pressure policies should be restored, as they have been. And it's Israel's long-standing position that Iran must never be allowed to develop nuclear weapons, and Israel will do whatever it takes to prevent that from happening. And when it comes to the Houthis, we have talked at length about the issues of the Houthis. We've mentioned them many, many times before. The Prime Minister has spoken about the 3 H's of Iran, that is Hamas, the Houthis and Hezbollah. They are, in essence, Iran is the head of the snake, but Those three are the fangs, as it were, of that snake, and all of them are associated with Iran. Now, the terrorist regime in Yemen, the Houthis, which are funded and guided by Iran, they've resumed firing at Israel. Over the past few weeks, the Houthis have fired several times at Israel's population. Let's be clear, these firings of ballistic missiles are intended for mass murder of Israelis. That is their intention. But thankfully, they've all been intercepted before crossing into our territory. The Houthi intention is clear: to destroy Israel. We will not accept repeated threats to our existence. We will continue to operate with force against all terrorist threats to our citizens, and the terrorist threats from Yemen will be which we receive will get a strong and decisive response, as we have done in partnership with the United States. Okay, if you could just scroll down. Question here from Dan Berger from the Epoch Times. Hamas has reportedly revised its death count to reflect that 3/4 of those killed were in Gaza were men of military age, far from the women and children narrative that they've used during this war. Has the government confirmed that Hamas has actually issued those revised figures, and if so, what is the comment? Thank you for that question, Dan. The Israeli government's comment is that Hamas is a genocidal, murderous, Islamist terrorist organization who cannot be trusted for anything. By its very nature, Hamas as a terrorist organization releases falsehoods. Everything that comes out of Hamas is almost definitely a lie, a non-truth, a half-truth, and they have sought to use this PR campaign as a specific area where they believe they can win against Israel. But it is at the expense of their own people. This was a war which was designed by Hamas to maximize casualties on their own people. So Israel knows that, of course. Many of the world leaders and world population know that as well, but it doesn't change the fact that Hamas has designed this war to maximize the number of civilian casualties. Okay, next question is from Maria Finoshina from RT International, and you are saying that... okay, there's a question here. Let me just read your question. Okay, your question is that Israel's Interior Minister Moshe Arbel, you're saying that announced recent months 16 planes carrying Gazan residents have departed from Amman airport in the south of the country, and they've left as part of a voluntary relocation of Palestinians from the Strip. Could you please elaborate? Who are these people? How many are there? Where are they going? Who is sponsoring this relocation? And how does this mechanism work at all? Are Gazans willing to leave Gaza, reaching out to the army or Israeli authorities contacting them? Thank you, Maria, for that question. I don't have any details, particularly of the issue which you are talking about, but I can address that President Trump's idea for the future of Gaza, together, which has been welcomed by Israel, talked about voluntary relocation. Voluntary relocation. Israel believes that many people, many Gazans would like to get out of harm's way. It is Hamas that have stopped them leaving the Strip. If they were given the opportunity, they would take that opportunity to voluntarily leave. So Israel most definitely welcomes President Trump's out-of-the-box thinking, and that's all I have to say on that particular issue. Another question here is from Slava Tartakovsky from RIA Novosti News Agency, Can you confirm media reports regarding anti-missile batteries which have been delivered to Israel? How do you assess the prospects of a US strike on Iran given unprecedented military buildup of US in the region? Thank you for that question, Slava. I too have seen those reports, but we haven't got anything official to share with you. And I've given you our forthright policy when it comes to Iran. And of course, this issue of Iran is most definitely on the agenda for President Trump and our Prime Minister Netanyahu today in the White House. Further question from Alistair Bunkle. Can I press you? Do you have concrete evidence that some of these medics were Hamas, and will you publish it? Thank you for that question, Alistair. I do find it remarkable that it seems like, from where I'm standing, that organisations like yourself and you, Alistair, as part of Sky News, seem always willing to believe Hamas first before the democratic elected government of the State of Israel. I find that bizarre, I must tell you, because we have a government with checks and balances, with a free media, which investigates almost everything which happens in this country. And that is why almost everything which comes out of Hamas is untrue. The results of the investigation will be shared very, very shortly by the independent arm of the IDF, where the issue is being most closely investigated, and those results of those in that investigation will be released shortly. As I mentioned to you before, the reason why this is an issue is because again and again, Hamas and other terrorist organizations have misused the emergency services. They've used them as their own arm. They've ferried their own terrorists inside, away from, to try and escape from Israel. They've used them as transport. And Israel is aware of this. Indeed, on October the 7th, ambulances were used to ferry our hostages, not to help them, to hospitals, again, not to be treated, but very often to be killed in those hospitals. So our independent investigation will release its findings shortly, and I've given you a comprehensive answer on that. Okay, could you just go up for a second? There's a question, another question from Hannah Julian from the Jewish Press. When is the Prime Minister expected to return to Israel? We will share that information with you pretty shortly. Hannah, thank you for asking that question. If you just go up a second, there was a question here from Joel Pollack. Is the current situation regarding tariffs and the United States an opportunity to break down the power of monopolies that maintain high prices and continue the economic reforms which the Prime Minister is known? Thank you for that question, Joel. Following the meeting at the White House, there will be press statements in the usual way, and no doubt that issue will be addressed directly by the Prime Minister and the President. Just go down, just, sorry, go up rather, go up, excuse me. Okay, I've taken that one, just go up a bit more. Another, go, sorry, Dan Berger, I dealt with that one. Just go right to the end. Okay, BBC News there, just at the end there, I can see. Okay, Iona Hampson from BBC News. Your question is, do you now accept that the two British MPs who were returned were on an official trip, and what response do you have to the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy saying their treatment was unacceptable? From Iona Hampson at the BBC. Thank you for that question, Iona. This issue was dealt with comprehensively, actually, by a statement put out by Israel's embassy in London just yesterday. A Kabu trip, a trip which is run by the Council for the Advancement of Arab-British Understanding, is not an official delegation. It is not a state-to-state visit. It is Kabu, unfortunately, is an organization that has put out an entrenched view of a false view of the most radical elements of the pro-Palestinian narrative, by no means a pro-peace narrative, always trying to just perpetuate the conflict here rather than ever seeking to solve it. So I would point you, Iona, to the comprehensive statement which the Israeli embassy in London released yesterday regarding the issue of those two members of parliament. And let me just further add to that, you know, we're fighting jihadi terrorism in this country. We're on the front line of this battle, and those who seek to come here to show some sort of sympathy with these jihadists, not in favor of peace, not in favor of coexistence, not in favor of ending this conflict, but simply to perpetuate this conflict. Israel will simply not allow entry of those sorts of individuals or entities that are acting against this state and our citizens. I don't think any country would. So people that promote calls for the boycott of Israel, or malign this country with false accusations, or call for sanctions against our government and our elected officials, it is perfectly within the rights of this country. Indeed, it is normal, I would say, in accordance with the law, that these two people were denied entry into Israel by the Minister of the Interior. I've checked their records. They've have a long list of accusations, false claims against this country, and they've been actively involved in promoting sanctions against our government ministers and supporting campaigns aimed at boycotting this country. Now, I would remind you that Britain has also barred, in the past, Israeli government members of parliament from visiting Israel. This was in the past, in the last decade or so, maybe even longer ago. So these two members of parliament chose not to exercise their right under Israeli law to petition the court to reconsider their decision. They were offered hotel accommodation, courteously, which they both declined. This would have been under the cost of the Israeli taxpayer. The cost of their return flight was met by the State of Israel. So we know that this visit was intended to provoke anti-Israel activities at a time when Israel is at war and under attack from these vicious Islamists on 7 fronts. The purpose of these visits are to harm Israel and our citizens and spread falsehoods about this country. So therefore, we have both the authority and the duty to prevent the entry of these sorts of individuals whose presence in this country is intended to cause harm to our citizens. It's what any self-respecting country would do, and we are no different. And indeed, it is what the United Kingdom has done in the past. Okay, one last question here from Leo Soroka. Can the Prime Minister's office confirm whether the route of the Prime Minister's aeroplane? Obviously, I am not at liberty to share that sort of information. And really, a final question from Nadine Ibrahim. Also, okay, you're talking about the paramedic issue in Gaza, which I've said there's an investigation. I've already answered that question comprehensively. And finally, a recent march this is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. A final question. Recent march against Israel in Cape Town, South Africa, featured children dressed in kafirs and holding mock AK-47s. Could you comment on that march, photos of which were proudly posted online by local Muslim radio station Radio 786? Thank you for that question, Joel. I believe in my last briefing on Thursday, I answered the issue of Israel-South Africa relations quite comprehensively, and I would ask you kindly, respectfully, to check out that answer which we gave, which remains unchanged. Any examples of enlisting children to carry mock AK-47s is grotesque. It is child abuse. And in terms of the rest of a more comprehensive answer regarding Israel and South Africa, I would refer you to the answer which we gave on Thursday. Okay, thank you for your questions. I believe I've taken all of them. You can contact us in the usual way for whatever questions, for interviews or for questions. And in the meantime, thank you for joining us. And we will have another briefing again very soon. In the meantime, please do stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was the very latest from the Israeli government, talking about a number of issues, including an event happening later on today. This is the meeting between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is their second White House meeting since President Trump returned to office. That is scheduled for 2 p.m. today, Eastern Time. They will then be holding a press conference a short time later. This is a live look right now at the Israel-Gaza border, as Israel now controls 50% of Gaza as it continues to expand into this area since relaunching its war against Hamas last month. Right now, this is the largest contiguous area the army controls around the Gaza border, where the military has created this area, including this buffer zone that has doubled in size in recent weeks. And we did want to share this live look with you, as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be meeting with President Trump later on today at the White House. Netanyahu saying last week that even after Hamas is defeated, Israel will keep security control in Gaza and push Palestinians to leave. The demolition close to the Israeli border and the expansion of the buffer zone has been going on since the war began 18 months ago. Meanwhile, you are taking a live look right here at the White House, as President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be meeting this afternoon, holding a dual press conference that is scheduled to begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will be carrying that live without commercial interruption right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome in once again to Live Now from Fox on this Monday morning. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 9:07 Eastern, 6:07 Pacific, as the Israeli government was sharing the very latest on the ongoing war with Hamas, as well as a number of other issues. The president of the European Commission and the Prime Minister of Norway spoke jointly, talking about a number of issues, including tariffs and the ongoing war in Ukraine. That will be coming up after this short break. We'll be right back. we are less than 20 minutes away from the opening of the stock market here in the United States. But as tariffs are already in place, global markets continue to react. I did want to share this live look with you of the stock market in Frankfurt, Germany, right there, as globally markets continue to plunge amid the ongoing tariffs. However, President Trump saying that he is not backing down on his sweeping tariffs on imports from most of the world unless countries even out their trade with the U.S., digging into his plans to implement the taxes that have sent those markets reeling. Some worried about a recession and upending the global trading system. Now, President Trump spoke with porters aboard Air Force One, saying that he did not want global markets to fall, but also said that he wasn't concerned about the massive sell-off either, adding, quote, "Sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something." His comments come as global financial markets appeared on track to continue those declines when trading resumed today, and after President Trump's aides sought to soothe market concerns by saying more than 50 nations had reached out about launching negotiations to lift the tariffs. Right now, the U.S. stock market not yet open. You can see the board right there. It's set to open in just about 15 minutes or so. And of course, we will share all the activity once it gets underway. Meanwhile, just a short time ago, the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, spoke alongside Prime Minister of Norway, talking about tariffs and a number of other issues. And we did want to play that out for you right now.
Ja, nå ser vi de to variantkampene, så er da bilder av Ursula von der Leyen og Jonas Gahr Støre. Så vi nå skal holde en pressebrief her.
Good afternoon and welcome to our VIP corner. We have the pleasure of welcoming our guest, the Prime Minister of Norway, Jonas Gahr Støre, and President Ursula von der Leyen. President von der Leyen, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, dear Jonas, a very warm welcome to Brussels. Norway is a member of our European family, and we are united by shared values, and we are integrated through our single market. When faced with shared challenges, we are keen to explore common solutions. That's exactly what we have done today. And our discussion showed how much we have in common. We discussed from the support to Ukraine and defense to the way how we are going forward with US tariffs. Our cooperation makes us stronger. That is the quintessence of what we've discussed today. On defense, Norway will be able to participate in the joint procurement of SAFE. That's our 150 billion euro loan program. And industry in Norway will be treated like EU industries. On Ukraine, I was very pleased to hear what your plans are, because Norway has from day one on being a key supporter. If we take now our financial support combined with your own assistance, this will make a difference for Ukraine right now. We, of course, also discussed the progress on the Green Alliance, which we signed in April 2 years ago. We're turning words now into reality through concrete products, from offshore wind to hydrogen to CCS and CCUS. And in particular, we agreed to speed up the coordination between Norway, member states and our companies to get even more projects up and running. Because in the global clean tech race, we also know together we are stronger. We also discussed the effects of the US tariffs. These tariffs come first and foremost at immense costs for US consumers and businesses, but at the same time they have a massive impact on the global economy. Especially hard hit are the developing countries, and this is a major turning point for the United States. Nonetheless, we stand ready to negotiate with the United States. Indeed, we have offered 0 for 0 tariffs for industrial goods, as we have successfully done with many other trading partners, because Europe is always ready for a good deal, so we keep it on the table. But we are also prepared to respond through countermeasures and defend our interests. And in addition, we will also protect ourselves against indirect effects through trade diversion. And for this purpose, we will set up an import surveillance task force. We will work with industry to make sure we have the necessary evidence base for our policy measures, and we will stay in very close contact to minimize effects of our actions on each other. Today and tomorrow, I continue my intense outreach to the industrial stakeholders in the European Union. I met with the steel and aluminium industry this morning, as well as Business Europe and SME United. I'm meeting the automotive industry still today and the pharmaceutical industry tomorrow morning. We're discussing the response to the United States, but also the other two pillars of our strategy. The one is strengthening our single market, so getting rid of remaining barriers. And the other pillar is diversifying our trade relations. Specifically, further diversifying our trade relations is very critical for us, because this broadens the market opportunities and is crucial for our companies. So we will focus like a laser beam on the 83% of global trade that is beyond the United States, vast opportunities. And this is why we're deepening our relations with our trading partners. You know the deals that we've done with Mexico, Mercosur and Switzerland. We're working on India, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia and many others. By that, we want to be very clear Europe stands together for our businesses and with our businesses, for all Europeans in the European Union and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ursula. It's been good to catch up. We have been meeting and talking, I think, almost every week in the last months. There has been Ukraine, where we are so aligned, working together. There has also been developments since November, leading up to what we have seen in recent weeks coming out of tariffs decided by the US, announced by the US, where we need to understand and decode exactly where they are heading. And I take comfort from the fact that we belong to the same European internal market. Last year we celebrated 30 years of the EEA agreement. For Norway, Europe is by far our most important trading partner. 70% of our export goes to this internal market, and we will do everything to contribute to the integrity of the internal market and follow you carefully as you respond to this unpredictable environment created by the tariffs. And we will stay, as we have agreed, very much in touch so that we can avoid disturbances and turbulence amongst ourselves, because Norway is an important provider of goods and services and energy to Europe, and we would like to maintain in that way. That is a mutual benefit. So thank you for confirming this and agreeing to have the structures in place to really monitor the effects of this unpredictable situation created by the US tariffs. Then I'd also like to say that on Ukraine, we have been able to announce today that Norway will contribute about 4 billion Norwegian crowns to this ambition of securing enough artillery ammunition for Ukraine's self-defense, and thereby contributing an important part of the European Union's ambition, I think about 10% of what the EU has set as a target, and also participating fully in the new programs on military industry cooperation that is emerging. Norway has leading companies for historic reasons and for some fine technological reasons. And these companies will be, part of the effort to strengthen Europe's self-reliance on defense in the coming months and years. And also as we head to the next NATO summit in The Hague. We took also stock of the progress that we are making in our cooperation on secure connectivity, on health cooperation, and in other areas where the European Union and Norway have a good and established dialogue. And I really appreciate, Madam President, that you take care and are attentive and so knowledgeable of this relationship. That is a good sign for us, and we really share your ambition of having a united European approach to this quite unstable world as we face it today.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. We can take a couple of questions. Anders, please.
President, you told us about an import task force. What Norway fears, it's a protective tariff where Norway falls outside and must pay tariffs to the EU in a given situation. What's your view on this? Do Norway has to pay these kind of tariffs to the EU?
So to be very clear, Norway is inside our single market, and Norway will stay and remain inside our single market. This is crystal clear. And what we're doing is establishing a task force for import surveillance. So we look at what are the historical imports that we have and had, and is there any specific surge all of a sudden of a certain product or in a certain sector that we have to act on. And then, of course, we are in close cooperation with Norway. We exchange knowledge and data and evidence. So, as I said, Norway will always stay in the single market. This is for us very important, and we'll find solutions together.
Thank you. Yes, Francesca, please.
Madam President, I want to ask you about tariffs. It seems increasingly clear that any effective deal-making has to go through President Trump himself. So how does the EU intend on finding a solution to the tariffs issue without talking to President Trump himself?
So it's very clear that we are open for negotiations, and that in parallel we are preparing a potential list for retaliation and other measures for retaliation if this is necessary. We prefer to have a negotiated solution. The relevant partners, Maroš Šefčovič, our Trade Commissioner, and Secretary of Commerce Latnik, for example, are in very close contact on that topic. And it is clear that negotiations have to go deep into technical details. So this has to be solved first, and then comes the next step.
Good. Raquel? Yes, Viviana, sorry.
Madam President, thank you for this. And thank you for reassuring that Norway will be part and stay a part of the inner market. But at the same time, Norway has for a long time lagged behind in implementing important EU rules and regulations, for instance, energy regulations. And we've heard signals that this will affect the EU decision whether to keep Norway inside or outside of any protective measures that you might take. What's your view on this?
So we both have the same view on this, that we do everything that is necessary, of course, to have the single market functioning. And for that we need a level playing field, and for that we encourage Norway, like others, that we have to encourage too, to implement what we have decided together in the European Union. But again, my strong commitment, Norway is in the single market and will stay in the single market. So working on the single market, I know, like, for example, with my member states, it's the same. Now and then I have to remind to really implement what we've decided on together at the European level. But this does not change anything of the principle that they are members of the single market, and Norway is in the single market.
I just have to reconfirm that, we are doing everything we can to keep that lag reduced, small, so that we are up to speed with the internal market with integrity. In some areas we need some time for adaptation, and that is not normal. But it's in every Norwegian interest that we have this level playing field, and we will make our contribution.
And we take a final question.
Hello, Umberto Bacchi from Agence France Presse. Madam President, just quickly, is the Commission ready to use the anti-coercion instrument in response to US tariffs? And also you mentioned now that you have offered zero tariffs on industrial goods. When was that offer made, and do you have any feedback on how it was received? Thank you.
The offer was made long before and repeatedly, for example, in automotive sector. But there was not an adequate reaction to that one. So since long, while we had the 0 for 0 with other countries that also have a strong automotive sector. And then, as I said, all the instruments are on the table. So there's a variety of instruments. You mentioned one that is a vehicle, but all the different instruments are on the table, and we have to see how the negotiations go to decide which instrument we are using finally.
Good. Then thank you very much. Thank you, to the President and Prime Minister. Good afternoon.
So that was the European Commission president as well as the Prime Minister of Norway talking about a number of issues, but really predominantly focusing on the tariffs that have caused global stock markets to plummet. I also wanted to share this live look with you. This takes us out to London, where we are expecting to hear from UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You can see that there is a podium saying securing our future. We do know that he is going to be speaking about the car industry, and this comes as foreign automakers, some of them, including a Jaguar Land Rover, have halted their exports to the United States amid these ongoing tariffs. You can see that he's walking up right now, at least greeting the crowd. So we're going to take this opportunity to step away and come right back. We are just moments away from opening bell on the Wall Street in New York City, and I did want to head over there right now as the markets are set to reopen. So the New York Stock Exchange has reopened on this Monday morning as globally stock markets have fallen amid ongoing tariffs. And this just moments ago right here, you can see just the very opening stage has been set right there. Currently, the New York Stock Exchange down about 1,200 points or so, continuing to fluctuate. We, of course, will keep a very close eye on how the stock market does today as globally stock markets continue to react, trending downward amid the tariffs imposed by President Trump. In fact, British car maker Jaguar Land Rover has now paused its U.S. shipments over these tariffs, and happening right now out of the UK. Prime Minister Keir Starmer and other officials are speaking about the auto industry. I did want to head over there now live so we can listen in.
Okay. Prime Minister, Chancellor, it's a great pleasure to welcome you both to this wonderful facility here at Solihull.
Well, thank you for having us. It's fantastic to see everybody.
This amazing site is our biggest manufacturing car plant in the UK. We employ over 9,000 highly skilled members of this wonderful company. And we support another 60,000 of the local community. Solihull is home to some of the most beautiful cars on the planet. Cars that are loved by 500,000 new customers every year. It's home to the Range Rover. The Range Rover is peerless. It defines itself. It's the ultimate luxury, and it's built by the people around you today. Today, we've announced global sales for the last 12 months of 428,854 vehicles. And 189,000 of those were built here at Solihull. What an amazing achievement, given the stresses and the strains of the last 12 months. Further, I'm delighted to confirm, through the incredible work of our 44,000 employees, we've also eliminated all of our net debt. That was £5 billion just 31 months ago. This company, and what it's done over the last 2.5 years, what you've done for this company is simply extraordinary. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, the debt elimination is vital. It's vital for our future investments. We're now investing £18 billion over the next 5 years. That's increased by 70% over the last 2 years. And those investments, of course, are essential. They're essential for new product. They're essential for new technology. They're essential for us to go on our journey of electrification. But we are meeting at one of the most challenging times that face our industry. There are multiple forces, economic, geopolitical, and technology converging together. So, to continue to thrive and to enable ongoing JLR growth and ongoing UK PLC growth, we are working closely with this government in face of significant financial international uncertainty. While we welcome today's announcement on ZEV, we all recognise we face a significant threat: the application of tariffs from the USA. This is now the critical piece of work we need the government to help us resolve. Of course, we have a clear intent to work through all significant challenges with them as a team in service of our people and this wonderful nation. With that, it's my great pleasure to hand over to the Chancellor, the Right Honourable Rachel Reeves.
Thank you so much, Adrian. It's great to be here with you and with all of the team here at Jaguar Land Rover. Jaguar Land Rover, you don't need me to tell you, is an iconic British brand and company. It's got a proud history, and there are huge opportunities despite the challenges that we face for the future. When it comes to high-quality design and engineering, you, all of you, are gold standard. The skill, the expertise that Keir and I have seen here today demonstrate why that is, and why every year you produce hundreds and thousands of cars for export right across the globe, from Europe to China to India and, of course, to the United States of America. Your success, and those of companies like you, is integral to the success of our whole British economy. But as I set out in the spring statement less than 2 weeks ago, the world is changing. We can see that before our eyes. The global economy has become more uncertain, and new tariff barriers are impacting global trade. Businesses like your own and workers, including those that I have met here today, are understandably concerned about what the measures announced by President Trump mean in practice. Because while the UK is in a stronger position compared to many others, sectoral tariffs and the interconnected nature of the global economy means that we will still feel the overall effects of tariffs elsewhere, and particularly in the auto sector. But I want all of you to know that this government, this Prime Minister, and with me as Chancellor, we have your back. The choice that we now have is how to respond to that changed world. We could step back and rely on old assumptions about how the world works. Or we can step up together and accept that the global landscape has changed, and so we must change with it. The approach that we are taking is cool-headed, it is pragmatic, and it is guided by the national interest, seeking to strike deals with our trading partners around the world, including with the United States. And we will continue to make the case for free, fair and open trade, because that is how we will continue to deliver prosperity and security for working people here at Jaguar Land Rover and right across our country. And we must do more. We will, as a government, as a country, go further and faster to capitalise on new opportunities in this changing world, to improve our domestic competitiveness so that we are less exposed to global shocks, and to secure Britain's future for the long term. That means doubling down on economic stability, the basic condition to secure economic growth. It is why this government has stuck to its fiscal rules in the spring statement, even when they were tested, demonstrating that when Britain talks about economic stability, we really mean it. And stability matters even more for working people and for business in an uncertain world. In the coming months, we will publish a modern industrial strategy to tackle growth in 8 key sectors, including in advanced manufacturing. A new plan for maximising growth in all of our regions, including here in the West Midlands. And a multi-year spending review to deliver the long-term sustainable investment that we need to grow as an economy. In this new era, we will continue to provide support where it is needed, including in sectors most exposed to trade shocks. Sectors like car manufacturing, the UK's #1 goods export, which generates £93 billion globally in revenue. It employs over 150,000 people in high-value, high-skilled jobs like those here at Jaguar Land Rover. And we've announced billions of investment over the last 2 years in the development of electric vehicles. We want to provide clarity and certainty for manufacturers like JLR as you make these investments. which is why today we are reinstating the 2030 phase-out date for new petrol and diesel car sales, just as we promised in the election. This is fundamental for achieving our plans for energy security and, crucially, for incentivising investment in Britain. But we must do more to meet the moment and ensure that jobs and investment remain in Britain. We are already providing £2.3 billion to support zero-emission vehicle manufacturing and improving charging infrastructure, on top of the tax breaks that are worth hundreds of millions of pounds each year to help switch to electric vehicles and support British manufacturing. And today we are going further, with new measures to support car manufacturers decarbonise in a way that is sustainable and good for jobs in Britain. I am pleased that companies like JLR have given their backing to our plan, which is about stepping up into the new challenges that we face and the new economic reality. Government, business, trade unions working in partnership, building resilience at home by safeguarding jobs and investment here in Britain, capitalising on new opportunities in the global economy, and delivering security and delivering prosperity for working people across our country. That is the prize that is on offer that we must achieve together in our national interest. And to say more about how we will seize that prize, I'm delighted to introduce the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thanks, Rach.
All right, so we're listening in there to UK officials as they're talking about the impact to the UK auto industry amid a 25% tariffs on UK auto makers. And so they are currently pausing the export of Jaguar Land Rovers in response to that. We are going to step away for a brief break as we do see that UK Prime Minister Starmer is taking to the podium. We'll bring you his remarks in full. Stay with us. We're going to head back live to England, where UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is talking about halting Jaguar Land Rover exports to the United States after President Trump imposed a 25% tariff. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Adrian. And can I just say a big thank you to the entire workforce here. Some of you are here with us this afternoon. And I just want to say thank you for showing us what you do. We've been able to see some of the skill and experience that you put into this incredible product, years and years in the making in the technology. But thank you also for making us proud to be British, because as each car rolls off here, that is rolling off your production line, that is your commitment, that is your toil, your work, your professionalism, but it is then a product which you should be rightly proud of, and we're really proud of as a country, and none of that is easy. So thank you to each and every one of you. I'm trying to catch some faces, including those behind me, because I know just how much you put into that, and I want you to know just how much we appreciate what you do and how proud we are of what you do. So thank you for that. Thank you for joining us here this afternoon. Jaguar Land Rover, our leading exporter of goods, employing thousands of people across the West Midlands and beyond, including here, that proud symbol of British engineering brilliance. And brilliance is the right word. When you look at what is rolling off here, that is engineering brilliance. It is our industrial heritage, but also, in my strongly held view, it is our industrial future, not just our heritage. My message to you, Rachel, and my message to you today is simple. These are challenging times, but we have chosen to come here because we are going to back you to the hilt. And I think it's really significant that after the announcement on Wednesday, we had Adrian with us at 7 o'clock the next morning, and here we are Monday with you. Please read into that a statement of intent, because it is a statement of intent about how important this is for you, for us, and for the country. As Rachel has said, there's no doubt the challenge, but this is a moment for cool heads. Nobody wins from a trade war. You know that. But it's also a moment for urgency, because we've got to rise together as a nation to the great challenge of our age, and it is the great challenge, which is to renew Britain so that we're secure in this era of global instability. And nobody is pretending that tariffs are good news. You know that better than anyone. 25% tariffs on automotive exports and 10% on other goods. That is a huge challenge for our future, and the global economic consequences could be profound. But this moment has also made something very clear, that this is not a passing phase, and just as we've seen with our national security and defence, particularly over recent months in relation to the war in Ukraine, now with our commerce and trade, this is a changing and completely new world, an era where old assumptions, which we've long taken for granted, simply don't apply any longer. Now, before the election, I called it an age of insecurity. And that is the right phrase, insecurity. Because I know that that's how it's felt in the lives of working people. Insecurity, a care, a worry for builders, for carers, for nurses, factory workers like people here, working harder and harder for the pound in their pocket, yet watching this rising tide of insecurity threaten to sweep away the things that we cherish in our communities. Trust me, I know people will be feeling like that right now. But to those people I say, we have your back. This government will not just sit back and hope. That is how politics has failed you in recent years, sort of attempting to manage crises without fundamental change just leads to managed decline. So no, we're going to seize the possibilities, fight for the future, on defence spending, on AI, clean British energy, and on manufacturing, including car building. Make those forces work for Britain, rewire our economy and our state, so that once again they serve the interests of working people. And that is why we're rewiring the state completely, ripping up the regulation that stops it being a force for good, building new homes, new towns, new infrastructure, accelerating the investment that will finally unlock the potential of every community. And let me be really clear at a moment like this. Our future is in our hands. And so, of course, we will keep calm and fight for the best deal with the US. And we've been discussing that intensely over the last few days. But we are also going to work with our key partners to reduce barriers to trade across the globe, to accelerate trade deals with the rest of the world, and champion the cause of free and open trade right across the globe. Now, just like car building, that's always been our heritage, and we're not going to turn our backs on it now. And look, when it comes to the US, I will only strike a deal if it's in our national interest, if it's the right thing to do for our security, if it protects the pounds in the pocket that working people across the country work so hard to earn for their family. That is my priority. That is always my priority. Strength abroad, security and renewal at home. And on that journey of renewal, we take another step today with our car industry. You know, there are people in this country who love to talk down our manufacturing. They say we don't make anything important anymore, but that's not Britain. Well, I would invite any of those people to come here and see what you do in this factory. Anyone who's talking down manufacturing, I'd say come here to JLR and see what you're doing. And they wouldn't say it again. Because just as I've said, when we were going around earlier, what I saw made me proud, and I hope if I feel proud of what you're doing, you are entitled to feel proud of what you are doing. This is British brilliance in the flesh. You are making cars here, but you're also representing our country with each car as it departs. That's the pride that always goes with making things, and I've said it many times before, but I will say it again. My dad worked in a factory. He was an engineer. He made things with his hands. And he taught me as I was growing up that you should value the things that we make. And that is what's brilliant about manufacturing. And manufacturing shapes the identity of a place, this place, and of a community, and of a country. And that's how it gets in your blood. Which is why electric vehicles are so important. Yes, of course, it's about the climate. And you won't hear me undermining the urgency of that cause. But it's also about taking the pride, the heritage, the identity of places like this and securing it for the future. That's what previous governments never understood, the link between manufacturing and who we are as a country. But those days are over. They are finished. This is a government of industrial renewal. Because my choice in this volatile world is to back British brilliance. I believe that British car companies should be at the forefront of the electric revolution. This is the race that we belong in. And so I think EV targets are a good thing. They're good for the climate, good for business certainty and investment, good for British manufacturing. But I accept those targets have to work for British manufacturers. And I don't want British firms like this one put in a position where you have to pay a hefty fine or buy credits from foreign EV companies. So today we're going to introduce much more flexibility into EV mandates. We're going to help car companies based in Britain reach the targets in a way that supports growth. We're going to cut down any fines, which I don't want or expect to see, by 20%, and any money that's raised will be invested directly back into support for the British car industry. We're also going to take action on hybrids, because these cars make a massive difference to reducing emissions. I mean, if you drive a Toyota Prius around town, or if you work here, a Range Rover, you probably spend a lot of time in electric mode. So I think for these vehicles, a 2030 ban is too soon. So we'll push that back to 2035 for all hybrids. And that's a new step that we're taking, a new announcement today. And because we're not ideological about how we cut carbon emissions, we're also going to make sure that cleaner, efficient petrol cars sold before 2030 count towards your EV mandate. That will be good for British car manufacturers like this one here. As Rachel has said, we're also putting £2.3 billion into the British car industry, giving people tax breaks worth hundreds of millions of pounds a year to help them switch to electric, improving charging infrastructure. That's a massive factor when people are thinking about switching. And our approach means we're seeing a new public charging point popping up every half an hour. Because this is the moment when we back British business and charge up the electric revolution. British electric cars running off clean British power made by British workers, British cars for British workers. And as you know, and by the way, switching to electric can also save you up to £1,100 a year. So if we get this right, it can help with the cost of living as well. But look, it's not just our car industry that we need to back. In the coming days and weeks, we're going to use industrial policy to shelter British business from the storm. Take our life sciences sector. Another shining example of British brilliance. Absolutely pivotal part of our export economy. But we're going to back them as well. We're going to rip up the red tape, cut the stifling bureaucracy that slows down clinical trials. Now, Britain used to be so much better than this, but we've taken our foot off the pedal. The latest data says it takes over 250 days to set up a clinical trial. But I'm going to slash that to 150. And on top of that, I can announce a new investment, up to £600 million in new health data research service, a Wellcome partnership with Wellcome Trust, strengthen the genome cluster in Cambridge, making sure that patient data in our NHS is unlocked for the public good, an opportunity for growth, but more importantly, to save lives with cutting-edge medicine. And Britain is so good at this. We saw that in the pandemic, and now we need to pick up the pace again. This country has never waited around for history to shape us. We've shaped history, and we will do so again. Take our future into our hands. Do everything necessary to defend our national interest. Strengthen our alliances. Increase our defence power. Support our businesses, jobs and workers. Rebuild, in defiance of a volatile world, our industrial strength. That is the purpose of this government. Security and renewal. The world may be changing, but we are driving forward, securing our future with a clear plan for change. Thank you very much for listening to me this afternoon. Thank you. Now, I do want to talk to as many of you as possible, so if you're able to stay, I'd really appreciate just a few moments of your time. Before I do that, I'm just going to take some questions from the press, and then I'll come and spend some time with you. I've got a number of questions. I've got first Chris Mason from the BBC. Chris.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason, BBC News. The cost of living is continuing to bite for many. Now the economy feels more vulnerable. People will worry about recession, perhaps the prospect of taxes going up again, and pensions now being hit by the markets falling. Isn't the blunt truth that you can't shield people from the policies of President Trump?
Sorry, Chris, can you just say that a little bit more loudly? I couldn't quite hear you.
Sure, I just asked that last bit again. Isn't the blunt truth that you can't shield everyone from the policies of President Trump?
Thank you. Look, I think there are undoubtedly challenges here. As I say, nobody welcomes tariffs, and we don't want to get into a trade war. Obviously, we will continue to talk to the US about a deal to alleviate the situation whilst keeping all options on the table. But what's important, and in direct answer to your question, is at a moment like this, we have to shape our future. We have to step up. We can't be cowed and simply say, there are things happening in a changing world which make it more difficult, and therefore we retreat. This is the moment to seize that opportunity. And that's why I'm absolutely clear in my mind that the two things that we have to absolutely turbocharge are, one, the support we're putting into our own economy, like the measures I've announced today in relation to cars or life sciences. So and they're a down payment, by the way. They're a statement of intent. That is not the extent of the turbocharging. It is simply early examples in the areas most impacted. But at the same time, having discussions with others about lowering trade barriers for free trade across the world. And we have to step into that space. We have to be prepared to lead for Britain on this, rather than be cowed by the circumstances, the challenges that are thrown at us. And that's what we will do with a driving sense of purpose. Thank you, Chris, very much. I've now got Sam.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Sam Coates, Sky News. This is a massive moment, and the markets are watching right now. Can you say, without hesitation, that you will keep Rachel Reeves' fiscal rules exactly as they are for the whole of the Parliament, and not come back at any point and say events mean that they need changing?
Well, Sam, this is a moment for stepping us up, as I've just said. The fiscal rules were put in for a purpose. And that is because Liz Truss tried an experiment with this country of putting to one side fiscal rules and checks and balances. And that caused a massive impact on the lives of working people as inflation and interest rates went through the roof. We are not prepared to inflict that kind of damage on working people. That's why we put the fiscal rules in the first place, to create that kind of stability. It's why we were able to invest the budget and set out, as we did, the steps for the future in the spring statement. Now is the time to build on that. What we're saying about security for our economy is what we were saying going into the election, what we said out the other side, but now we've got to turbocharge it and link it to the other measures for lowering trade barriers. So the reaction to the challenges of the last few days is not for us to say, well, the first thing we'll now do is to put one side our fiscal rules. Is to remind people why we put them in place in the first place, which is to create the certainty that we need. There is enough uncertainty and insecurity as it is. Our job is to calmly and pragmatically take forward these really important steps today for our country. Thank you. Robert Peston from ITV.
Prime Minister, in the last few minutes, the American stock market has gone into bear market territory. This is now officially Donald Trump's global crash. Have you told the American president that his tariffs are making the world and America poorer, and if not, why not? And if I may, the King has extended the most extraordinary honour to the American president of a second state visit. Isn't this the moment to rescind that invitation?
Well, Robert, I've been clear throughout and in all my discussions that nobody welcomes tariffs. That has been my consistent position because I think directly or indirectly they damage all of us. And that is why we're working so hard here in the UK and the measures we're taking in our economy, such as those announced today, to turbocharge the resilience of our economy and to step into that space, and why I've spent a lot of the last few days talking to international leaders about how we lower trade barriers and trade more openly as a nation. That does not detract from the fact that the US is a very close partner of the United Kingdom. On trade and the economy, of course, look at the product coming out of here going very much to North America. It's not in our interest to simply rip up that relationship. any more than it is on defence and security and on intelligence sharing, where we 24/7 are operating with the US as our closest ally. So yes, we have to keep pragmatic and calm in the steps that we take, but we also need to keep a sense of perspective and context. The relationship between us and the US is a long-standing relationship that has helped to keep the peace for 80 years, and it is wrong to simply walk away from that relationship, in my view. It's a special relationship, close relationship. We now have to step up to the challenges that tariffs undoubtedly put on the table for us. Thank you, Robert. Chris from GB News.
Prime Minister, Chris Hope from GB News. You said the old assumptions don't apply anymore. We've got your back, you told us just then. People are really worried about their finances. The ISA deadline was Saturday. People put money into stock markets now. Would you stick to your election pledge now not to increase national insurance, VAT or income tax for the lifetime of this Parliament?
Chris, we made that commitment in the manifesto, and we were absolutely clear about going into the budget and the spring statement, and that is a commitment we've made and a commitment that we will keep, because the first lever can't be more taxes. My strong belief is that we have to grow our economy, create the conditions for investment, which we have done. There's been record investment coming into our economy. Now, in the light of these challenges, we have to go further and faster in the changes we're making, whether that's to do with regulation, whether it's to do with the EV mandate, to make it more flexible so that businesses like this can thrive and meet the challenges. We have to push on into that space. So I'm still strongly of the view that the challenge we face is how to grow our economy, not just the sort of familiar tax and spend levers. Thank you. I'm going to go now to the Telegraph, and Tony, please, Tony Driver.
Thank you, Tony Driver from the Telegraph. Today, Prime Minister, you've announced that you're putting more flexibility into the EV scheme to reduce red tape for businesses at a time of instability. Are you reviewing other net zero restrictions? Will you reconsider the ban on gas boilers in new homes and charges on manufacturers for producing glass bottles?
Well, we are taking measures today to ensure there's greater flexibility, and that is driven to ensure that businesses like this and jobs here are the jobs of the future, and to make sure that we thrive in the way we've thrived so far. I see net zero as a real opportunity. There's a global race on for the jobs of the future in relation to net zero. More investment is coming into this country in relation to renewables than any other sector. I don't think now is the time to step away from that race. Now is the time to double down on that race. Some country is going to win the race when it comes to renewables and the changes for net zero. I want Britain to be in that race, and I want us to win that race. So yes, we will work with all sectors, as we've shown today. We're not ideological, we're pragmatic. If there's flexibilities that help, which is what we've done today, in important times for JLR, yeah, of course we will take those steps. But not to understand that net zero, the electric cars of the future, there's a global race for that. We don't want to back away from that race. We want to win that race, because therein lies the wealth of our country, the wealth of businesses like this, and the jobs not just of the people standing here in front of us, but of their children and their children's children. And that's what I have in my mind's eye when I go down this path. I've got Noah from The Sun, please.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Can you guarantee that when the current model of Red Arrows goes out of service, any new model won't be designed by warmongering Russia?
Yes, of course. That will be absolutely uppermost in my mind. I can give you that guarantee. It's very, very important that we don't have Russian influence in Red Arrows or anything else for that matter. Thank you very much. I've got Alex from Bloomberg. Alex.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Alex Wickham from Bloomberg. Are you considering further measures to protect the car industry, like import quotas? You said you'd do whatever it takes to protect them today. And on British Steel, the last British blast furnaces are within days of closure. UK set to become the only major economy without a virgin steel industry. Will you do what it takes to protect it? And would you consider nationalisation if it comes to it?
Well, Alex, I'm not going to get into particular measures. What I will say in relation to the first half of your question is what we've said today for the car industry is not the extent of anything that we can do, and I want to explore what more we can do. These are examples of what we can do at speed, but they're not the extent of my ambition when it comes to car manufacturing or any other business or sector. I think we can go further and faster, and we will do so. I'm not indicating they're a particular measure, but I am indicating an openness of mind to go further, and today's announcement should be seen as what they are, which is a down payment on the way that we're going to be doing business. On the broader question of steel, look, it is really important to us. Again, it's part of our heritage. Our plans for growth are going to require more steel, and therefore the demand for steel is going to go up, not down, and that's why it's important that we support our steel industry. I'm really pleased that in Port Talbot we were able to ensure there was a better deal. I'm really pleased that we've set aside £2.5 billion for the future of steel. I'm very pleased that we're working with and discussing the situation in Scunthorpe, which is extremely worrying for the business, for the workforce, and for the community, and for the country. You know, all options are on the table in relation to Scunthorpe. Again, an example of the approach that we will take. When I talk of an active government, what I mean is a government that rolls up its sleeve, gets on the pitch, whether it's car industry, whether it's life sciences, or whether it's steel. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you again to all of you for being with us this afternoon. Thank you for what you do. And I'm now going to use what time I've got left to talk to all of you, which is what I want to do very much. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
That was UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer talking about the UK auto industry amid the tariffs imposed by President Trump, stating that this is going to have global impacts and that immediately Jaguar Land Rover will stop exporting its cars to the United States after President Trump imposed a 25% tariff on the auto industry right there. President Trump taking to social media, though, to react to all of these responses from global leaders, saying, quote, countries from all over the world are talking to us. Tough but fair parameters are being set. Spoke to the Japanese prime minister this morning. He is sending a top team to negotiate. They have treated the U.S. very poorly on trade. They don't take our cars, but we take millions of theirs. Likewise, agriculture and many other things. It all has to change, but especially with China. President Trump equating these tariffs to medicine, saying that it's tough to swallow, but ultimately will result in a healthier economy. He also made another statement on social media saying, quote, the United States has a chance to do something that should have been done decades ago. Don't be weak. Don't be stupid. Don't be a panickin. A new party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, and patient, and greatness will be the result. This is the message that he is sending to the American public, stating that there is short-term pain for long-term gain. Globally, though, the market's reacting strongly, and also here at home as we're taking a live look at the Dow Jones Index. However, really in just the past 15 minutes or so, a tick of green, so possibly some optimism on this Monday morning. The Dow Jones Index now up by about 300 points. We're going to continue to monitor it. It was down by about 1,200 points earlier this morning. Now it does seem to be rebounding. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break, returning with more live coverage after that. We're continuing to keep a very close eye on Wall Street this Monday morning, and within just the last 2 minutes or so, I did want to share this live look with you of the Dow Jones Index. It was up a little bit, now up more than 400 points, nearing 500 and more. You can see that it started the morning in the red, down about 1,200 points, and now up more than 500. So we have continued to see the roller coaster as globally the stock markets have plummeted amid the tariffs imposed by President Trump. Now, though, the investors seeming to be a bit bullish right now, about up 600 points. We are going to continue to follow every single development. As you can see, it can change in a matter of moments, and we will be bringing you all of that right here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, we do have a weather alert day. As you're taking a live look right here at our radar system, there are mandatory evacuations in place in the Mississippi and Ohio valleys as there continue to be flooding concerns. You can see this very powerful storm system continuing to make its way across the United States, really devastating areas like Atlanta, Charlotte, all the way up through Philadelphia as flooding concerns continue. Even in portions of the United States that no longer have a lot of the rain, the flooding is still continuing in those rivers, as it can take days for those rivers to continue to rise. So the flooding impacts will continue this week, and mandatory evacuation still in place as floodwaters continue to flow into streams and rivers, causing likely more flooding in previously spared areas. One of the areas is Kentucky. Over a foot of rain fell in that state, and that has caused and led to at least one death. So happening right now, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is giving an update, and we did want to head to that right now.
Devastation to so many communities across our Commonwealth. We've had search and rescue teams working around the clock to support these communities, and I want to thank them for their incredible work. What we have seen is rescue after rescue after rescue that have turned what could be a very deadly event into one where sadly we've lost 2 individuals, but again, it could have been so much worse. So to all the rescue teams from here in the Commonwealth or from other states that have come to aid us, thank you for helping our people. Thanks for answering the call once again. First, we do have more tough news that was shared on Saturday when we learned we'd lost a second Kentuckian. A woman in Nelson County died due to floodwaters. That follows the tragic death of a child here in Frankfort, also due to floodwaters. And today we can report that we have a missing person in McCracken County that there is an ongoing search for that we're very worried about. So we ask for everybody's prayers in that search. Remember, these are all children of God missed by their families and their friends. Please join Brittany and I in praying for these families. And before I proceed to any other part of the update, I just want to stress that we do not want to lose another individual. And whether or not we do is going to mainly depend on the decisions that people make here until the event is over. Remember, this event is not over until the waters have receded, until the areas that have flooded are fully dry, until we don't have saturated ground that could create mudslides over roads and bridges. And so I'm asking everybody, just be careful. We're now just looking probably at a period of days, maybe the rest of this week. But remember, if those waters are receding, it is still dangerous to drive your car through them. In February storms, when we lost 24 Kentuckians, many of those could have been avoided. So to everybody out there, remember, being there tomorrow, being there next week with your family is a lot more important than trying to get to where you're going. Do not drive through water. Do not move barricades, because remember, if you do that, you're not just making a bad decision for yourself. You could cause the harm or even death to that next person that comes along. So we're pleading, and you're going to hear from everybody else who's up here. Don't drive through water. If you're told to evacuate, evacuate. We're not looking, again, at weeks here. We're just looking at days, and we want everybody to be safe. Remember, several rivers and creeks remain at or above the flood stage, and roadways remain underwater in several areas. Remember, floodwaters can hide sharp, dangerous hazards. They can be contaminated with oil, gasoline, or sewage. The cleanup can be just as dangerous as the flood, so remember to make sure that you are careful in cleaning up and make sure you have the right gear for that work. Latest weather, although we've seen the last of the major storms, the National Weather Service has told us that tonight is going to be problematic. This is going to be a dangerous night where temperatures fall, where it gets potentially below freezing. So if you're somewhere that's very wet, if you're trying to ride this out in a home that's had water, tonight could raise concerns of hypothermia. So again, find a safe place to go. We have plenty of shelters. You can call a family member or a friend. If it's going to get down to the 20s, we need you to be dry and warm tonight so that you can work on digging out and mucking out tomorrow. One good update to share, and you'll hear it especially from the mayor and the county judge of Frankfort and Franklin County, as it looks like the water level is not going to get as high here in Frankfort as previously thought. Right now, it looks like the levees are holding, and it looks like the water is receding faster than originally thought. Now remember, the cresting is going to take longer as we go down river, but that's at least some good news. That doesn't mean that Frankfort and Franklin County are out of the woods. In fact, we need to make sure we continue to conserve water, especially today, to try to give the plant board time to get their pumps up and running, so that hopefully we can have safe, reliable water coming through Frankfort. So, remember, if you got teenagers, try to limit it only to one shower. Or if your teenager's in the no shower phase, this is their time. They will be the heroes. But we really do need that conservation, especially through today. And either the mayor or the judge will talk about different points. You'll be able to come and get bottled water in Frankfort and Franklin County, and we'll be working with other communities that request and that need that. Updates as of now, we've got 1,788 connections without power across the Commonwealth. Really haven't lost power in huge ways during this event. It's kind of how the event unfolded, but also our utilities are doing a really good job. Folks without water across the Commonwealth, the information may be a little dated, but only 1,131 without water at all. But remember, especially in Franklin County, about 100,000 people pulling off this water system. Whether or not that holds is going to depend on conservation today. 2,847 under boiled water advisory. We got 5 parts of systems not operational, 15 under limited operations. Really, our water utilities have done a really good job throughout all this. They're working really hard to get everything up and running as fast as possible. Like we said earlier, 2 fatalities, though that's too many. But let's be really careful in the coming days. That also would have been much higher, but for swift water teams being utilized all across the state. You may remember the addition of USAR teams has been brought to this EOC. It has helped significantly. I got to see it in the flooding in February, and we've only gotten better since then. And our goal in this emergency operations center is to get better every single time. Better in the emergency response, better in the temporary sheltering, better in the medium housing, better in the rebuilding, just better all around. Because if we can be there for our people in their time of need, and we can bring it every single time and do something a little bit more and a little bit more, then we'll stabilize our families that much faster. As we look at sheltering, we got about 52 shelters that are currently open. We have 45 households sheltering in state parks, 10 in hotels, 79 in temporary housing units. United Way has come through big for us. They have 27 households in non-congregate sheltering. That's got 18 individuals in 15 counties. They're bringing a new way to approach some of this with Airbnb and others, and that's a great addition. American Red Cross, always here with us in the EOC, and grateful for their work. They got 15 shelters right now with 139 individuals in 12 counties. There's a call center if you need help, 502-607-6665. Kentucky National Guard, I just got a newest update, but from these numbers here, 354 soldiers and airmen are mobilized to conduct missions with our emergency management partners. They are around the state. They're doing everything from rescues with water rescues, as well as the high axle vehicles where if people are stranded, they can go in to get them. I think there's a new mission that was launched just about 10 or 15 minutes ago. Grateful for their service, and they are spread out throughout the state. One of the incredible parts of our Guard is that we have Guardsmen and women all over Kentucky ready to answer the call in their communities. Remember, these are our neighbors that answer the call, that take off the uniform of whatever their regular profession is. They put on that Guard uniform and they come out and help and protect us. Remember, whether it's Guard, transportation crew, or otherwise, when you're passing them, give them a wide berth. Those are Kentuckians. They're putting their lives in danger. Make sure that you look out for their safety like they're looking out for ours. Kentucky State Police has been really busy. Our telecommunicators have answered 15,770 calls. Troopers continue to assist local law enforcement and first responders. If you need assistance about being evacuated, if you are in an emergency situation, please call 911. If it's not an emergency situation, you can call your local post or other numbers. To ensure safety and security in the areas where Kentuckians have been evacuated, troopers are providing extra night patrols. And I know between KSP, the Guard, and so many others, we've even gone house to house in some of the areas that looked like they were going to be flooded. So these are, again, Kentuckians and those that have come in to help, knocking on individual doors, looking out for our families. KSP again confirmed that we have one report of a missing person in McCracken County who was last seen boating in flooded waters. To report a loved one, please contact the Kentucky State Police post in your area. Roads and bridges, we're going to hear from Secretary Gray in a minute, but about 538 state roadways are closed. More than half of those are in Western Kentucky, which got more water than certainly I have ever seen it in Western Kentucky. My dad's hometown of Dawson Springs got hit again. Somehow getting hit by our worst tornado, flooding in just about every difficult weather pattern. To the folks in Dawson Springs, we love you. We'll be there for you. We will continue to rebuild. Nothing's going to stop us from making sure that we preserve your hometown and an amazing town here in the Commonwealth. Major routes remain blocked by flooding. A couple pieces of good news. The Western Kentucky Parkway is no longer closed in Ohio County, and I-65 at mile marker 64, I think that's in LaRue County, is now back open. But once again, if there are barricades, it means it's not safe. If there is water over the roadway, it means it is not safe. The number one thing that you can do to help us get through the rest of this natural disaster is to turn around and to not go through that water. You can check goky.ky.gov to keep up with state highways. As we look at our state parks, I want to thank especially General Butler State Park. That's our main state park that is sheltering people right now. I think they sheltered people after some tornadoes about a year ago as well. To all the staff that's there, thank you for always being there for our people in their time of need. Today, we also closed our state office buildings, both because of concern about people traveling in and out and also to conserve water here in Frankfort and Franklin County. We'll make a call on that this morning to, again, we'll make the best decision that we can for not only this community, but the 11,000 plus Kentuckians that travel to Frankfort to work every day. There are Kentucky families. They're a big part of Team Kentucky, and I want to make sure that they are safe. So once again, thank you to everybody who is out there and to those that are looking for a way to help. The Team Kentucky Storm Relief Fund is open. That's now a fund that we're going to use for ongoing emergencies and natural disasters. It's been helping in the flooding we saw in the East in February. So if you're out there looking at this county or others that have been hit harder than we've seen, I guess, since I was 1 year old, since 1978, you can give to the Team Kentucky Storm Relief Fund. Every dollar goes to help families. Fully transparent, subject to every open record. This is the fund where we can maximize your donation to help people And where we always start is paying for those funerals so that folks going through the worst of the worst know that we're with them, we'll grieve with them, and they don't have to wait for any type of reimbursement during such a hard time. I'm going to turn it over to the mayor, who's going to turn it over to the county judge. We'll then turn it over to Director Gibson. Then we'll hear from Secretary Gray, and we'll come back and take questions. Mayor.
We're listening in there to Kentucky Governor Beshear as he is talking about the ongoing concerns over additional flooding in the area, saying that they have now attributed at least 2 deaths to those flood waters. We're going to step away and be right back, continuing our coverage in a moment. It's already shaping up to be a roller coaster day on Wall Street as the Dow Jones Index continues to go up and down. This is a live look of the stock market at this hour. You can see it started the day off in the red, down about 1,200 points, rebounding by about 500 and now back down in the red. That is the story of really the past number of days, as after President Trump imposed tariffs here nationally as well as globally, stock markets continuing to react. Our next live event takes us out where the Federal Reserve Board governor is talking right now about inflation dynamics amid these tariff concerns. Let's listen in.
I will start by giving you a bird's eye view of inflation starting in the 1960s. I will then dive into different waves of inflation in different categories of inflation during the pandemic and post-pandemic period. And then I'll dive right into the Phillips curve. I'll do very brief derivations of the expectations augmented Phillips curve. I will expand that to include the long-run inflation expectations. And then I will add my own augmentation to that Phillips curve, including additional measures of slack and additional measures of shortages, which will be able to explain the more recent inflation waves that I have shown you, or I will have shown you. And finally, I will end up showing you some new empirical results coming from dynamic simulations, which show the results from these different variants of the Phillips curve. The basic Phillips curve, plus the baseline, plus the one that includes my own augmentations. So, as I said, I'm gonna show you a bird's eye view of inflation since the 1960s. And basically, The blue thick line shows you inflation measures for the entire economy, what we call headline inflation. And in particular, I show you the PCE, or Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, which is the measure that we pay attention to at the Fed very closely and on which we target inflation. So this PCE inflation comes from inflation that is released by the Bureau of Economic Analysis. This is different from the inflation you're going to be seeing released at the end of this week on Thursday and Friday, the CPI and the PPI indices, or the Consumption Price Index and Production Price Index, but they kind of move together. They're slightly different. The one we like better at the Fed is this PCE index. So if you note here, what you see is that there are kind of two mountains in this line of inflation. To the right, and I'm going to try to use this pointer, right? To the right here, you see this bout in inflation that we saw recently during the pandemic and post-pandemic period. This inflation reached 7.2% in July of 2022, and it has come down, as you can see. It has come down. It stands now at around 2.5%. Now, aside from that mountain that you see there, there is another couple of mountains or hills that you see in the 1970s and early 1980s. That was the period known as the Great Inflation. So during the Great Inflation, you saw two increases here in inflation corresponding to that period. One peak occurred in 1974 when inflation went above 11%. The other peak occurred in 1980 when inflation went above 10%. So those peaks were even much greater than what we saw recently. And those peaks were largely caused by oil shocks, supply oil shocks. Now, in between that period, you'll see that there is a valley. There is a valley of inflation where inflation stayed relatively constant and relatively low. That's known as the period from the late 1980s to 2019, right before the pandemic, as the Great Moderation. And that period basically kept inflation at around 2%, which is our target at the Federal Reserve. So that's essentially what we see in terms of inflation. Now, this recent bout of inflation reflects a combination of inflation in different categories of inflation, or subcategories or components of inflation. So I want to show you those waves. So there were different waves of inflation. It's not as if inflation went up in all categories at once. I'm showing you here the thick blue line is food inflation. The dotted brown line is core goods inflation, which is the line, the dashed line below. Then you have the green line, which is the thin solid line that reflects core services ex housing inflation, or excluding housing. And then the purple line at the top, the one that is dashed and in purple, is housing inflation. So as you can see, there were kind of waves. The first wave came from food inflation. So if you all remember, and I imagine you all do, in 2020, right, we were all scrambling to get food. Everybody was stockpiling food. I know my now 23-year-old and 19-year-old were looking at me and going, Mom, you're crazy. You're hoarding so much food. How much pasta can we eat? How much tuna can we eat? How much beans can we eat, right? So we were looking for those foods that would be non-perishable, and we could keep for a long time. But I was certainly one of those hoarders contributing to that food inflation, unfortunately. And what happened during that time, if you can see, is that you had inflation go up to about 9.5%. That came down for a period of time, and up again it went when the Russian invasion of Ukraine occurred in 2022. So that was the first wave. The second wave occurred in the core goods category. So core goods inflation really went up started at the end of 2020 and peaked in 2022. Unfortunately, eventually went back down again. Now, interestingly, as I'm going to show you in a brief moment, inflation in this category pre-pandemic was at around minus 0.4%, so in negative territory. And it went back down into negative territory last year. It's gone up again a bit in the past few months. Now, the third wave of inflation came from services inflation. Again, that's the thin green line. That thin green line showed here again that inflation in services inflation went up at the end of 2020, kept going up, and it has stayed a lot more persistent than goods inflation. It has stayed up, not as high as goods inflation, but it just was more persistent, and it started going down in 2023 and 24. And the last wave of inflation was housing inflation. So housing inflation, which is the purple line, as you can see, took a lot longer to increase to its highest level at the beginning of 2023. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why these different waves of inflation happen at different times, and they were also driven by different factors. Let me start with food inflation. So as I was mentioning, food inflation really went up at the beginning of the pandemic. And that had to do with some of this stockpiling, this hoarding that was going on, this rapid increase in demand. But at the same time, there were supply snarls, right? Supply chain disruptions occurred during that time, and it was very hard for food to get to households, to supermarkets, and for people to get access to those foods. So that increased prices. And then up again comes the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 22. And in fact, inflation in the foods category really peaked in July of 2022.
All right, so we're listening in there to the Federal Reserve Board governors talking about inflation amid ongoing tariff concerns. We're going to step away and continue our live coverage from Cambridge, Massachusetts. We'll be right back. We're continuing our live coverage as the Federal Reserve Board Governor is speaking at Harvard University right now, talking about the issue of inflation amid ongoing tariff concerns. Let's continue to listen in.
The economy opened again, and certainly people were vaccinated and safe to go out. So that meant that core goods inflation actually declined. And in fact, last summer, in the summer of 23, in fact, that's when actually goods inflation went back down into negative territory. And more recently, unfortunately, it has climbed back to positive territory, although it's still at 0.4%. So let me show you a little bit of these two stories about what drove this goods inflation. On the one hand, this rotation from services to goods and back to services again. And on the other hand, the supply side disruptions that I mentioned. So here, the line at the top, the thin line at the top, shows the ratio of goods to services consumption, which comes from the NIPA, the National Income and Product Accounts, which is produced by the BA as well, the Bureau of Economic Analysis. And what this shows is that basically this ratio really went up during 2020 and then peaked in 2021 to levels that we hadn't seen in something like 15 years. Then, come the end of 2021 and 22, that it started to decline again. As I said, there was a rotation back onto services, and households were able to and free to go out again and be able to consume those services. So that explains the increase in prices in goods initially, and then in services a little later. And then you have the indices of shortages. As I mentioned, there's supply side disruptions. And these supply side disruptions show up in this thick blue line that I have here, the shortages index, which is a very nice measure that was produced by Fed economists using natural language processing models. And it basically shows, it tracks pretty well PCE. So if you see pretty low prior to the pandemic, pretty low, then it starts going up in 2020, continues going up in 21, and then it comes down again. And it tracks this core PCE inflation, which is the one that removes food and energy prices, which tend to be a lot more volatile, actually quite well. Now, let me turn to services. As I mentioned, the wave of services came a little after the wave of goods inflation. And that was because, as I mentioned before, right, there was first a lot of demand for goods, and then that rotation back, which increased the demand for service. So as that occurred, that put a pressure on the prices of services. So services goes up, and it peaks at around 5.5%, sometime in the middle of 2021, and then 2022, actually, that's when it peaks. And then it stays high for some time. It's pretty persistent, but eventually it goes down again in 2023 and 2024, and it now stands at around 3%, or a little above 3%. Now, why was that so persistent? So as it turns out, services use a lot of labor as an input of production. So it's very dependent on labor, and labor intensity is quite high in a lot of service categories. So 83% of education and health is basically labor. The labor intensity in other sectors like professional and business services is about 75%. Labor intensity in leisure and hospitality, which has been one of the big ones that has received a lot of attention, is about 60%. So because there is all that labor intensity, that has pushed up prices as labor markets have tightened. So what's the story here? Again, if you remember, maybe among your family members and other people you know, many people decided to retire early. And unfortunately, some people died during that period. So there were excess retirements. And then among prime age workers, you saw many people also withdrawing out of the labor force because they were afraid of getting infected by COVID-19, because they had to take care of kids, because they had to take care of elderly parents and other ill relatives. So whichever the reason, right, the labor force contracted. There were many reasons, multiple reasons. And that meant that the labor market became very tight. At the same time, in some of these industries, some of these services industries in particular, there was a big increase in demand. People were trying to hire workers as much as they could because they needed them to work in leisure and hospitality, in health. People started going back to school, so education was certainly an area that required a lot of workers. That kept inflation pretty high. And the reason why is because as labor markets get pretty tight, in fact, the vacancy to unemployment ratio went up to as high as 2, when it was 1.2 prior to the pandemic. So there were 2 vacancies per unemployed worker versus almost being 1-to-1 pre-pandemic, and now being 1.1 at this point, right? So that meant that workers could really bargain for higher wages. And as they bargained for higher wages, costs went up in the services sector, and some of that possibly got passed on to consumers as well. So that meant inflation in the services sector also went up. And that's what you see here, right? They kind of co-move together. So when the ECI, which is the Employment Compensation Index, a measure of the cost of workers that includes not only wages, but includes other types of non-wage compensation, it showed that it was pretty low pre-pandemic, consistent with 2% inflation.
We're continuing to listen in as the Federal Reserve Board Governor is talking about the inflation battle. We'll continue our live coverage in a moment. We are continuing to keep a close eye on Wall Street as the markets continue to react amid President Trump's tariffs. This is a live look right here. And this is the story of the day. The Wall Street markets opening in the red, down by about 1,200 points, then spiking, rebounding by about 500 or so, and now back in the red, down now by about 250 points. We're continuing to follow this, and we've been hearing from a number of global leaders and leaders here locally about their response to these tariffs. President Trump calling it medicine, saying that it might be tough to swallow, but in the long run, it will make the economy healthier. Meanwhile, Federal Reserve Board governor is talking at Harvard University on the battle with inflation amid these ongoing tariff concerns. We're going to head right back out there and continue to listen in.
That means even if an owner of a rental property face increases in cost early on, they would not be able to raise the rent right away. They may only be able to raise that rent 1 year later when they are renewing the lease or they're leasing to a new tenant. And that means there is a real delay. This is known as second-hand inflation, right? There's a real delay in this housing inflation measure versus what you see in real time, especially for new tenants. So that wave of inflation came a lot later. So this is just to tell you that in all these categories of inflation, there are different drivers. And so to understand this headline number that I showed you at the very beginning, that went up to 7.2% back in June of 2022, that means that we have to understand these different components and what's driving them, and why inflation maybe took a little bit to calm down. Now, to understand that, I'm going to show you how we can use the Phillips curve. The Phillips curve relates inflation to the rest of the economy and to some of these determinants that I have been mentioning. So let me step back to 1958. E.W. Phillips, an economist in England, used British data to estimate the regional Phillips curve, which was a wage Phillips curve, which related wage growth to productivity growth and to the state of the labor market or labor market conditions. So here we have real wage minus the lag wage, so you can put the two and get wage growth. Changes is equal, it's determined by productivity changes and by labor market conditions, which in this case are captured by the unemployment rate. So what happens again is when unemployment is low and labor markets are very tight, workers can bargain for high wages. So that would create wage growth. On the other hand, if the unemployment rate is very high and there is a lot of competition for a job, it's going to be hard to bargain for a high wage. In fact, you will have lower salary growth and wage growth. So that's the idea behind the Phillips curve and why you have this negative sign here in this wage Phillips curve. Now, how do you move from there to the Phillips curve that we all are much more used to, which relates price changes or inflation to actual economic conditions? Well, we can do that pretty easily if we define prices as being determined by a markup over wages net of productivity. And if we replace this in this wage Phillips curve, we can replace it and substitute, we will get that actually inflation is determined by two components. One, inflation expectations, and the other one, a measure of slack, which is the gap between the actual unemployment and the natural rate of unemployment, kind of the optimal rate of unemployment that doesn't create any inflationary pressures. So that's kind of the one we're going to be focusing on today. Now, in the simplest form, you could assume adaptive expectations. You could believe that people will predict today's price or today's inflation to be yesterday's inflation, to be lagged by a period of time, right? So that, if we substitute it, would lead to what is known as the accelerationist Phillips curve. Under this accelerationist Phillips curve, if the unemployment rate stays above the natural rate of unemployment, then that could lead inflation to continue going down. But on the other hand, if the unemployment rate is below the natural rate of unemployment, that could lead to increasing an acceleration of inflation. So let's see how this accelerationist Phillips curve does. Well, the accelerationist Phillips curve does okay. Not great, but it does okay during the period from the 1960s through the Great Inflation, through the end of the 1980s. It implies this negative relationship that I mentioned before between inflation and this measure of slack or the unemployment gap. It does show us that. On the other hand, unfortunately, this accelerationist Phillips curve, which assumes these adaptive expectations, doesn't do very well during the Great Moderation period. In fact, it does quite badly. So what this implies, again, as I mentioned before, is that if the unemployment rate is above this natural rate, it will lead to lower and lower inflation. And that's presumably what we should have seen during the Great Moderation. Yet, this is not what we saw, and this is why this Phillips curve really doesn't behave very well during this Great Moderation period. It shows a flat line and absolutely no relationship between inflation and slack. So it's not very helpful. So what the proposal and what others have done, and I do, is to say, look, let's assume that inflation expectations are not actually adaptive, that they're not lagged, that they also depend on long-run expectations. And in fact, so I take a convex combination of lagged inflation and long-run expectations. I combine the two, and this is a more sophisticated view of the world, which actually serves as well. In fact, I want to show you that long-run inflation expectations have actually tracked pretty well the long-run trends in inflation. And what is notable here is that those inflation expectations stayed pretty well anchored through the Great Moderation at around 2%, which is our inflation target. So I'm going to use those instead in my Phillips curve. And when I do that, when I use this convex combination of lagged inflation and long-run inflation expectations, in fact, the Phillips curve not only performs better during the period of the Great Inflation, during the 70s and early 1980s, and that entire period from 1960 to the late 1980s, but it also does a lot better during the period of the Great Moderation.
We're continuing to listen in live to the Federal Reserve Board governor as she is talking about the inflation battle amid the ongoing tariff concerns. Before we step away, I did want to share this live look from inside the White House. This is where we are expecting the LA Dodgers to attend as part of a celebration of the World Series title. We do also anticipate potentially President Trump to be here as well. Once this ceremony gets underway, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox as you're taking a live look inside the White House. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. We are keeping a very close eye on an event that is set to get underway any moment now. This is a live look inside the White House as President Trump will be meeting with the LA Dodgers to celebrate their World Series title. And during the break, I was listening in. There was a mic check going on that does indicate perhaps that this will get underway momentarily. You can see that everyone there is now standing. We haven't seen really any movement from any of the side doors, which is where everyone is going to enter. This is another angle right here, just to give you a different perspective. As you can see, the camera is zooming in on that door. That's the door where President Trump will enter, delivering remarks and then, of course, celebrating the World Series title, presenting all of this with the LA Dodgers. We're going to be carrying this right here on our air once it gets underway. In the meantime, though, we are going to head back to Harvard University, where the governor of the Federal Reserve Board is speaking about inflation.
And also why we saw the reduction in inflation. The other thing that we include here are import prices. So that's the green bars with vertical lines. That explains a little bit of the rise in inflation in 2021, and it helps a lot to explain the reduction of inflation in 23 and 24. Now, let me move to my preferred models, which include V2U and the shortages index. This actually shows a model that behaves a lot better and tells us a lot more. So if you look at now the orange lines, now we see that this V2U ratio, compared to the unemployment gap that I showed you before, does explain much more of the run-up in inflation in 21 and 22. In 23 and 24, unfortunately, it doesn't help us to explain the reduction or the fall in inflation, but it does help us to explain the 21-22 run-up of inflation. Likewise, we see once again that import prices are very helpful in explaining the reduction in inflation in 23 and 24. And most importantly, don't explain residual is now a lot smaller. Look at that. Instead of being 50%, especially in 22, it's just a much smaller share of what we can tell about inflation. Let me move to the other model that I really like, which is the one that includes the shortages index. Again, if we include the shortages index versus this one, where we include the unemployment gap, we can explain a lot more about the run-up of inflation, but we can also explain more about the reduction in inflation. And here, once again, in 21 and especially in 22, this explains why inflation rose so much in 22, and it helps us to explain, at least through import prices, why inflation came down in 23 and 24. So why am I showing you all of this? I want to give a positive story about how we can explain the dynamics of inflation in the past few years and understand much better what even may be coming ahead of us. So what are we thinking as we move forward, right? Inflation has started to go up in some categories, including in goods inflation. It has, again, as I mentioned, gone from minus 0.4% to now positive 0.4%. So they're creeping up a little. We have seen some increases in market-based services inflation, and some of that appears to be anticipatory to some of the policies that are happening as we speak. So if you think about tariffs, for example, right, this measure of core import prices, but also the shortages index, may be really important to consider. And I think it is important for us to think forward and to think ahead as we build models, not just to take for given the wage Phillips curve that A.W. Phillips gave us back in 1958, but to add to what we know, to add to the arsenal of tools that we as economists have to understand the behavior of the economy. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. That did not disappoint. I learned a lot from it, found it quite compelling, and I think you ended on a note that to me was not fully reassuring. But we'll come back and talk about where we are on tariffs. But I just wanted to start by hearing how you became an economist and then how you went from doing all this academic research to being such an influential policymaker in a wide range of ways.
Thank you. Thank you so much for asking those personal questions, but which may relate more to the young audience that I'm facing, because when I was your age, I never dreamt that I would be in the role that I'm now. So dream big. But I want to tell you about a little bit of who I am, which is how I ended up getting into economics. So I was born in the US, but I grew up in Colombia, South America. I grew up in Bogota, where I think during that time, those formative years, my childhood, my early teenage years, I was exposed to economic realities in particular that I know I would not have seen had I grown up here in the US. I saw poverty, child labor. I saw extreme inequality, lack of access to good infrastructure and to basic necessities. And that, I have to say, that has stayed not only in my mind back then, but it has stayed with me for the rest of my life. And by the same token, in the early 1980s, we were living through double-digit inflation. So I remember those years. I remember going to the market with supermarket with my parents and kind of getting to the checkout line and figuring out, well, you know, given our household economy, what should we buy? What shouldn't we not buy? You know, some of these issues of perishables, non-perishables, what do we buy, given that we're facing inflation and the value of every peso is going down, right? So that stayed with me as well. So fast forward, age 15, I moved back to the US. I go to a public school, speaking almost no English. So I carried this huge Merriam-Webster dictionary with me through the hallways. No Google Translate, guys. No iPhones and smartphones. So I was just relying on my dictionary. But the other thing that I did is that I gravitated towards activities that had universal languages. So math, sports, and music. And those were the three. And yeah, I played soccer, I did track and field, played volleyball, but I was not a star athlete. My children are much better athletes than me, for sure. I made it into varsity like barely, right? Music, I was okay too. I played the violin, but not a star musician. So I was like, you know, I'm gonna stick with math. I love it, and I'm really good at it. And so come college, I decided, well, given my strength in math and my interest in social issues, this is perfect. This is the perfect social science for me. So I got into economics and I studied economics as an undergrad. And back in the day, as an undergrad, I saw that it was harder for women to make their way into professional lives and to advance themselves. And I decided, well, I'm just going to pursue the highest possible degree that I can to arm myself in the best possible way that I can to be credible, to have technical tools that give me credibility and give me a stance that maybe others don't have. And that's what I did. So your question about policy, I think I was in part very lucky being at the right place at the right time. But I also think it was interesting. I think my deep knowledge of labor markets, of productivity at the time, I think did open doors, right? That technical knowledge that I had did open doors to go and become chief economist at the Department of Labor at the time, where I was so very lucky to work with people like you. You were head of the NEC at the time, then you became chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. And I was just so very lucky to have the ability to learn from people like you and others who had been in policy roles for some time about how we can do evidence-based policy making and how we can translate all that knowledge that may come from academia into the policy world. And then on, I went on later to become, as you said, U.S. U.S. Executive Director at the World Bank and now Governor at the Federal Reserve Board, which are very different jobs, but yet they are basically, they require deep knowledge of data, deep knowledge of economic analysis that, as you can see, I still use today. I haven't moved away from my technical tools to understand the economy. I very much still rely, and I'm doing some original work, to understand the economy very well as I make decisions on very key areas of the economy.
Great. Well, thank you. And I certainly do think work in government is just enormously collaborative, and you get very close to working together with people on difficult problems. Take us into the Federal Open Market Committee. You're a voting member of it. It meets every 6 weeks to decide what happens to interest rates. You don't need to tell us who said what at the last meeting, and you can't do that. But just how do the meetings work? How do you debate, deliberate, bring evidence to bear, make these big decisions that you make?
Yeah. Thank you. As you said, I'm not going to enter into specifics because, in 5 years, you'll see the transcripts. You see the transcripts, the minutes a few weeks later, which kind of summarize what we discussed. But it's basically 19 members and 12 voting members. And among the 12 voting members, it's the 7 members of the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., so that includes me. And then you have the president of the New York Fed, my colleague John Williams. And then you have 4 additional Reserve Bank presidents, which rotate on a yearly basis. So there are 12 voting members. And the way it goes is that we have the staff. We have an incredible staff at the Fed that briefs us. It starts the meeting by briefing us on the state of the economy and other topics, including potential risks that we may be facing at a moment in time. We hear from them. We get to ask questions. Everybody knows I ask a lot of questions in those meetings. I'm one of those, sitting in the first row, asking questions. And then we discuss with each other. We each give our views. We have had, something like 6-7 weeks in between meetings to think about where we think the economy is. We pay attention to what is happening right there and then, right before we enter into the meeting. But we give our views to our other colleagues, and we discuss with each other, and then we come up with a decision. So there are 8 meetings all year, FOMC meetings, and in those meetings, we make decisions about the federal funds rate. And the federal funds rate is the interest rate that banks charge to each other. And that affects in itself market rates, but it also affects the deposit and the lending rates that banks charge to the public, to either households and consumers or to businesses. So it's consequential, and it's consequential because it determines the cost and it determines availability of credit at a basic level. At the macro level, it determines how much not only households consume, but it will also determine how much businesses invest. So it will determine the level of economic activity in the macroeconomy. So it's pretty consequential. Now, we have a mandate, as you well know, from Congress to consider what is known as the dual mandate. We have 2 goals. We have to fulfill price stability, and we have to fulfill maximum employment. So we have a dual mandate, which is very unusual. It's unique to the US, and we have to pay attention to those two sides of the mandate. So not only prices and inflation that I discussed, but also the level of employment and economic activity that is also critical to keep a healthy economy.
Great. So I only have one more question for you, and then we're going to go to the class, which is tariffs. What do you think the macroeconomic impact of what's happened so far? And you said you have a dual mandate. If they end up raising unemployment, you want to cut interest rates. If they end up raising inflation, you want to raise interest rates. How do you balance those two, depending on how tariffs affect the economy?
So yeah, we got news on tariffs, additional news, I would say, on tariffs just last Wednesday, which according to private forecasters and private analysts, should raise the effective rate somewhere between 21, should get tariffs to an effective level of 21% to 26%. That's up from the 2.6% where we started at the beginning of the year. So it should be consequential. On the one hand, we have already started seeing some increases in prices. So as I mentioned, goods inflation has moved into positive territory. It's still very low, but it's moved up. Some components of services inflation, which I pay a lot of attention to because these are market-based services, so very well measured data, shows also that there has been a bit of a reversal. Again, very small for now, but they are starting to move up. And then at the same time, inflation expectations seem to have moved up. Mainly short-term inflation expectations, which is good news, because as you saw, once long-run inflation expectations go up, then we have to worry a lot more. So for now, the measures that have mainly moved up are those measures of inflation expectations that we call short-run inflation expectations, the 1 year ahead inflation measures.
We're listening in there to the Federal Reserve Board governor talking about the tariffs and what she is keeping a very close eye on. We are keeping a very close eye on this. This is a live look inside the White House as we are expecting to see President Trump celebrating the World Series champions, the LA Dodgers. That is set to get underway any moment. That was scheduled to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern time. That has not yet begun, but we did want to let you know we're keeping a close eye on this, and we will bring it to you as it happens. We'll be right back. We're keeping a very close eye on a number of live events, including one that will take us into the White House. We're taking a live look right here as we are expecting President Trump to enter into this room at any moment to celebrate last year's World Series champions, the LA Dodgers. So this ceremony was scheduled to get underway just about 30 minutes ago. No word on exactly when it will get underway, but we will bring it to you once it does. We're also keeping a very close eye on Wall Street as this is a live look at this hour. We're just 30 minutes away from noontime Eastern. And you can see now it's back in the red, down more than 1,000 points. It started the morning down about 1,200, rebounding slightly. You can see an uptick in the green before plummeting once again. Tariffs dominating the national headlines as well as the international headlines. And happening right now at Harvard University, the Federal Reserve Board governor now talking about tariffs and inflation. Let's continue to listen in.
For that, we're now going to go to questions. We want to get as many in as possible, so we're going to take 3 at a time. So you can hand microphones back and forth. Try to keep your question relatively concise. If you can even keep your answers concise, we'll fit as many in as possible. But
yeah, that's hard. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Great. And Janae, did you just give the microphone to someone on that side? So.
And if you can say your name, please.
Yeah.
And where you're from. Because you probably reflect, I like to understand how people are viewing the economy all across the country. And you may reflect some of that.
Right. And even all across the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Hi, my name is Grace. And my question is...
Oh, and where are you from, Grace?
Oh, I'm from Wyoming. And my question is on when you mentioned how the Fed, wants to keep committed to its goal of 2% inflation, despite us being at 2.5%. I'm wondering, how can we actually measure the impact of that 0.5% difference? And if you could also, with that, explain the unexplained residual and if that affects the analyzation of that 0.5% difference. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Linda. Thank you, Governor.
And you're from?
I'm from San Francisco. Thank you, Governor Kugler, for being here today. I'm over here. But basically, my question was, given that, we have tariffs that may threaten the dual mandate of the Fed, could you tell me more about the technical work that is going on behind the scenes?
Great. And I don't see over, oh, there. Great.
Thank you so much. My name's Hudson. I'm from Dallas, Texas. And my question was, after Trump's tariffs, Jerome Powell said there's an elevated risk of both higher inflation and unemployment. Based on what you said about the Phillips curve, what type of policies does the Fed use to shift the Phillips curve back towards our dual mandate during times of, maybe stagflation?
All great questions.
Yeah.
Fortunately, you're the one who has to answer them.
Excellent question. So let me first start with Luba's question from San Francisco. So I graduated from Berkeley. I'm giving the commencement speech at Berkeley. So I'm super excited. Spend a lot of time in the Bay Area. So with regards to the technical work, this is just one example, right? Looking at the Phillips curve of the type of work that we do. And diving into the different parts and categories of inflation and how they have evolved and how they're evolving in real time. But at the same time, we have the other side of the mandate, right, which is the full employment side of the mandate. So we're paying a lot of attention to labor markets, which is just great. That's my cup of tea, right? That I've spent my entire life looking at labor markets. So I couldn't be happier to be at the Fed right now, is studying the importance of first tight labor markets, now cooling labor markets. We're looking at all sorts of measures on where the labor market is, paying attention precisely whether they're too tight, whether they're cooling, what is driving those changes, including all sorts of changes on the labor supply side, but also on population growth, but also on the labor demand side. And we're paying attention to financial markets too and financial conditions. So that's something that we need to pay attention to, financial stability issues. We're paying attention to geopolitical risks and what is going on around the world, because while we make our policy to get the US to the best possible place, both in terms of inflation and employment, we are affected by conditions in the rest of the world. So we certainly have an international finance division at the Fed as well that pays a lot of attention to all sorts of things that are going on around the world, which may present risks to this sort of work that we're doing and obviously decisions that we're making. So that's on that. Hudson from Dallas, thank you for your question. I did live in Texas as well, so I love Dallas, although I was living in Houston.
All right, we're listening in there to the Federal Reserve Board governor talking about inflation and tariffs. However, I did want to pivot to this because it does look like the LA Dodgers have just arrived inside this room at the White House. President Trump will be also entering into the room shortly to celebrate the World Series champions. Let's raise the audio and listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by Mark Walter, owner and chairman of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
That's a good-looking group. I see some people oftentimes, like politicians behind me, it's not so pretty. That is a very good-looking group of people. And I'm thrilled to welcome to the White House very special people, actually, very talented people, the 2024 World Series champion, the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I want to congratulate you on a legendary season, and I watched it very closely. Some of those teams were home teams, and you did a big number. You're really amazing how it all came out and how it all ended. With us today is Dodgers owner and chairman Mark Walter. Thank you very much, Mark. Congratulations. President Stan Kasten, one of the greatest managers of the really ever to wear the Dodger blue. Dave Roberts, what a time he's had.
Thank you, sir.
That's great. What a job. I think he would have lasted even with George Steinbrenner, right? I love George, but he was very quick. He would, you lose 2 games and you were fired, right? Great job, Dave. Also want to recognize Secretary of Agriculture. We have some great people, Brooke Rollins, who, you know, when I came to office, they said the eggs are gone through the roof. Eggs. I said, what the hell are they talking about? I was there for 4 days and they were blaming me for eggs, and they've gone up like 6 times or something, some record number. You couldn't get them. And I gave it to Brooke, and I just saw the other day they're down 73%. Right? That's pretty good. And the press doesn't mention that. Nobody talks about it, so don't, but I know. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez de Rimmer. Thank you. Congratulations. The Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who's a big Dodger fan, by the way. Susie, thank you. And we have also Representatives Kevin Kiley, Congressman Kevin Kiley, Young Kim. Thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Jay Olbernolte. Jay. Thanks, Jay. Nanette Barragan. Nanette, where's the... Hi, Nanette. Oh, look at that, huh? What nice outfit. One of my favorite people, Gus Bilirakis, Congressman. Hi, Gus. Addison McDowell, new to the Congress, but doing a great job. Thank you, Addison. A real good baseball player and a friend of mine, Roger Williams. Great job. And another new congressman, but he's been there a long time in a mental sense, because he has really done a job, and he knows Congress very well. He was with me for 7 years. Brian Jack. Brian, congratulations, Brian. And others. We have a couple of senators here. I just don't particularly like them, so I won't introduce. Over the course of this amazing season, the members of this team I didn't think it was that big a deal, actually. Washington. Over the course of this amazing season, the members of this team gave us some of the most incredible performances ever seen in the baseball diamond. In all of baseball history, only 6 players have ever hit 40 home runs and stolen 40 bases in a single season. And an elite group known as the 40-40 Club. It's a 40-40 club, and very few people make it. But unanimous National League MVP, Shohei Ohtani. Looks like a movie star. He's got a good future, I'm telling you. He shattered all of those records last year. Think of it, all of them. And he did something even more, because he became the first ever member of the 50-50 Club. So 40-40 is top. Hitting 54 home runs and 59 steals, and an accomplishment unparalleled in 149 years of Major League Baseball. Think of that. That's just incredible. Even more incredibly, Shohei clinched that achievement in what some have called the greatest game ever. Was it that good of a game? That was a pretty good game, actually, right there. Is he good?
It's only getting better.
And he's getting better.
Getting better.
That's scary for a lot of people, huh? Even more incredibly, Shohei clinched the achievement. I mean, it really was, and in a time that, at an age that nobody ever thought was possible. On September 19th, 2024, he did the unthinkable by going 6 for 6. This is a pretty amazing. I didn't realize it was that good. I saw that game, 6 for 6 against the Marlins with 3 homers, 10 RBIs, and a pair of stolen bases. Other than that, it was not a great game. How many people have gone 6 for 6 just period, right? Not very much, right?
Maybe a dozen.
Maybe a dozen. Amazing. As you know, the Dodgers were down a lot of talent on the mound last season due to injury. The resilient group used 40 different pitchers, the most ever by an eventual World Series championship team. They had to go and get them. I don't know how they got them and where they got them, but they got them because they won. I know you especially miss the heart and soul of the pitching staff, Clayton Kershaw, who is really fantastic. These are the best-looking people I've ever seen. It's incredible. But Clayton has been unbelievable, and if you look at his records and you look at the stamina, the endurance that he's had, and we're really happy to have him. I'm glad to meet him. I've watched him for a long time. He's a young guy yet, but you are a young guy, but I've watched you for a long time. So congratulations, amazing. All year, the Dodgers faced down adversity. You entered the playoffs battered and bruised, but not broken. When you ran out the healthy arms, you ran out of really healthy. They had great arms, but they ran out. It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular, and pitchers, I guess you could say, in really particular. But the starting rotation during the National League Division Series, this scrappy Dodgers bullpen shut out the Padres, saved the season, and forced Game 5. Then key players battled back from midseason injuries to help deliver the National League pennant, including superstars Mookie Betts. Oh, is he good?
Good looking.
Mookie, that guy can play, can't he? I mean, unbelievable. You really, Mookie is, I've been watching it. I don't want to say I watched him when he was on Boston, but I did. I didn't think that was a particularly good trade when they made it, and I happened to be right. And Max Muncy, I want to congratulate Max. Max, come here, Max. His arms are very strong when I touch them. I'm used to shaking politicians and hitting their armors like Jell-O, and now it's like steel. All these guys, but Max, that's great. And also Yoshi Yamamoto. Yoshi. Wow, what great athletes. And of course, series MVP, Tommy Edman. That was an MVP series. It's a good feeling, right? With all these guys, you're the guy, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a lot of talent you had to beat out there for the MVP, but they all had an incredible. Tommy was 407 with 11 RBIs in 6 games. That's not bad, right? That's not bad. Great job. When it counted, too. Next came the blockbuster World Series against another iconic team known as the New York Yankees. I love the Yankees. George was a great friend of mine. He had very few friends, but he was. And if you want to sit for 9 innings with a game watching the Yankees play with George, you were exhausted by the end of the game. It was actually hard work, but we love George. And they're doing a good job, and they're doing well this season, and you're already 9-2. And so you're doing a good job. Maybe you see the same thing over again. In Game 1 of the World Series, Freddie Freeman, on a sprained ankle. He's a great player with a broken finger and a broken rib, channeled Kirk Gibson's legendary walk-off home run in Game 1 of the 1988 World Series. That was a game that pretty much everybody remembers. He could hardly swing the bat, but he swung it one time, and it was a shot. On the first pitch Freddie saw in the bottom of the 10th, he hit an unforgettable walk-off grand slam home run. the first in World Series history. It's amazing. The Dodgers rode the momentum to win 2 of their next 3 games, placing them on the verge of baseball immortality in a dramatic Game 5, down 5 runs on the top of the 5th. That was a strange inning, I'll tell you, for those Yankee fans. But I'm not saying I was a Yankee fan, because I love these people behind me. But down 5 runs in the top of the 5th with 2 outs and the bases loaded, the Dodgers gave us one of the grittiest half-inning World Series events, showings that anybody's ever seen. Mookie started the rally by beating out a routine ground ball to first, which he's fast as hell. I don't know how the hell you can... Having that speed isn't that a great thing? I played baseball, but it was sort of slow. I wasn't fast. Driving in the phenomenal Kike Hernandez. Where's Kike? It's a hell of a group. Then Freddie drove in 2 more runs, and Teoscar Hernandez drove in another couple of runs. That's a group. Teoscar, so you're doing well this season too? A little bit. Yes, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. After a few dominant innings from Blake Trainin. Where's Blake? I heard dominant, right? That's dominant. Great job, Blake. And the team was crowned the World Series champion against a great team. The Yankees are a great team and always a great franchise. And I guess, I don't know, like 28 or something. They've won a lot, probably, maybe more than any team in history overall. And you might be catching them pretty soon if you keep going. You've got a little ways to go, I guess. The scouting report at the start of the series said that the Dodgers could win by focusing on the fundamentals, and that's exactly what they did. You showed America that it's not about individual glory. It's about the team digging deep and sprinting right through first base, and you did that all the time. I watch some games. I love baseball. I don't get to watch as much as I'd like, but you always see a spirit on this team. I think a lot of that has to do with the ownership and the management, frankly. But you see a spirit on the Dodgers that you don't see with a lot of teams. A lot of teams I turn on, I say, oh, let's forget it. When I turn on the Dodgers, I like to watch the team. And now that I've gotten to meet these guys personally, I like it even more. I'm going to like it even more, and you're off to a great start. After seeing how successfully you've begun the season, I can tell you that you can plan on being back here. I hope you're going to be back here next year. I don't want to give you too much because we want to have a little suspense for next year, but I will tell you, we're going to go down. We're going to do something we don't do generally. We're going to run them down really fast. They have a game today? Do you have a game today or tonight? We're going to run them down to the Oval Office, and we're going to show them the fabled Oval Office, and there's nothing like it. And this wonderful owner, one of the greatest owners in sports, by the way, from everything I've heard, one of the greatest owners in sports, along with your other compatriots, right, fellas? It's a great team of owners, and that's very important. But he said they'd love it, and I think he'd like to do it himself. So we'll get out of here, and we will run. We'll sprint down, and we'll see the Oval Office, which is really something to see, you know? It's funny, people come from all over, the biggest people, the richest people, the most powerful people, and they come and they go into the Oval Office and they just stare. Oh, wow, that's something. They all have beautiful offices. They have offices that are the best in the world in many cases, but they love the Oval Office. So with all of that, I'd like to now introduce you to the Dodgers chairman, Mark Walter, to say a few words, and then we're going to follow that up with Clayton, who's going to say a couple of things, and that's a great representative of a great team. Thank you very much. Mark, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We're very pleased to participate in the tradition of bringing champions to the White House. Last season was an incredible season. We won the World Series. second time in since 2020, and only 8 times in our seasons or our history. We played in front of almost 4 million fans, and we had many millions more on television. Our global following has soared, and not only from Shohei Ohtani, but also from Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Clayton Kershaw, and many, many more. Alongside this on-field success, we have been deeply immersed in our community. Our players and managers have supported have each had foundations and support for communities. Our trust last year has committed $100 million to help Chicago or LA Fire. And so on behalf of the organization, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, wow, this is an incredible honor for me, and to stand here today representing the Los Angeles Dodgers and this group of staff and players behind me today. The 2024 Los Angeles Dodgers season is one that will go down the history books, always holding a special place in the hearts of myself and those there with me, as well will go down the history books. Always holding a special place in the hearts of myself and those there with me, as well as millions of Dodger fans around the world. This organization exemplifies what it means to come together as one for a greater purpose and to represent something so much bigger than themselves. The selflessness and humility that each one of these players and staff have shown over the last year is truly an inspiration. They have constantly played hurt, switched positions, and taken the ball to put the team first. As a spectator for our championship run last year, I was in awe of this group. Their unwavering confidence, coupled with the selfless pursuit for team excellence, was an inspiration. That is why I'm so grateful to get to speak today on their behalf, as I know none of them would say this about themselves. Moving forward, I hope the 2024 Dodgers can serve as an inspiration to many like they were to me, not just in sports, but in life, remembering to put others before ourselves. It moves a team and a society forward. So thank you for allowing me to speak today, because the story of the 2024 World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers is a true joy to get to tell. And it's because of the extraordinary people that are behind me and their incredible pursuit of excellence. Thank you. And Mr. President, we have a gift for you as well.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I like that. Wow. Ooh, I like that. Come on, Mark.
Oh, they're going to move it. Okay.
There it is, the moment with the White House band playing a rendition of We Are the Champions by Queen, and what a moment it is for the Dodgers. They have a game later tonight in Washington, and making the pit stop to the White House there to really celebrate their big achievement as World Series champions. Everyone, Mike Pace here. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I'll be with you for the next 4 hours as we bring you top stories, live feeds, and of course, breaking news as it happens. One of the big stories today, though, is the tariff reaction. What we saw on Thursday, Friday, it continued its downward trend today, but there was a moment when there was some news reports out there that possibly the White House would be entertaining a 90-day pause for tariffs. And, well, That turned out to be what the White House is calling fake news. So you could see when that moment happened, the partial green on your screen is when that news broke. And for about 40 minutes, investors took that news and ran with it. It turned out to be that it was not a real story, and it was put out on X, and it really drove the market a little bit crazy and haywire this morning. So again, we'll be talking about that a little bit later today. We're also going to get more from lawmakers about their reaction to the economy, to tariffs. We have one lawmaker in that we just got done recording on. So let's bring it to you. Senator Chuck Schumer speaking on worldwide tariffs.
Into a recession, something nobody wants. As everyone knows, right now the nation is in tariff chaos. No one really knows what's going on, except everyone knows there's real trouble ahead. We hear one thing out of the chief economic advisor to the president, and the next minute the president says, no, what he's saying is fake news. One hand doesn't know what the other is doing, but everything they're doing is very bad. Very, very bad. That's the only thing we do know, that things are very, very bad. The market continues to crash. Millions of New Yorkers who put money in their retirement accounts are seeing the market down 10% since so-called Liberation Day. People don't feel very liberated when their IRAs go down. Their life savings is in trouble. And now Trump tariffs are likely to drive New York right into a recession. And it's going to be worse for New York City and its suburbs. This is not just rhetoric. We crunch the numbers. It looks like a lot of rot for the Big Apple. Why? Well, some of our city's economy are being large parts of the city's economy are being targeted already. New Yorkers face roughly $20 billion in increased costs. A staggering 260,000 jobs are under threat unless Donald Trump backs off. And that's exactly what I'm urging him to do today. Back off, President Trump. What you're doing is ugly. Ugly for New York and ugly for the nation. I'm telling President Trump, put down the golf clubs and pick up the papers, because what is going on is anything but great. JP Morgan said the chance of recession in the country is 60%, but it's higher in New York, because we depend on exports and imports more than most parts of the country. We're the second biggest import-exporting metropolitan area in the country. And our biggest sectors are targeted by foreign countries right now. Finance, tech, accounting, tourism, fashion, lifestyle industries, they're all going to be greatly damaged by the Trump tariff tax, by the tariffs that we put on, and then the retaliatory tariffs that the other countries put on. And an omnibus fact here, New York and its metropolitan area are especially vulnerable to the president's needless tariff war because we so depend on trade. The port and area import and export hubs hum with activities that pump billions of dollars into New York each year. As I said, the president's plan puts over 260,000 New York jobs tied to exports and imports in direct peril, and many, many more jobs in the secondary market will follow. It's a huge loss of jobs, huge. JP Morgan, as I said, released data that said the nation's chances of recession are at 60%. But in New York, it's got to be significantly higher because we so depend on trade. And right now, the European Union is seeking to retaliate directly at New York's main economic sectors: financial, accounting, tech. Tariffs on imports will hurt tourism, another big industry. And now that Europe is already retaliating, Asia is next. Last week, not Chuck Schumer, but JP Morgan said the chance of a recession substantially increased due to the president's tariff announcements. JP Morgan, normally a staid banking organization, headlined its report on Trump's tariffs by saying, quote, "There will be blood." and dated April 3rd warned these policies, if sustained, would likely push the U.S. and the global economy into recession this year. An update of our probability scenario tree makes this point, raising the risk of recession to 60%. But it's not just J.P. Morgan, Barclays, HSBC, Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, all warned that the U.S. economy faces a higher risk, a much higher risk of slipping into a recession this year if the president's tariffs remain in place. And today Goldman Sachs said the same thing. So listen, I'm here to echo these warnings. Trump's tariff tax would be the biggest increase in taxes since 1968, and it's comparable to Smoot-Hawley, the infamous tariff acts that helped prolong the Great Depression back in the 20s and 30s. As for New York, I'm seeing red. Again, the dangers to New York are greater than just about anywhere else. Here are some local dangers. Trump's tariffs will raise the cost for New York City and threaten to put the Big Apple straight into a recession. That's where they're heading. Trump's tariffs are the largest tax increase since the Vietnam War, and it will immediately sink New York's economy. J.P. Morgan and Barclays say that Trump's tariffs will nearly double inflation, causing stagflation. That means the economy doesn't grow, but prices grow up. The worst of all worlds for New Yorkers and Americans. But New York will feel it hardest and first. And more than $5 trillion was wiped out in the stock market after Trump's announcement. The worst days of trading since March 2020. And here is how New York is particularly vulnerable. As I said, we trade over $200 billion in goods alone. This entire subset of the economy has been staggered, no matter what the president does right now. His tariffs will mean, we said this, a $20 billion hit to New York. And we said over 260,000 jobs at risk directly and many more indirectly. And our biggest industries are the ones at risk. Tourism is a big risk. Canada's one of our biggest tourist countries. Loads of Canadians come here. They've already seen a 23% drop of travel to U.S. What does that mean for New York? The hotels are less crowded, the restaurants are less crowded, Broadway is less crowded, less money in people's pockets. When Canadians, Europeans, Asians no longer come here. The fashion and garment industry is facing price increases of 10 to 17%. We are a fashion and garment hub. So the bottom line is Donald Trump's tariff strategy is wreaking havoc on New York. It's driving us into a recession. So, once again, I urge the president to back off before it's too late. The damage you've already done is huge, but stop now or it's going to get even worse. President Trump, find a way to put down the golf clubs and pick up the papers, the financial papers. Take a real look at what's going on here, because it's anything but great. It's anything but beautiful. In fact, it's quite ugly and quite gratuitous to nosedive the nation's economy. Questions on this subject? Yes.
Senator Schumer, can you break down the power that Congress does or does not have in terms of tariffs? And if there is some steps that Congress should take, what would it take?
Okay, first, I had an amendment on the floor of the Senate late last week, that said the tariffs should, if there's any increase in the price of consumer goods, the tariffs should be undone. Unfortunately, no Republican voted for it. They're all afraid of Trump. Now, Maria Cantwell has a bill with Chuck Grassley that I'm a co-sponsor of, which says any future tariffs have to be approved by Congress.
And the details of that amendment are in the press release page passed out.
Well, let me just finish. And so, first, I had an amendment that would have rescinded the previous tariffs if any prices went up, but no Republican voted for it. They're all afraid of Trump. Hopefully, they'll change their minds as they see how bad this is. Senator Cantwell, along with Senator Grassley, has a bipartisan bill that would say no future tariffs can go into effect without Congress. I support that bill, but we have to undo the existing tariffs as well.
Are you convinced, Senator, that what the president is doing is legal? Is the Senate considering legal action? Because, you know, back when the Constitution was written, this was firmly Congress's power. Can you claw
Yes,
it back?
we are looking at every legal avenue to stop these tariffs as well, but that will take a while, and the damage is going to be very, very large, very, very soon.
Speaking of damage, are you worried that the damage is already, let's say the tariffs go away tomorrow, the volatility at this point is already too much?
Yes, the chaos that the president has done already, even if he would get rid of them tomorrow, which seems highly unlikely, does huge damage. Businesses like to plan. When they see the erratic nature, the chaotic nature of what the president is doing, they say, I better not build that new plant. I better not train that new worker. I better not try that new product. Consumers are saying the same thing. Consumer confidence is down a record amount, more than in a decade, because consumers are saying, if these tariffs are going to hit, I better not go on that vacation to see grandma. I better not buy that new car. I better not, you know, upgrade the groceries I'm buying. Okay? Thank you, everybody. I'm on my way to D.C. to fight these tariffs right now. Thank you.
Get him, Tiger.
Who's this?
Oh, yeah, Daniel, we'll call you from the car.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Senator Chuck Schumer talking about tariffs, talking about the economy, and we have seen the market really whiplash effect today, down almost 900 points in the red as it stands right now. We will take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. We do want to take you out to another live event that we have here for you. We take you out to Utah, where family and friends of former U.S. Rep. Mia Love are gathering right now in Salt Lake City to honor her life and legacy after she died of brain cancer back in March at the young age of 49. Let's listen in.
He feeds the lambs of his fold. Our kind Father in heaven, we come before thee today as thy children to give thee thanks for the life of Mia, our beloved sister, mother, daughter, and friend. We celebrate her life today and thank thee for so many who have come to support her family, her husband, and her children. We pray for them today and for all who have come, that we will be able to feel her spirit here with us. The legacy that she has left and the example that she has been to all of us. We pray for those who will be speaking today that their hearts will be open, that the words that they have in their hearts will be shared, that the memories that they share with us today will continue to extend Mia's light. And we pray for all those that she has influenced, that light that she shared with us will continue to persist in this world, that we will be uplifted by her example and her example of courage to speak up, her example to serve those around her, to be a friend to all, that we may endear those principles that she shared with us, and that we may continue to extend her example and love and light to the rest of the world. Again, we thank thee and pray for thy spirit of peace and comfort to be here with us today. And we do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Before I begin my part of the services, I need to first recognize my brother. Gene, will you come for a sec, please? I think it's appropriate that he stands next to me while I give this talk about my sister. Thank you. This is my brother, Gene Bordeaux. Good morning. My name is Cindy Brito, and I am the proud sister of Mia Bordeaux Love. Mia, our sister, is beautiful. Mia is influential. Mia is highly respected. Mia is smart, and our sister Mia is brave. Now, the reason I say is and not was is because Mia is still all the above. We can be a bit biased because Mia was our sister. However, within the past few weeks, I have been reminded by my family, by the community, by the state of Utah, by the neighbors, and even by the world, feels the same as we do. Mia will always be one of the bravest human beings I will ever know. Mia has never shied away from hard work and exceeding. When our sister was younger, she loved being in school plays. She would always go for major roles. And she would practice and rehearse all day and all night, and she wasn't quiet about it. She was loud, annoying the rest of the family members that lived in our childhood home. Leading up to tryout days, as Mia is about to walk into the audition, Mia was confident, ready, and brave. And she landed those major roles every single time she went for a play. She was amazing on stage. She was beautiful. She was perfect. She belonged on the stage. When Mia was not doing a play she was in, do you remember? Color Guard. And guess what? She was amazing at it. She was the best, and she always made it to state. Whatever role our sister took, she was the best at it. Mia had many, many, many best friends. Every time I would meet one of Mia's friends, they would tell me that Mia was their best friend. That is how important Mia made her friends feel, like they were the best. I want now to share a special story with you. During Black History Month, my children's 3rd grade class was asked to choose someone that made history with the option to present it at the school assembly. My daughter Carly volunteered to write and talk about her Auntie Mia. I would like to read a small part of her presentation. This was at her school assembly in front of the entire school on February 28, 2025. This is what it said. Hello, my name is Carly Brito, and I will talk about Mia B. Love. Mia was the first Black woman Republican elected to Congress from the state of Utah. Mia Love was a political commentator on CNN. Mia Love was an author to the book Qualified. Mia Love played many roles and had many titles. But the most important role and the most important title that Mia Love played in my eyes was Auntie, because Mia Love was my favorite aunt. Again, Mia Love took a role and was the best at it. Because of the example she had on my children, my daughter was brave enough to step up, stand out, and lend her voice. Our sister Mia Love, the best auntie, the best mother, the best friend, the best co-worker, the best leader, the best wife, the best sister-in-law, the best sister. Mia is still working, and I know Mia is doing and being the best. I would like to take this special opportunity to thank my family, Mia's neighbors, the community, the state of Utah, and even the world for coming out and showing support and love to our sister, Mia Love. Sis, we will always, always look up to you. We love you. Keep being the best.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Mia had the gift of making work fun, didn't she? Last night I was visiting with the city manager, Mark Christensen, city manager of Saratoga Springs, and he shared a kind of a humorous experience with me. As Mia was the mayor and he was a newly hired city manager for a growing city, whenever they would leave meetings, he said that Mia would always ask him to pick up her purse and carry it for her. Now, she always had a way with each of us that worked with us. She would always have a little joke or a little playful jab that she would take at us in fun way, making it humorous and fun. But for me, the humor I found was that she actually did really want him to carry her purse for him. And many of us have carried her purse over the years, myself included. You know, Mia and I, we periodically spoke about this moment and the potential of one of us dying early. And as we considered the possibilities, again, she would take a jab at me and say, look at how well my family's aging. Remember, Jason, black don't crack. But she made it very clear to me and to our family that she wanted this moment to be a time of celebration. And it's my wish to fulfill that desire for this wonderful woman. I want to begin by honoring my mother-in-law and my father-in-law. Please stand, Jean-Maxime Bordeaux and Mary Bordeaux. If you could turn and just look back at the congregation for a moment. Usually our chapel, it's a place of reverence for us to feel the Spirit, and we usually refrain from applause here. But I've been given permission from those presiding to offer a round of applause. If you would please stand with me. Mama, Papa, go ahead and please sit down. You were the first to love her and instilled in her the goodness of your heritage from the Caribbean island of Haiti. From this small island of hardy and joyful people, you brought passion and freedom and a desire for the American dream into Mia and into her life. I love you, and thank you for sharing this amazing woman with me. I also want to celebrate my 3 children, Elisa, Abigail, and Peyton. As you look at them, you see Mia. They are blessed with her love of dance and of song. They know how to make work fun as well. They are the best of her, and she lives on within them. I love them with all of my heart. And she taught them to have faith, to work hard, and to have fun. Now, many of you have sent tender memories over the previous weeks to mialovememories@gmail.com. I want you to know that during Mia's final weeks, when at times it was all she could do to blink her eyes or squeeze our hands, I read those stories with her, and we celebrated those moments that she had with each of you. And we laughed, and we cried, and we smiled. Thank you for sharing those. I want to express my deepest gratitude and that of our family to build on to Cindy's for those friends, family, constituents, colleagues, volunteers, doctors, nurses, church leaders, the special choir here today of friends, and those who are speaking with us. Thank you for supporting Mia through her journey in life and also through her final years. You all know who you are, and I thank you. Now, many of you have read Mia's book, Qualified. I've listened to the audio twice over the last couple of weeks, and it really has influenced some of the words I want to share today. Now, very few people know the story behind this picture. She looks amazing, doesn't she? Beautiful, courageous, confident. But few know that this photo shoot took place 2 weeks after her first craniotomy and cancer resection surgery. I asked her to reschedule. She wouldn't hear it. She wanted her message and her stories to be heard, and she wanted to get that photo shoot done. It was a very special moment and a very special memory. After 11 weeks of radiation and chemotherapy, she insisted on recording the audio. And that's very precious to us to have her voice telling her story and sharing her principles. As you listen to that, you'll hear that her voice is softer than the Mia that we're used to, as she was courageously moving through what she referred to as putting her head in the microwave oven, right? But Mia was always so optimistic. And in our marriage, you know me, I'm the serious, stoic person. She was my antidepressant. I loved hearing her stories at the end of each day, what had happened, because it always sounded larger than life. She loved the story of the rising sun in America. It reflected her optimism. And I want to, in her words, share that with you and weave that through my talk today.
One thing I never tired of during my days in D.C. was seeing the sun rise in the sky while running past a historic monument. The rising sun is both inspiring and instructive for us today as we face significant national and international challenges. Looking back over our history as a nation, we can see America's beginning was anything but certain. And we faced daunting difficulties not dissimilar from what we face today. As the last delegates were signing the historic and inspired document we revere as the Constitution, Benjamin Franklin pointed toward the sun on the back of the convention president's chair. Then he made a most important observation, as only he could, saying, "I have often looked at that picture behind the president without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting, but now, at length, I have the happiness to know that it is a rising and not a setting sun." From that moment until today, America has been on the rise, and I am convinced that the best is yet to come. The great America rising has always been based on our belief in the ability of every individual to rise like the morning sun.
Mia's story and her experience during her 49 years of life is an example that the sun is rising in America today still, and the story of her parents coming here to pursue the American dream. Now, shifting gears just a little bit, many of you have heard the story of how Mia and I met, and I'm here to set the story straight now. Yes, it is true that we met while I was a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but neither of us were pursuing romance at that time. She did, however, leave a memorable impression on me. Mia and her cousin Tara had recently been baptized into the church through the good example of her sister Cindy, and seeing Cindy emulate a life that was full of joy and balance. Tara's boyfriend was also interested in learning more about the church. And I was a missionary about a year into my mission or so. And Elder Denning and I in Stamford, Connecticut received the assignment to go and teach Tara's boyfriend. We pulled up to the parking lot of the boyfriend's condominium or apartment complex. And there, standing next to a red Chevy Beretta, which has its own story, right, Papa, was this young woman wearing a rose-colored turtleneck sweater. And in unusual fashion, she was singing powerfully music from the Phantom of the Opera. And I'd been in the Bronx and in Harlem the previous year, where the streets are filled with the sounds of hip-hop music and rap and Latin music. And I thought, this is a refreshing and unique sight. It was very memorable to me. Now, following this brief encounter, I returned home several months later and had relatively little interaction with Mia the rest of my mission. It was now August of 1998. I had been home for a few weeks and was just acclimating to normal life. And out of the blue, I received a phone call. And on the other end was a familiar voice. And she said, "Is this Elder Love?" I said, "Yes, this is Jason Love." She said, "Do you know who this is?" I said, "Give me a hint." She says, "This is Mia." How could I forget, I said. And Mia jumped straight to the point and told me that her and her roommate Melanie had moved into Utah and they needed a little help setting up furniture. So I grabbed my faithful sidekick, Jaren Christensen, and we went up there and we helped her get moved in and get set up. And in the following month of September, we went on several dates together and quickly became inseparable. We went hiking and shooting and golfing, and she made several amazing meals for me. I think that she took after her mother and that talent. And I was having the time of my life. What could be better? Early October, the following month, Mia met me after work. I had been building homes in Saratoga Springs as a framer. And we sat down in her red Jeep Wrangler. And it was evening. Utah Lake was like glass. And we looked over at the mountains to the east, and they were turning pink and orange as the sun began to set. And Mia looked at me in her typical straightforward fashion, and she said, "Jason, I want you to know, I'm not in this relationship just for fun. If it doesn't look like this is leading toward marriage, I will move on." And I didn't see that one coming at all. I was just enjoying life and wasn't thinking about marriage seriously. But I went out that week and I bought a ring. And I proposed to her the following week. And we were married 2.5 months later, in December of 1998. And the sun was certainly rising for me. Now, each of you know that Mia had some superpowers, right? I learned very early on that she had the ability to connect with people and bring them along with her in superhuman fashion. I first noticed this when, back in that day, you would get lots of toasters as wedding gifts. And we had 3 toasters from our wedding. And I really wanted to get a killer surround sound system. So we needed to return some of the gifts we didn't need. And so we went to the local department store on a Saturday morning, and I took those 2 extra toasters, and Mia waited in the car for me. I went to the customer service desk and said, "I'd like to return these 2 toasters." They said, "Do you have a receipt?" I said, "No, I don't." "We're sorry, we can't have you return those." I went out to the car with my head down, having failed the mission, and told Mia, "We don't have a receipt. We have to figure something else out." She said, "Give me those toasters, Jason." 3 minutes later, she came out with cash in hand. I thought, wow, I have married a Jedi Knight. Now, a former colleague recently emailed in and said, "We come from very different personal and political worlds, but I couldn't help but like her. It didn't matter how much I disagreed with her. I still liked her. She radiates energy and compassion. There's a way that Mia is with people that's unique. She would reach out and grab my elbow and implore me to agree with her. I disagreed with her, but I didn't want to say no." That shows how powerful she is and how good she is with people. Our country needs more people like Mia. Now, Mia, you all know Mia. She was an extraordinary mother. And she believed that the most important work she would do within her life was within the walls of her own home with her children. She always made it a special place for each of them to feel loved and to begin to achieve their full potential. She taught them to work hard, to have faith, to exercise, to develop their talents, and be kind to others. I tried to keep this woman to myself for so many years, but I failed. I just couldn't contain her. She had been taught at an early age to not be a burden on society and to give back. Even when she withdrew from the corporate world to help raise our children for a season, she remained engaged in opportunities outside of the home that allowed her to use her talents to serve others. When our Saratoga Springs neighborhood needed to address some challenges it was having with the land developer and with the city, the neighbors who knew of her Jedi powers recruited her to represent their interest, and this led to her first city council role. Now, Mia, having raised our children for a season, had another superpower, her motherhood. Most of her political opponents had day jobs, and they were working all day, while Mia took our children in the stroller and went door to door, house to house, introducing herself. A Saratoga Springs resident recently sent in an email. My family lived in Saratoga Springs for 13 years, and I remember receiving a knock on the door. When I answered, it was Mia Love. She was running for mayor at the time. She was walking around our neighborhood, knocking on doors, introducing herself to let everyone know who she was and what she stood for. She was a joy to talk with. I always remember admiring her for taking time to knock on doors and get to know us. Nobody does that anymore. I'll never forget how it made me feel. I was grateful for that. It would be an injustice for me to not talk about Mia's faith in God as part of my words. Our participation in the Church of Jesus Christ brought us together, and it strengthened our marriage and family. Mia and I believe that we are all children of God, that we are all brothers and sisters, sons and daughters of our Heavenly Father, and that we have two great commandments as taught by our Savior Jesus Christ, to love God and to love our neighbors. Now for me, those two simple commandments are a little bit difficult at times, but it was Mia's nature to follow those commandments. We also believe that any two people who strive to live the teachings of Jesus Christ, regardless of their fiery personalities and their backgrounds, will have a successful marriage. That man and woman are two halves of the whole. And when we work together as husband and wife, with faith, with love and harmony, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Mia and I were also guided by two other principles that are contained in the Book of Mormon and the restored gospel of Jesus Christ that Mia would have me share with you. The first is that families can be sealed together for all eternity through sealing ordinances performed in the temple. Again, it may be hard to believe that a fiery Haitian-American woman and a Western farm boy would ever have any conflicts in their marriage, right? But as conflicts arose, we always kept that eternal perspective in mind, that this small conflict will be just a blink of an eye in the eternities. And we had the most extraordinary 27 years of marriage, filled with the fullness of love that a family can have. I'm so grateful for that. The second principle of our faith, of many, that led Mia to serve in her community and country, is that America is a land of promise and opportunity. It's been preserved by God for the very purpose of protecting freedom of thought and freedom of religion. And America will remain a blessed and prosperous land so long as the people on this land remain righteous. If you look at her actions, you know that that was part of the principles that led her. And she would start each morning with humble prayer that her actions and her decisions would align with our Heavenly Father's will, even when those decisions were not popular. Mia and our family have been honored by the opportunity to serve the people of Saratoga Springs and have her represent the 4th Congressional District of Utah. She considered it a sacred obligation, and we are so grateful for those that supported her over many years. Many have sacrificed time, money, talents, and other opportunities to serve and support Mia. You all know who you are, and I thank you. Mia's opportunity to serve in an elected office, again, is testament that the sun continues to rise in America, and our best days are still to come. Now, when Mia lost her election in 2018, while some may have been sad, we celebrated at home We celebrated because it was a time for her to be with our younger children as they were finishing high school and make up that lost time. And things were going so perfectly. I had started my executive MBA program at the University of Utah, and we scheduled a wonderful spring break vacation with Peyton in San Juan, Puerto Rico. A few days before we left, she started to get migraine headaches. And we thought she would be okay with a little bit of medication. By the second day of this trip, she was in such excruciating pain that we had to take her to the emergency room. And there the doctors, through a CT scan, found a tumor in the right temporal lobe of her brain. And having lost my own mother to brain cancer, this was devastating for our family. We returned home for her surgery and hoped that it would be benign, but got the prognosis that it was glioblastoma, grade 4 brain cancer, with a prognosis of 10 to 15 months. Mia was so healthy, so active. How could this have happened? You know, as we asked the doctors, they said, well, you know, glioblastoma can be caused by radiation exposure or just bad luck. And none of us have ever known Mia to have bad luck, haven't we? When you're playing a card game with Mia, you know she's gonna get lucky, right? But Mia fought cancer valiantly, and this week marks her 3rd year anniversary from her diagnosis. She doubled the life expectancy in typical Mia Love fashion. We are so grateful for the women and men of the Utah Neurological Clinic, Huntsman Cancer Institute, the Robert Tisch Brain Tumor Center at Duke University, those who work tirelessly to serve and comfort her and prolong her life. Cancer is an evil disease. It takes life, and it has impacted all of us. And I'd like to just ask each of you to do a quick poll with me. If you have lost someone you love to cancer, or if you know someone today battling cancer, would you please raise your hand with me? Just look around you. Nearly all of us, if not all of us, thank you, have been affected by this terrible disease. This is also Mia's unfinished work. There's more that we can do to get to the bottom of this cruel disease that takes from us. I invite each of you in this room to rally around any opportunity that you have to support research and investment in this area of medical science that impacts each of us in this room. During Mia's final 2 months, they were very special. They were very tender. As we knew the end was coming, each day she received visits from loved ones, cousins, uncles, friends that she hadn't seen for many, many years. We held her hand, we FaceTimed, we sang songs with her, we held her in our arms. These precious moments will never be forgotten. We celebrate her life here today, and like the rising sun, will continue to feel her warmth and her love and her principles that she has brought into our lives and for years to come. Mia's work is unfinished. It is. And she wanted each of us here today to join her. The adversaries of freedom and righteousness seek to divide us through the natural seams of our fabric of society. They know that if they apply a little bit of pressure to these natural seams of race, of religion, of gender, of income, they know that they can get us divided and they can weaken us. Mia and I believe that there has never been a greater time on this earth in the history of humanity. Let's listen to what Mia said.
We live in a country full of opportunity, but it is up to you to take advantage of that opportunity. It's time to take advantage of the liberties, freedoms, and chances we've been so blessed to have. No matter what arena you find yourself in, no matter what your background or resume says, No matter what opposition comes your way, your story has value. And I want to empower you to be bold enough to share it. Your history, story, and beliefs qualify your words. Say something. Use your voice. Be confident. Move to action. Get involved. Don't be afraid to fail. If you fail, start again. A particular note to those in the minority community. Whether you are Black, a woman, or a Black woman, you have the opportunity today to share your story, raise your voice, and lead with character, and empower others. What you believe and what matters to you matters. Your diversity and minority qualities are a benefit that the majority is without. You bring a unique and valuable view to the table. You can speak for those who have no voice, and you can also speak for the good of all. It is critical for you to recognize that your community and our country don't need you to speak out only on minority issues. The country needs you to speak out on every issue. We will need your unique perspective if you're going to solve problems and overcome challenges. It is vital for each American to recognize that leading doesn't come without struggles, doubts, and hardship. There are times when you may question yourself, or times when others will question you. But it is then that you can rely on the strength of your story and the content of your character in order to have the confidence to take action and speak up. Learn from your mistakes. Put your head down and get to work. As I experienced 2 congressional race losses, I also achieved some things that will go down in the history of the United States of America. Although I faced opposition, doubt, and questions, I found a way to persevere to fulfill my duty and my purpose and proudly represent the people. Whether in an elected position or lobbying for policies outside a formal office, I found power in my story and cannot help but to share it. The United States of America needs your voice and needs to hear your story. You are qualified. Find your voice, lead with character, and empower others to do the same. America needs you, and the nation is waiting for your influence to make it a more perfect union.
I join my voice with those sweet words of my dear wife and Mia, and partner Mia, and invite you to join her in her unfinished work of making America a more perfect union. I leave these words and my testimony with you. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. And that was the book.
Funeral happening in Salt Lake City for the late Representative Mia Love, who died of brain cancer. Family and friends honoring out in Utah. We are going to take a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are monitoring the movements outside of the White House. We are awaiting for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his big visit to the White House, where we will then see President Trump and Netanyahu inside the Oval Office. They will make some remarks there. And then a little bit later, about 2:30 Eastern, we are expecting a joint news conference. So we will have all of that for you here today in full and in its entirety right here. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. We are gearing up for President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to be making some remarks at the White House, talking about the economy, the war in Gaza, and so much more. So we'll be looking forward to that and bringing that to you live, raw, and unfiltered when it does get going. In the meantime, let's go out to the House floor. We have lawmakers reacting to the economy, tariffs, and so much more. Let's listen in.
Workplace or the community. May God's favor and blessing be upon Trinity Baptist College as it embarks on the next 50 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the extraordinary work done in my district at Kennedy Space Center. I recently had the privilege of touring this iconic vehicle assembly building, a structure that rises 716 feet into the Florida sky. For almost 60 years, it has stood as a symbol of American space ambition. This is where the mighty Saturn V rockets were assembled, launching Apollo astronauts towards the moon. It's where 3 decades of space shuttle fleet took shape. And that legacy continues today, where work is being done to prepare the Artemis II mission. During my visit, I saw firsthand the progress on the SLS, the Space Launch System, the rocket that will carry astronauts on a 10-day journey to the moon, further than we've been from the Earth for over 50 years. I saw up close the SLS core stage, a 212-foot fuel tank engineered to launch the next era of human spaceflight, and the 2 solid rocket boosters that have already been stacked onto the mobile launch platform. And just days ago, the core stage has been integrated with the boosters, a major milestone in the path to launch. In the coming months, the crews at the KSC will add more hardware to the SLS, culminating in securing the Orion spacecraft to the top. The Artemis II mission is currently on track to launch in April of next year. When it lifts off, 9 million pounds of thrust will carry American astronauts further from Earth, as I mentioned before, in over 50 years, into our lunar orbit. When Artemis II succeeds, America will aim to return astronauts to the lunar surface in 2027. These missions are a statement to the world that America still leads, still explores, and still dares. That's why the work being done at NASA at Kennedy Space Center is so critical. This team is working tirelessly to keep Artemis II on schedule, pushing through complex technical milestones with focus and determination. And this mission matters. Returning to the moon opens the door to the future, deep space exploration, technological breakthroughs, and a new chapter in American space leadership. And it's a reminder to every child looking at the sky that there are still frontiers to cross, still dreams to chase. And this is a race. China has made no secret of its lunar ambitions. This communist dictatorship is building, planning, and pushing to plant their flag on the moon and to shape the rules that follow. We cannot afford to yield that ground. The nation that leads in space will shape the world order on Earth, and that leadership must be American. Kennedy Space Center, where we make that stand, and I applaud the work of the men and women who are making Artemis II a reality. I'm proud to say the future of American spaceflight is alive and well at Florida's Kennedy Space Center. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend Jekyll Island Club Resort and Sea Island for being named among Southern Living's best resorts for 2025. Jekyll Island Club Resort is a historic retreat that combines timeless elegance with modern comfort. Nestled along Georgia's coastline, it offers visitors a unique blend of luxury and rich history. Sea Island is also a world-renowned resort that provides guests with unparalleled amenities, breathtaking coastal views, and a legacy of excellence. Its pristine beaches and award-winning accommodations make it a standout destination. Both resorts contribute significantly to Georgia's tourism industry, attracting visitors from across the country. Their recognition highlights Georgia's ability to offer diverse and high-quality travel experiences. I encourage everyone to explore these iconic resorts and experience the best of Georgia's hospitality. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Georgia Safari Conservation Park in Madison, Georgia, for being named one of Time's World's Greatest Places for 2025. This 530-acre park offers an unforgettable safari experience where visitors can encounter giraffes, rhinos, and other exotic animals. The park provides luxurious accommodations, including glamping tents and a private giraffe suite, giving guests a chance to stay close to nature. The park plays a vital role in wildlife conservation by educating the public and supporting endangered species. The park's success has significantly contributed to Madison's economy by attracting tourists from across the nation. Accessibility is a priority, with wheelchair-friendly amenities ensuring all guests can fully enjoy the experience. Times highlights Georgia's commitment to preserving natural wonders while promoting economic development. This honor showcases the park as a top destination that blends adventure, education, and conservation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge a true Southern institution, Miss Wilkes Dining Room in Savannah, Georgia, which was recently highlighted on Southern Living's bucket list. In the hostess city of the South, it's only fitting that lunch is served with true Southern hospitality. At Miss Wilkes, this means gathering around tables set for 10 while guests take a seat, share a meal, and leave as friends. Every day at 11 o'clock, the doors swing open, inviting everyone to enjoy a rotating menu of classic Southern home cooking, all served family style. The meal is always a surprise. You never know what the day's entrees and sides will be, and that's part of the restaurant's charm. Whether it's crispy fried chicken, collard greens, cornbread, or black-eyed peas, every dish is steeped in tradition. Mrs. Wilkes' Dining Room isn't just a restaurant, it's an experience. It's a place where history, hospitality, and home-cooked meals unite to create something truly special. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend the islands of St. Simons, Jekyll, and Tybee, which have recently been recognized as 3 of the top 5 best beach towns in the South. Jekyll Island was ranked as the 5th best beach town in the South, celebrated for its beauty, pristine wilderness, otherworldly nature, and function as a refuge for local wildlife. Tybee Island was ranked 4th on the list, being praised as a little island packing a big punch. Tybee contains over 3 miles of beaches, hundreds of years of history, and countless opportunities to explore nature, making it one of the most beloved areas in the 1st Congressional District. St. Simons was ranked as the #1 beach town in the South, surpassing a list of 50 other iconic locations. St. Simons' laid-back and welcoming atmosphere, delicious restaurants, renowned golf courses, and historic landmarks are reason why the idyllic town beats out all the rest. I am proud to say that Georgia's 1st District is home to 3 of the best beach towns in the South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. There's just some of the action there on the House floor. We are going to take a 2-minute break here. Coming up in moments, we are keeping an eye on the White House for when President Trump meets with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That is coming up here shortly. We are awaiting the arrival. We're also awaiting remarks from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He will be speaking in just a bit. The podium is set up, waiting for more people to come to their seats. Also, of course, keeping an eye on this up and down market that we saw today, the whiplash effect continuing for investors. We'll have much more coming up next on Live Now from Fox when we come back. Back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's go on to the UN briefing that is happening live right now. Let's listen in for the latest updates on the war in Gaza and much more.
Supplies reached every part of the Gaza Strip. They said that assertions that there is now enough food for all of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are far from the reality on the ground, and commodities are running extremely low. That statement was shared with you. Meanwhile, our humanitarian colleagues tell us that across Gaza, Israeli attacks continue unabated, causing systematic, large-scale civilian casualties. People, including many children, are being killed, injured, and maimed for life. Survivors across Gaza are being displaced repeatedly and forced into an ever-shrinking space where their basic needs just cannot be met. Overall, we estimate that nearly 400,000 people have been displaced yet again since the breakdown of the ceasefire. That's 18% of all Palestinians in Gaza. And no arrangements to secure their safety and survival have been made, a responsibility that falls on Israel as the occupying power. Just yesterday, Palestinian rockets were fired into Israel, and yet another Israeli displacement order was issued, this time for over 3 square kilometers in the Deir al-Balah area. That will cover 9 neighborhoods with a combined area that is comparable to our Central Park here in New York. And I can tell you that several medical facilities were serving people inside and just outside that area. WHO says there is severe shortage in medical equipment, as well as ultrasound machines, as well as oxygen pumps, and in medicines, along with 180,000 doses of routine childhood vaccines in Gaza. We continue to distribute what remains inside Gaza to those most in need, but we cannot sustain this for much longer, and the crossings, unless the crossings are reopened immediately for humanitarian goods and equipment, and that will be essential to the survival of people in Gaza. OCHA says all attempts to pick up commodities that had been brought in and dropped at the crossings have been denied. OCHA reminds us that coordination with Israeli authorities is required for any humanitarian organization to access vast areas of the Gaza Strip, and that most attempts to coordinate these movements result in access being denied. Just yesterday, Israeli authorities denied 5 of 9 attempts to coordinate access by UN workers. OCHA says that while staff rotations are often facilitated, aid delivery is routinely blocked. 18 months since the October 7th terror attacks, we are as appalled as we were then by those horrific actions. Dozens of hostages remain in captivity with no opportunity for visits and extremely concerning reports on mistreatment. We reiterate again that all hostages must be released unconditionally and immediately, and until then they must be treated humanely, and Hamas must allow the International Committee of the Red Cross to visit them. Just to note, programming note that tomorrow around noon, the Secretary General will be at the stakeout to deliver a statement on the situation in Gaza. We'll confirm that with you a little bit later today. Turning to Lebanon, our UNIFIL colleagues have recorded over the past day several incidents of the Israeli Defense Forces military activity, including small arms fire, airstrikes, and violations of Lebanese airspace. All of that in violation of Security Council Resolution 1701. One such airstrike impacted Nakora, which is, close to UNIFIL's headquarters. That took place last night. We note media reports of 2 fatalities from Israeli airstrikes near Zipkin in southern Lebanon on April 6th, and 2 people injured in a strike near Hudaysa overnight. UNIFIL peacekeepers discovered several caches of unauthorized weapons, including mortar shells, over the weekend. The Lebanese army, meanwhile, continued its patrols as clearance of unexploded ordnance in southern Lebanon. We continue to urge everyone to fully uphold their obligations under Security Council Resolution 1701 and refrain from any action that may jeopardize the cessation of hostilities. Moving to Syria, the UN Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, in a statement issued today, said he appreciated the extensive discussions in Damascus he held with Mr. Ahmed al-Shara, which took place on Sunday and focused on all aspects of ongoing political transitions in Syria. The UN Special Envoy discussed with Mr. al-Shara the importance of transparent framework for the process of selecting and electing an interim People's Assembly and at all other subsequent political transition steps. Sanctions easing needs to continue and that the Syrian people need an economic future, Mr. Pedersen stressed. Mr. Pedersen also reiterated his condemnation of Israel's repeated attacks and intervention in Syria and appreciated the commitment of the Syrian interim authorities to respecting the agreements with Israel. Turning to Yemen, the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs warns that conditions in Yemen remain incredibly dire. And after more than a decade of crisis and conflict, more than 19 million human beings in Yemen still need essential assistance, including food, nutrition, healthcare and shelter, as well as clean water. Nearly half of the population is acutely hungry, and many don't have access to enough clean water. Women and children continue to bear the brunt of the crisis. While needs are increasing, funding is shrinking. This year's humanitarian appeal for Yemen, which requires $2.5 billion United States dollars, is less than 7% funded, with only $173 million in the bank. Aid workers are also facing a highly challenging operating environment, ranging from insecurity and detention to bureaucratic impediments and attempted interference. Last year, our humanitarian partners reached 8 million people of the most vulnerable Yemenis with food, clean water, medicine, and other aid. There are now more people in need and fewer partners on the ground to reach them, so the need for funding and access is that much greater. And a note for you on Ukraine. I can tell you that we are deeply alarmed by the continued Russian bombardment of Ukrainian cities, including the recent strikes in Kharkiv, Kherson, Dnipro, as well as last week's deadly attack in Kryvyi Rih. We recall that directing attacks against civilians and civilian objects is prohibited under international humanitarian law, and any such attacks, wherever they occur, must end immediately. We reiterate the Secretary General's call for a durable ceasefire and our support for meaningful efforts toward a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace that fully upholds Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity in line with the UN Charter, international law, and relevant United Nations resolution. Immediately following the attack in Kryvyi Rih and complementing the efforts of local first responders, we, along with our humanitarian partners, as well as Ukrainian Red Cross, provided first aid and psychological support, and we and our partners also assisted with medical evacuation, delivered emergency surgical supplies to local hospitals, organized hot meals, and distributed other materials. Update on Julie Bishop, our special envoy for Myanmar. Julie Bishop is currently visiting Malaysia today and met with government interlocutors there, including the special envoy of ASEAN chair on Myanmar, Othman Hashim. Malaysia, as the 2025 ASEAN chair, is a key partner of the UN's efforts to support a Myanmar-led political solution to the crisis and to respond to humanitarian needs following the March 28th earthquake. We expect Ms. Bishop to travel to Myanmar tomorrow. And on the ground, we estimate that more than 17 million people are living in areas impacted by the two earthquakes that hit the country on March 28th. Over 9.1 million of these people live in the hardest hit areas. Communities continue to grapple with widespread destruction of homes, health facilities, critical infrastructure, as well as prolonged power and water outages. Telecommunications are severely limited and transport routes have been damaged or obstructed. Emergency assistance, including food, has been provided to nearly more than 70,000 impacted people in the Mandalay region, Naypyidaw Territory, Saigon region, and northern Shan State. Drinking water has been provided to over 40,000 and hygiene kits distributed to more than 100,000 people. We and our partners have reached more than 165,000 people with essential relief assistance. This includes distribution of shelter materials, safe water solutions, hygiene kits, and food. And mobile medical teams are being deployed. As you know, Tom Fletcher was there over the weekend. He's now on his way back here. And the United Nations team in Afghanistan today urged the international donor community to maintain critical support for the people of Afghanistan, with 22.9 million men, women, and children in need of assistance this year. The country is today the world's second largest humanitarian crisis. The appeal for Afghanistan comes ahead of meetings of Afghanistan Coordination Group that will start tomorrow in Istanbul in Turkey. The group gathers member states, donor representatives, international finance institutions, and the UN Assistance Mission in Afghanistan. Indrika Ratwate, the Deputy Special Representative for the Secretary General in Afghanistan, will be representing the mission. Turning to Sudan, we are concerned about the welfare of civilians fleeing insecurity in Blue Nile State in the southeast of the country, as well as the lack of access for humanitarians to reach them. Local authorities estimate that 4,000 people displaced from Ulu and other towns in Bao locality have been moving northeast towards the state capital of Ed Damizin, which is about 230 kilometers away. So far, some 600 people have arrived and are sheltering at displacement sites. Ongoing insecurity and bureaucratic constraints have prevented humanitarian partners from reaching impacted areas. We call again for the safe, sustained, and unhindered humanitarian access to all people in need. New arrivals from South Sudan have also been reported in other parts of Blue State in recent weeks, demonstrating the growing complexity of the situation in the region. And turning to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, our humanitarian colleagues tell us that in North Kivu, unexploded ordnances in residential areas of Walikale Center is posing lethal risk to residents, including people who were formerly displaced who are now returning to their homes. Local civil society groups are urgently warning against premature returns before demining operations have been completed. Our humanitarian partners are also reporting similar concerns in South Kivu, where large quantities of unexploded ordnances remain in Bukavu, the provincial capital, as well as in Kalehe territory, and that is, of course, threatening local and displaced communities, but also aid workers as they attempt to reach people in need. And moving closer here to Haiti, human rights colleagues in Haiti and the UN mission there, BNU, have published a new report detailing the impact of the violence, and it makes for grim reading. They say that between January 1st and March 27th of this year, at least 1,518 people were killed and 572 injured in Haiti due to attacks by gangs, operations by security forces, as well as acts of violence perpetrated by self-defense groups and unorganized members of the population. The new report also focuses on repeated attacks in the rural areas of Kenskov and in some neighborhoods of Carrefour, two communities in the metropolitan area of Port-au-Prince. They say that those have resulted in serious human rights abuses. According to our colleagues, gang members displayed extreme brutality, aiming to instill fear under the population. As an example, they've executed men, women, and children inside their own homes, shot others on the roads and paths as they tried to flee the violence. And that includes an infant, according to our colleagues. Sexual violence was also committed against at least 7 women and young girls during the planning and execution of those attacks by gang members. The gangs also ransacked several homes and set fire to more than 190 of them. As we've mentioned, these attacks forced more than 3,000 people to flee their localities. And just lastly, today is also International World Health Day. Kicks off today with a year-long campaign on maternal and newborn health. The campaign aims to urge government and the health communities to ramp up efforts to end preventable maternal and newborn deaths. And just to note that the UN reports trends in maternal mortality was released today by our colleagues at UNFPA, with data highlighting how dangerous pregnancy still is in much of the world. Gabriel, then Pam, then Deji. I'm ready. Sorry, I was getting ready to answer you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Steph. Can you confirm Associated Press report that the Trump administration has notified the WFP and some other UN partners that it has terminated some of its last remaining contracts?
We're Trying to get details on that. We've seen the AP report. We're trying to get details here. I would also encourage you to reach out to WFP.
Okay. Moving on from that one, on Gaza, has the SG seen the video that was leaked on late Friday of the emergency workers that were killed?
Yeah, he's very much aware of the video, and I think like anyone who has seen it is just shocked by those images.
And would he support an independent commission of inquiry?
As he's called for, is independent, transparent, and effective investigation into what happened.
Do you think that at this point, the Secretary, I'll rephrase that, does the Secretary General have confidence that what the IDF says is accurate, or given the fact that they have clearly lied in this instance that involves one of your employees, the credibility of the IDF is what for the SG now?
I think in this case it was clear that when presented with facts on video, they changed their narrative. Pam.
Thanks, Steph. As follow-up to Gabe's first question, there were reports on the weekend that the DOJ, the U.S., is looking to evaluate cuts to the UN's Department of Global Communications.
I'm not.
Did you get anything from them?
From who?
From the U.S. on.
No, I mean there is no. We've not received any communications from the U.S. mission or from the Department of Government Efficiency in Washington on the Department of Global Communications.
Okay, and on these other agencies, are they letting you know what's under evaluation? WFP, UNICEF?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I just saw the AP story not long ago. I've asked our humanitarian colleagues to check it. I would also encourage you to check with the agencies directly.
All right, and on a totally separate front, just following up on the Black Sea grain, anything to report?
No.
Thank you.
Deji, then Sinan.
First, there's reports that today polio vaccine has been prevented to enter Gaza.
Well, I mean, there's been no vaccine, no food, no fuel, no supplies have gone in at all for over a month. And I'm not aware of any exception for polio vaccines. Okay. Sinan.
Thank you, Monsieur. I have a question on Syria. Different sources are suggesting that the United States downgraded the legal status of Syrian mission to United Nations, and that indicating the USA no longer recognizes Syrian government. So the question is that right? Do you have any information on that?
Yes. So first of all, I think a couple of points, because we've seen those reports. A couple of points need to be clear. The status of the Syrian Arab Republic in the United Nations remains unchanged. It continues to be a member state of the United Nations. The issue of membership is guided by the charter, and the issue of recognition is one of governments. The decision made by the host country to change the visas for members of the permanent mission of the Syrian Arab Republic to the UN does not impact Syria's standing, the Syrian Arab Republic's standing within the UN. It does not affect the participation of permanent members within the work of the UN. They are accredited to the United Nations, and they must be continued to allow to do their work and their functions in connection with their work with the UN.
I have one more, if you don't mind. According to some news stories, Iran's armed forces have been placed on high alert by order of Supreme Leader of Ayatollah. And I mean, in response to USA President Donald Trump's recent threats against Tehran. So I wonder, I mean, this looks like a sharp escalation. How concerned is Secretary General about this escalation?
We're obviously concerned by the growing tensions in the Gulf.
All right, everyone, as you can see, we do have Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House right now, a meeting with President Trump just coming out of the vehicle there. And let's just listen in right here.
Mr. President, have you seen the markets today?
right, one question being asked there to President Trump, saying, have you seen the markets today? No response there from the president. We should also let you know on some scheduling that we are just learning from the White House. There was supposed to be a joint news conference between President Trump and Netanyahu. That has since been canceled. No word yet on why that was canceled, but there will still be an Oval Office meeting that will be taking place, and that'll be happening in just a few minutes. We are expecting still to get some tape playback of that, but this news just coming down within the last 15 minutes that the White House canceled the scheduled news conference with Netanyahu and President Trump. So we'll be keeping an eye on the developments of that and so much more, but still expecting maybe some sound from both of the leaders there coming up in just a little bit. And if it does, we'll have it for you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox Worldwide, always for you. I'm your host, Mike Page. We're keeping an eye on this big upcoming trial. Justin Lum of Fox 10 Phoenix will be following it closely. He has been watching this case and really doing great updates and reporting on the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, where he says we are just minutes away from opening statements. And Lori Vallow Daybell, or AKA the Doomsday Mom, received multiple life sentences for the murders of her 2 children and romantic rival, will be back in court today, coming up for opening statements in a separate trial over the death of her 4th husband. Vallow Daybell will represent herself at the trial, so we'll be keeping an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have the UN briefing that just wrapped up. We were showcasing a little bit of that for you. We are looking at really the whiplash effect of the Dow and really stock market as a whole, now down about 352 points. Just about 15 minutes ago, it was down 900 points. So we are seeing really volatile swings going on as investors continue to try to digest all of the tariff news, trade war concerns, and so much more. We're keeping an eye also out in Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to be making some remarks in just a little bit as well. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to New York, and that is where New York City Mayor Eric Adams and police officials talking about keeping neighborhoods safe in New York. Let's listen in on Live Now.
part to the actions of these master distributors that supply sub-distributors and stores in New York City. A large corporation spread out and distribute to the smaller stores like the one that's in the background that we successfully closed down. And they violate nearly every applicable law governing the sale of e-cigarettes. They have a total disregard for the law, placing profit over public safety and public health. And I'm going to name them here. 10 Days, Evo Brands, Midwest Goods, Miley, Vape, MVH, Puff Bar, PVG2, Safa Goods, and SV3. These are our deadly 10 that we're going to zero in and focus on. They have raked in thousands of dollars while putting our kids on the path to addiction, making them customers and users, and normally these users stay for a lifetime. That's the long-term impact of what we're seeing here, and it's exposing them to unknown long-term health effects. And so our action today builds on our previous lawsuits against distributors and wholesalers whose activities have targeted middle and high school youth. We have already banned flavored e-cigarettes in the city, a successful initiative, but we want to go further. And from the moment we were given the additional authority we needed from the state to shut down illegal smoke shop, we moved extremely quickly to exercise our enforcement. In addition to today's suit, what makes today so exciting is that we are announcing a new phase of our successful Operation Padlock to Protect, something that the sheriff has successfully accomplished since last May. We have shut down over 1,300 illegal shops, seized over $94 million in illegal products. And last year, New Yorkers have seen a tremendous difference in their neighborhoods during the pandemic. And because of the bad policy framework, as I stated, that was previously put in place under the previous governor and administration, the poor management, these illegal shops sprouted up all over our communities, particularly in Black and brown communities. So we don't want illegal shops to open. We saw that these illegal shops were open everywhere, but today the shops are closed everywhere. And our communities are safer, healthier, and more vibrant. Because we have done such a successful job, now it's time to turn the page, and we were clear that we would act like a unified team. There would be rapid enforcement to solve the problem quickly and lawfully. The businesses we seal were given 1 year to stay sealed by law. Now, we approach the 1 year mark, and since the first business closed, these spaces will be allowed to reopen in an orderly and legal fashion. But they must have learned their lessons. If not, to borrow from Arnold Schwarzenegger, we will be back. We're excited for the new businesses that will sprout and contribute positively to our communities in the very storefronts where those illegal smoke shops once were. And so we want to be clear. We'll be watching, we will be enforcing, and we will close again. There's one thing we don't have a shortage of, and those are padlocks. In fact, just this week, the sheriff sent a clear message with the Joint Task Force responding to a community complaint. These complaints are coming from the community. He responded and resulted in inspection of a shop in the Bronx where we seized over 95 pounds of cannabis and over 382 pounds of flavored vapes. The Sheriff's Task Force is prepared to continue conducting enforcement, and we're asking anyone that sees any of this that takes place, please call 311 and we will act. And so business owners and landlords whose properties were sealed will now start receiving letters from the sheriff's office with detailed instructions on how to unseal your business and operate in a legal fashion. And really, hats off to what the men and women, our uniform officers, and our legal team is assisting us to do to make this city the safest big city in America. And we know that because today's lawsuit and the shuttering of illegal smoke shops go hand in hand with our efforts to bring down crime in our city. And our 2025 first quarter crime data reflects our resounding success. Our first quarter of 2025 shows the lowest number of shootings in the recorded history of our city. We're talking about the start of crime stat data. We have shown that what we are doing in a combined effort is successful. But not only in shootings, we're seeing the second lowest number of homicides, murders in recorded history. You're seeing it in robbery, grand larceny, and auto theft, and their fourth consecutive month of decline, and continue their double-digit decrease. What's more is that crime has now been down for 5 quarters of 3 months. You know, do the math, 5 quarters, 15 straight months of decrease in crime. It's not new, it's consistent, and we want to thank the men and women who are carrying out this action. We will continue to remain the safest big city in America. We're going to do it one stop at a time, one block at a time, one issue at a time, and hats off to the men and women who carry out this function every day. Thank you, Shadow.
Thank you, Mayor.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams speaking on public safety efforts in the city. We'll take another 2-minute break, keeping our eyes on the White House, awaiting remarks from President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll be back with more on Live Now. Back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. Keeping an eye on in Florida, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about to be making some remarks. When that happens, we'll bring that to you. We'll keep you in Florida for this event.
Continues to be a problem.
Florida Attorney General announcing 8 people charged in a child sexual abuse material ring. Viewer discretion is advised here, and let's listen in on Live Now.
More easily get access to our kids. And as I've said, my first 5-6 weeks on the job here, that's going to be a major priority for my office. The individuals that are being busted today that purchased this harmful content, many of them found it through TikTok. It was available online. They found access to a portal where they could purchase this dangerous material. TikTok has shown they can very quickly get stuff off their website. If there's unlicensed music or something going around, they've proven and with a flip of a switch they can get it off. And it's taken too long for them to get some of this pornographic material and avenues to purchase harder, more gross content. We've got to get them to be more accountable. So we will be working on that. We are going to hold social media companies accountable that want to put our families and our kids in jeopardy. So today, these 8 defendants are being charged with multiple felony counts, including RICO, money laundering, and purchase of child pornography. Again, I can't tell you in words how gross this content is, but it shows the dangers, the evil that's out there. It is truly evil. And you've got my word that in this state, we are going to do everything we can to hold these people accountable. If you are a child predator, if you are one of these sick people, then I hope you never see the sun again. And I hope you certainly never have access to kids again. So we will continue that fight, and I want to give a very special thanks to Rita Peters from Statewide Prosecution for leading this fight. She's going to slap these guys around in the courtroom, and unfortunately I'm figurative in that comment, but thankful to her, as well as Investigator Abby George, who busted the case. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Mark Glass.
Thank you, General. I appreciate it. I just want to say, first and foremost, General Uthmeyer has stepped in and stepping up and stepping out. He is really allowing us to just move forward on these types of cases, these long-term cases, and continue on to get these evil, sick people behind bars. I want you to just take a look at that board over here with these folks. And it is just evil. The faces you see there are faces of evil. The General talked about, we can't even talk about what was on those films and what they had because it is that disturbing. More disturbing than you would see even in your movies, way more. It's evil. And the sad part about it, there's many more out there, just like these evil people. Many more, and we know it. And through the hard work and dedication of multi-agencies, such as HSI with DHS, our task force agents from multiple agencies across this Tampa Bay area and the rest of the state, FDLE, and our Office of Statewide Prosecution, we're able to get out there and get these evil people out of our society, put them where they belong, behind bars. Answer to their crimes. I'm a father. I'm a brother. I'm a husband. And I'm your state of Florida commissioner on FDLE. And the stuff that these evil people did emboldens not only me, but the men and women behind me to go out and get more people like this off our streets. This will not be tolerated in the state of Florida. And when I became the commissioner of FDLE, this is one of my highest priorities, is going after sexual predators, sex offenders, child molesters, deviants that do this kind of stuff to our children. Not just our children in the United States, we're talking about children all across the world. We would be remiss not to talk about why it was such important to shut down our border. Children that these evil people do these heinous things with came across our border. I was out there, and the people that looks like it's their mother, it's not their mother. They're just muling the kid. And with HSI out there looking up the unaccompanied minors, we're helping them, FDLE shouldering with them to try to find these children that were brought into our system to make sure they're safe. And we want to make sure that every one of these children were safe that came across that border, that are here in the United States, first and foremost. But ladies and gentlemen, make no disclaimer here for you. This is evil, and it will not be tolerated in the free state of Florida. I'll be followed up behind me by the Special Agent in Charge, Mark Brutnell, to give you a little bit more in depth about this case. Mark.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Attorney General, for both of your support and your leadership. I know the team really appreciates you guys being here today. Thank you for that. So I'm going to kind of get into a little bit of the weeds of this investigation, which to me, this is one of those career cases. This is one of those cases where you're going to look back 10 years from now and say, I made some change. It was a lot of hard work, and I'm glad I did it, and the results speak for themselves. So